And the difference between a champion and someone who's forgotten is that a champion shows up. That's the only thing. Every day shows up. Gives himself a chance to make a difference. Because success doesn't know these things about cold or early or tired. It just knows if you showed up or not.
Well, it's a mega good morning and welcome everybody from beautiful Hawke's Bay, the fruit bowl of New Zealand. And here it is, the home of round 3 of the Fox Motocross Nationals, coming to you live here at the Ngāraroru Raceway, the home of the Hawke's Bay Motorcycle Club. What a fantastic setting, the work this club has done. You're looking at a world-class facility. They modelled it off a track in the USA, similar to a lot of our American and Australasian tracks. So looking to be a fabulous day here today. A little bit of cloud cover, only a high of 23, man, after the sunburnt, absolutely toasted ground here in Hawke's Bay. We are blessed with a fantastic day. No rain on our forecast, Brad, and looking forward to some motos. We've had our practice qualifying already, and wow, some great results in there, some pretty fast times. But hey, things looking awesome here in Hawke's Bay today.
Yeah, absolutely. This track is looking so good. I've never seen it this good. They've ripped it as deep as they possibly can, packed some moisture in there for the last 2 weeks. The club's worked tirelessly to get this place looking like this, and it is brilliant. So we always get some good racing here. There's plenty of good dual line sections. There's going to be passing, jumping, everything we need, and it's going to be fantastic.
All right, well, you get an idea when you walk through the pits, because you literally walk over stones and gravel. All this part of the track, they literally pick the dirt up with all its stones on this riverbed area and sieve the stones out and dump them. They did over 100,000 cubic metres of dirt to make this possible. It was many years in the making, and every year we come here just better and better and better. A great facility. We're right on the edge. In fact, you'll see some of the shots today. You'll see the vineyards in the background here at the beautiful Gimlet Gravels area, the home of beautiful wine growing here in Hawke's Bay. So looking forward to a Fabo weekend. We've got the classes laid on for you, including the Women's Cup coming at us, Brad. We haven't yet seen a practice and qualifying from the Women's. That'll fit in during our day, and 2 good races. And we know, and congratulations for Courtney Duncan having that win overnight, first round of the World Championships in Medley Basin in the UK. But our level of women's riding just getting better and better here.
Oh, over the last 12 months, women's racing's just gone onto a pedestal. It's absolutely brilliant. And yeah, congrats to Courtney winning that one quite comfortably in a muddy Medley Basin over there. But yeah, our Women's Cup here is going to be brilliant. There's a good 15 entries, a couple of late entries as well. So we should have a good field of girls out there, and the racing's going to be top notch. Our women's champion, AB Roberts, is here, and all our big contenders are here. So this is going to be brilliant. 2 races for them today, and we give the Women's Cup, the War Demolition Women's Cup, out them at the end of the racing today.
Yeah, great to see you. All right, remembering our prestigious classes, MX125, MX1 and MX2. MX2 will be up first. Our press conference yesterday, 6 riders sitting up there. All of them have had a taste of victory over our racing, Brad. This is now the turning point, the penultimate round, round 3 of a 4-round series. It is all on here today. Whoever takes the red plate away after this has got to be in the pound seat.
Absolutely, yeah. We're halfway through the championship, and there's only 8 points separating 1 and 2, and Maximus Purvis second in the championship by 8 points. He hasn't won a race yet, so that just goes to show how stacked the depth is. If you don't get a good start, you're 10th in this class. So yeah, all important starts, and the track looks fantastic. So yeah, MX2 is something I'm really looking forward to. Josiah Natsky, first fastest, did it right at the end. There was only seconds to go in qualifying, and bang, put it through there. So he's full of confidence and in a good positive headspace. He's definitely going to be one to watch. So Josiah Natsky, our red plate holder, qualified on pole, but any one of about 12 people can win races in that class.
All right, so looking out to our MX125 and Brodie Connolly, that name again on top. He's won 5 out of the 6 racing coming into this event. He smashed out another top time. He's going to be hard to beat.
Absolutely, and what I was very impressed with Brodie last weekend is he had the crash at the start of the moto and caught right up to second place, but knew that there was only Matic in front of him that didn't have the best weekend, so just consolidated the second place, didn't push it, and Brodie Connolly with some maturity on his head on his shoulders is brilliant to see, and he's got a 37-point lead in that championship, so definitely one to beat. The man in second place, Marshall Phillips, someone we haven't talked about a lot as well, man from the Canterbury area. He's a young man, and it's just brilliant to see Kobe Burke, Matic Dixon, just so many young people doing so well in that MX125 class. That racing's going to be good as well.
And I just want to sow a seed for a name to look out for for and jacks them on. Then go to MX1 today, and wow, if we ignore the first two races, Brad, from the first round at Balclutha, the next four races, the last one from Balclutha, the three at Rotorua last weekend, exactly the same situation of points and places for Cody Cooper and our Australian visitor Kurt Gibbs. They've each had 2 wins, a second and a third, so with only those 2 wins for Cody, a narrow 6-point advantage, and yet Kurt Gibbs has gone out and qualified. As we talked about, this is more an Australian track, or the closest to it from a familiarisation point of view compared to what they race on. I think he's going in as a favourite today, even though he doesn't hold the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, talking to Kurt, he stayed in New Zealand this week as well. He did a lot of work on the bike during the week, so yeah, he's feeling really good. And yeah, this track will be well suited to him, so that's fantastic. Qualified on pole quite comfortably as well by over a second, so fantastic to see that. We're going to have some great racing in MX1. Last time we came here 2 years ago, we had 3 different race winners in our MX1 class, and I don't see why we can't do that today as well. So this is going to be awesome. MX1's going to be brilliant.
All right, there we go, folks. What a wrap of racing. Nice to have you with us today. They're on the warm-up for MX2. We'll be back with Motocross next. Well, an opportunity to warm your body, warm your bike, and just go out for that one lap prelim. That's all it is. All the classes, every race will do it today. They go out for that one lap just to warm up a little bit like you'd see a sports team when they go onto the field. You know, the run onto the field, the high fives, the body language. You know, you find some people will knock on a star jump or just do something to warm themselves up, and that's exactly what we're witnessing here today. So this will be cool as they do that one lap, and when they exit, they'll cut back across and go up and reform on the start. Well, let's lock them and load them, as we say, which is the, I suppose, the unique art of choosing their position. So they were in that position when they left for the warm-up, so they just come back to the same position. It's the one they've chosen. So first of all, what happens is that they've qualified earlier today. Qualifying means we've got the fastest and second and fastest, third fastest, etc. And then when they line up, they can then go and choose the position on the gate, 1 to 40. They can choose any position they like. They might like number 10 to be on the left-hand left-hand side and up through the centre. They might like to go right next to the starter's box at 20, for example, so they can feel the starter's heart beating and maybe think they've got an inside advantage when he's tricked the big trigger, that he can then get the advantage of the starter's impulse. So you get the idea. So he chooses that position, and that's his right to do it. The second rider, well, he might have thought, oh, well, hey, I want gate 19. I don't want to be right next to it, because the other rider's chosen 20. He really gets his first pick, coincidentally, because he's there. If you're looking here at this Hawke's Bay line, we're probably looking to, I think we've sort of come down here about 15 places and maybe about 10 on the other side. So of the 25 or so riders, that means that most of them are favouring the inside. So that's the advantage, and the clock is ticking. And we're ready to go. And there it is, out the gate, a beautiful drop of the gate. First moto here at Hawke's Bay. It's been 2 years since we've been here in the Bay, and on that occasion it was after the huge floods that had bombasted this area back in March 2018. And then we, of course, came back here to Hawke's Bay a few weeks later after the postponement, and man, we had to put up with some more rain again. There's absolutely nothing like that. There hasn't been anything to even hint like that over these last few months. This is the driest region in New Zealand, here in the fruit bowl of the country, Hawke's Bay. And these guys out the fly, and Brad looked as if the 23 that time of Josiah Natsky getting a whole shot and a great start.
Yeah, look at that, Josiah Natsky, exactly what he wanted to do. He's out frying. James Scott's in there behind him. We've got Maximus Purvis, got a good start. Morgan Fogarty as well on the LMC Husqvarna, and Dylan Walsh. So good. Our contenders are all up the front, but Josiah Natsky, this is exactly what he needs to do. Got the red plate on, fastest qualifier, got the whole shot, and he is flying. There we go with James Scott as well. Another one, he's third in the points as well. He's only 12 points off the championship lead, so he'll be desperate to get in front of Josiah as we're at the halfway stage of our championship. And Josiah Natsky leads James Scott, and then ahead of Maximus Purvis we go back. Morgan Fogarty and Dylan Walsh, 4th and 5th place. Absolutely flying MX2. Brock Martin got a good start with Kobe Burke, Caleb Ward, and then go back to Jai Deacon, so one of our local Hawke's Bay riders flying in there at the moment. MX2 action, and we've also got our under 19 class in there as well. So flying at the moment, race 1, they get 20 minutes plus a lap. And on the first lap at the moment, Josiah Natsky doing everything he needs to do at the moment. So that's the number 23 on the Shell Advanced Kawasaki race team leading this one.
What about Brock Martins? That is a 6th place for the incredible 97. Not even one of our elite riders, not even one that makes the podium. When we talk about 8 or 10 riders that are here capable of a win, he's not one of those names. Yes, he'll be in that next wave of riders, but great start from him. Most impressive of all those riders to get out there. So Natsky, Scott, Purvis, Fogarty, Walsh, Martins in there, as we've been talking about. Of course, older brother and Ethan Martins as well. And just looking back out here. Oh, what's happened? Here we go. Last one to come past. Letter K for Cole Webster. Wow. Every race that man has been in, every race he's been in, and it's only 2. He's won the 2 of them. Well, Brad, what a setback. What's happened there? Drama-filled start. There's our leading contender, top qualifier. Well, second to top qualifier. He is back. He's still there. He's not. You can't say he's not out, but that will take a miracle for him to get up to the front.
Yeah, so he's half a lap down already. So absolute drama for Kyle Webster. He is not in a good position at the moment. Josiah Natsky, look at that, already got a 10 to 15 bike length advantage over James Scott. Maximus Purvis putting a bit of heat on here. 3rd place is starting to heat up with Maximus Purvis. There's Dylan Walsh, has got ahead of Morgan Fogarty, so it's 4th place for Dylan on the Ben Townley Tours Yamaha. Morgan Fogarty there in 5th place. We go back to Caleb Ward and Riley Ward, his brothers in this race as well. But Kobe Burke's in behind him, Brock Martins and Jai Deacon, Hawke's Bay man, there in the top 10 at the moment. So brilliant stuff from MX2, absolutely flying at the moment. But Josiah Natsky, this is brilliant to watch. He's in cruise control at the moment and stretching out the advantage. It was only 1.6 seconds when they crossed the line, but he'd have a good 2-second advantage at least at the moment.
All right, the hustle surfer motor man. Yes, indeed, Jai Deacon was hoping for big things from Jai. He only rode support class back at the Honda Grand Prix at Woodville. Knew he was capable of this big class, but bring him to his home club event here, and look at this, what he's doing here in Hawke's Bay. Cracking the top 8 here at the moment, but it's at 23 out there of Josiah Natsky, who takes control with the 108 of James Scott, go to 44, Maximus Purvis. As we look out now to 53, Dylan Walsh, along with F now, and Morgan Fogarty. Now your hot shots in fine flowing form as we look back to Caleb Ward, winner of moto number 3 at the first round, 14 in Kobe Burke. He's put his name up amongst them with Jai Deacon in there. And looking out for 28, last year's junior champion, Jack Dunlop. He's cracking it with our elite group to go through there. So loving all that kind of update of our racing. And there we are now. Josiah, James, with Maximus, Dylan, Morgan, Caleb, Kobe with Brock and Jai in there, and Jack. So that's actually our top 10. We've cracked our top 10. Racing brought to us by the Lion Foundation here for good. CNC Pro Cut, your CNC Profile Cutting Services team on Omahu Road here in Hastings, and Agri Max, of course, used for our irrigation of our dust control here at the track, and also to Tumu Timber, your ITM, Tumu ITM, proud to be our hardware provider of this amazing track build here in beautiful Hawke's Bay. So great sponsors coming on board, and round number 1 here today with race number 1 in our MX2 class, and look at that from Josiah Natsky. Brad, he has smoked it.
Yeah, he was 2 seconds quicker than anyone else on the track that last lap around. He's got a 3.6 second advantage, and there he is, already stretching it out even more. Look at Maximus Purvis. He's the man to watch out for. He's in 3rd place on the JCR Elthern Window Systems Yamaha, and he's piling on the pressure there. So the battle for 2nd and 3rd, definitely hot at the moment. Then we go to Dylan Walsh and Morgan Fogarty. That's 4th and 5th. So our top 5 sort of clearing out a little bit. Absolutely frantic pace at the moment. Already on the first flying lap, a 2:16.429 for Josiah Natsky. So that's exactly what we love to see from Josiah, flying at the moment.
Good work as the guys build up, courtesy of Aon Insurance, another one of our quality sponsors, Shell Advance, a world-class racing lubricant back in New Zealand, proudly distributed by Trans Diesel from their homes through their 16 outlets around the country. Check them out by name, Trans Diesel, but Shell Advanced lubricants. And 23 to man on the Shell Advanced Kawasaki supported KX250 is Josiah Natsky, and that awesome battle for 2nd place, and all on there at the moment. So James Scott still holding out Maximus Purvis. Good work. That's a handy buff for 5.5 seconds. That's a lot in race terms. 5.5 seconds from first back to second, so Natsky has the advantage. Scott and behind him, head of Purvis. Looking out for Dylan Walsh. Going to Morgan Fogarty in there. Lovely story to tell about Morgan. He's actually staying with Hamish and wife Katie Harwood, and he's actually working with Hamish and doing some building for him at the moment. So while he's here in New Zealand doing some racing, staying with the family and getting out there and getting on the tools to lend a hand at the side as well. So great to see, good story of it, not just the Aussies over here to race, but over here to work as well, increasing the GDP for New Zealand. Love that from a good factor of that all-round nice guy, Morgan Fogarty. So there we go with Josiah Natsky and that big advantage. And Brad, good battle there in the run for that 2nd place. The KTM, the AFC Motorcycles, SX 125 in full flight there over the Elthern Window System, JCR Yamaha of, 125, my apologies to correct, of course, the 250 out there of Maximus Purvis.
Yeah, there we go, the update we can give you. Josiah Natsky was quicker again on that lap, a 2:15.561, so he has stretched that gap to 5.8 seconds. The battle for 2nd and 3rd is still red hot, and there's still James Scott ahead of Maximus. Maximus just tucks around the outside, and he's got it done in the blind spot there. So we've got a new man in 2nd place, Maximus Purvis. He is now put his JCR Elthern Window Systems Yamaha up ahead of James Scott. So that's 2nd and 3rd there. Dylan Walsh still steady in 4th place, but slowly losing touch with our podium positions. He's 13.5 seconds off Josiah in the lead. So flying at the moment, Josiah. He's over 5 seconds ahead of anyone on this racetrack on the Shell Advanced Kawasaki Team Green 250. Doing a great job. And now we've got Maximus ahead of James Scott. So let's see if we can see that gap come down. Maximus Purvis 2nd in the championship. Josiah's number 1. So Maximus, he needs to start beating Josiah in some of these races if he wants to get into this title fight.
All right, trying to look out for our Cave Kyle Webster. I think he's gone to about 23rd place, Brad. So as well as catch up the deficit, he's also now starting to mix in amongst those riders. And I would say he's got the ability to overtake probably about 25 in the field, but it'll be hard to crack that top 10.
Yeah, we saw Kurt Gibbs. He had a horror start in one of the races last time, and he managed to get up and win this. But Kyle was well and truly down. He was half a lap down on the rest of the field when he got going again. So a lot of work to be done for Kyle. We'll see what happens when he crosses the line. But Josiah ahead of Maximus. Then go to James Scott, Dylan Walsh, Morgan Fogarty. And then we've got Caleb Ward in there, 6th place. So there's drama all over. We've got one down on the infield, so hopefully he is A-OK. But we go racing, and we've still got 11.5 minutes plus a lap in this one. So flying with MX2 racing at the moment.
14 as we watch KBB just going past here in the Nararoru Raceway here, the home of the Hawke's Bay Motorcycle Club, nestled underneath the Griffith Gravels vineyards of this beautiful region, just literally a stone throw away from the famous Roy's Hill Reserve and local kart sport track. So a lot of motorsport recreation these parts just down the road. from the famous Thunder Park, which some of us are old enough to remember as a great grad strip that was converted into vineyards here many moons ago, but the home of some great drag meets that we were a spectator at all those moons ago when we were teenagers loving motorsport and tripping around all parts of New Zealand, places like Bay Park, of course, which has now become residential, but a road race circuit of both cars and motorcycles up there in Mount Maunganui from many years ago that have succumbed to the growth of residential areas. But here on the floodplains of the Ngāroto River, this is a place where you can't put a vineyard, you won't put a house or buildings. A great place for a motocross track right here on the edge of beautiful Hastings City, the Fruit Bowl, as we come alive with Josiah Netsky, Maximus Purvis, James Scott, and there ahead of the run of Dylan Walsh and Morgan Fogarty. But the important one, and it's back out of the picture at the moment, but it's the fight back coming from our letter K, and Kyle Webster. He's up to 17th, by the way, up to 17th place. So Brad, he's gone through nearly half the field, but it's the top half that'll be much harder.
Yeah, absolutely, especially when our race leader is a massive 7.6 seconds ahead of anyone. So Josiah Natsky is flying at the moment. He's going to tick off another lap, so brilliant riding from him. He's stretching that advantage ever so slightly. Back to Maximus Purvis, who's got himself in a second place and now holding firm there with James Scott still in third place. So that's our 1, 2 and 3 in the championship. 1, 2 and 3 out there on the racetrack as well, so brilliant to see. And then the battle for fourth is heating up because Dylan Walsh is now under a lot of pressure from Morgan Fogarty, so we've got a battle on our hands here. Dylan ahead of Morgan, so that's a brilliant little fight there. And then we've got Caleb Ward back there in 6th place. He is on the CML KTM.
Well, one of the hot shots building up to this event, and certainly the number 2 NZ from last year. We've heard confirmed news this week that unfortunately Wyatt Chase out with an injury that he did while training last year in Europe, ready for the Motocross of Nations, and he persevered with and went through the pain in the Motocross of Nations to represent New Zealand with pride, of which he did so, and unfortunately he's aggravated that injury and now out for the championship, so bad luck. But he is here with us as a spectator today, helping out his Honda team, so bad luck to Wyatt, another class name that is missing now in the lineup of the championship. But hey, we weren't short of quality riders as we're being approved here at the moment. I'll tell you what, and Jack Dunlop, the one who's moved up, he's got himself into 8. No flick that he was last year's New Zealand Junior Champion in 250cc racing. Here he is putting in a great show in his debut year of New Zealand senior racing in our prestigious Shell Advanced Oils MX2 class.
Alrighty, Josiah Natsky, what a job he's doing. 7.2 seconds ahead of Maximus Purvis. James Scott's still there in 3rd place, and the battle for 4th is red hot. Dylan Walsh narrowly ahead of Morgan Fogarty at the moment. So that's our top 5. Brilliant stuff from them. Also got Caleb Ward 6th. We've got Kobe Burke in 7th. Jack Dunlop. That's our MX2 junior champion, our 254-stroke junior champion. He's out there in 8th place. Brock Martin's in 9th, Brad Groomage in 10th, and Kyle Webster up into 15th. So that's the update we can give you. It's good to see Micah McGoldrick, the number 700, out there as well. So Micah McGoldrick take a little bit of a time out from the sport to come back on round 3, and he is already in a good 12th spot at the moment. So good to see Micah back as we go racing. And here's our race leader, Josiah Natsky. He is in absolute dominant fashion here at the round 3 at the moment.
All right, 7.5 minutes to go before our flag comes out, so there's a lot of good racing still to go. So he's got to keep that advantage and pumping it out there. Here's 2nd place with the 44 of Maximus Purvis on the Altherm window systems. JCR Yamaha, the man from Mangakino, following the Taron man. Operal's James Scott there on the AFC Moto supported SX250F. As we look to our incredible top 3 in each of our major brands as well represented. 53 with Dylan Walsh, Morgan Fogarty, rider behind him. Hot shot Aussie. We've got 3 in our Aussie, the Ward brothers, of which here we've got Caleb at the moment, and the letter W of younger brother Riley, who got super excited with big brother Caleb having the victory at round number 1 at Balclutha, which is now exactly a month ago, 1st of February. This is now the 1st of March. So there we are. That's when we started our championship, and only 2 weeks away to the final. So we've gone Balclutha, Rotorua here in Hawke's Bay, and the final at Taupo up there on the central plateau in 2 weeks today on the 15th of March. So check that one out, race fans. Hope to see you back with Sky Sport next. Or in fact, if you're in the vicinity, come and join us and watch this awesome sport unfold before your very eyes on that amazing world-class bigger McEwen Park, the home of the Taupo Motorcycle Cup. More details, taupomcc.co.nz. But it's Josiah Natsky from Maximus Purvis and James Scott. Brad, that is a particularly good top 3. Don't rule out James Scott to try and come back. on Purvis. But I'll tell you what, for Morgan Fogarty to be keeping up with Dylan Walsh, that is probably the best result of anybody in that top 5, really.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen when Morgan got a good start at Rotorua last round, he was right up in the mix with these top guys. So the great start again today, and just goes to show that if you get the good start, you can definitely run with these guys. So Morgan Fogarty, that's going to do his confidence a world of good to be dicing up there with the top end. But Josiah Natsky, 8 seconds, that is dominant. But bearing in mind that he did this last round at Rotorua, he won race 1 in dominant fashion and then was unable to win again during the day. So this is going to be all on here. But Josiah Natsky, he's winning by 8 seconds at the moment, and we've got 5.5 minutes plus a lap to go.
Very good point. I'd forgotten about that fact that he'd been there and done that, but then slipped away again. Still held the red plate, believe it or not, and that was because some of the other riders also had some highs and lows during the day. His high has been as good as first, and he's had a number of them, but his lows have been a good place as well. And unfortunately, he's had one too many of those. But here he is on the way back now. 44 of Maximus, peeling it off. Now that bigger buffer, yeah, that's looking way better. He's pulled it out over James. Is it, in fact, James has gone back? No, well, I wonder. Thought before that was a reasonable gap, Brad. That one back in here now. This gap back to third place, quite distinctive in there. And I would say that those three, to me, locked and loaded. Want to see now where Kyle's going, so look for our letter K. We last noted him in 15th place. I remember he started last, not just last, man, he was a fortnight back. And there he was, cutting his way up through the field, so caught on the back of them and he started to peel him off. It got as high as 15th. Of course, once you get into traffic like this, it gets much harder to try and peel off those other riders. Unfortunate to see people there like Luca Fremantle, who's not been able to complete to the calibre that he'd showed through qualifying or our first round, particularly at Balclutha. He was one of our standout riders in MX2. Love this plane down here on the river flat where these riders go around through the willow and poplar trees here on the riverbank. This area's all been re-manicured and re-groomed. It actually, being on the riverbank, is a little greener than the general pastures around here, and the silhouette, the backdrop, as you'll catch it there, of our hills to the west, and then coming around, of course, here to the vineyards on the east. So fantastic. Ngāruaroru Raceway, the home of the Hawke's Bay Motorcycle Club, here at the Fruit Bowl of New Zealand's Hastings City.
So yeah, we can tell you that Josiah Natsky is in front of this one still, but Maximus Purvis was 3 seconds quicker than him last lap around, so maybe some lap traffic to contend with. There's definitely starting to get a bit congested out there, but that gap down to 5 seconds now between first and second, so don't rule out Maximus Purvis for a race win here. He's got that gap down, but we're racing with Josiah Natsky, Maximus Purvis. We've got James Scott there in third place, but then fourth, fifth and sixth is actually bunched up as well. You've still got Dylan Walsh ahead of Morgan Fogarty, but now you've got Caleb Ward starting to sneak onto the back of that duo as well, making it a three-way fight. Fourth, fifth and sixth as we see our race leader coming across the start-finish line, and brilliant form for Josiah Natsky. Then we'll keep an eye on this gap. Back to Maximus Purvis, the number 44, the JCR L-Firm Window Systems Yamaha. Stays at about 5.6 seconds, so holding firm at the moment as we get down to the business end. About 3 laps to go on this one is Josiah Natsky. 5.6 seconds ahead of Maximus Purvis. James Scott, he's about to cross the start-finish line, so there we go with James on board his Jeff Scott Electrical AFC Motorcycles KTM, and that's drifted out to about 17 seconds behind Max. So James Scott settled down into third place, but then we have a look, fourth, fifth and sixth, quite bunched up there, so it's all on here, and Kyle Webster up to 8th already, so absolutely brilliant, and he was well back in the pack and been chipping away at it, already 8th place. What a legend, Kyle Webster.
Yeah, love to have the South African-born Australian rider with us, Kyle Webster, hotshot. In fact, only last week and this week, the 2 back-to-back rounds in the championship are all that he'll be doing here in New Zealand. So coming into this point, every race he'd started, he'd won, which had only been 2. It had only been 2 because he had some problems with Moto number 1 in Rotorua last week, wasn't it, round 1 at Balclutha? And he'll only be doing this round. So, and he had that distinguished record of 1-1. So 50 points, and watch him out on his bike now, going past others in the field and banging his way through. He's gone past Kobe Burke, so he's now up into 7th place, and on the tail there of Caleb Ward, so fellow Australian to look for. So, wow, what a wow factor we've got here at the moment from that man. And maybe the first opportunity where he's not going to win a moto, but I'm sure it'll still be great for his points. And you watch him, he will certainly be a pace setter, I'm sure, for the next two motos. Look out for the Hotshot Aussie. Penrite Honda's a letter K out there for Kyle Webster. Snatsky, Purvis and Scott, there you three. Looking to load this one. And here we are, Brad. Less than 1 minute to go before we have our final sign to come out there for our white flag.
Race leader in the infield at the moment, Josiah Naski, the red plate man on the number 23, but Maximus is definitely reeling him in, so we're going to have the time expire on this lap around, so 2 laps to go now. Josiah Naski on the 23 flying, but then we go back to Maximus Purvis in second place, and having a look at that gap, he's got it to about 5.2 seconds, so he's only taken about 4 tenths out of Josiah that lap around. But we've still got 2 laps to go on this one, so don't rule Maximus out for a race win here. He's 5.2 seconds back to Josiah. But we're going to run out of time on the clock when they halfway around this lap. So this is 2 laps to go now in MX2, our race one of the day. And we have been treated to some brilliant racing so far. James Scott there in third place. So he's drifted out to about 28 seconds off the lead. So nice and steady there in third place. Another good ride from James Scott. And been pretty impressive on the Jeff Scott Electrical KTM this year. So another third place going for him at the moment.
All right, looking out for riders like Caleb Ward, who just goes past, unlike the Aussies that have a letter instead of a number. He opts to have his race number. That's completely his call. We identify it normally by letters, which you see in other forms of our sport. For example, our road racing will do it. Next weekend, round number 3 of our New Zealand Superbike Road Racing Championships. We will be back on board again with Sky Sport next for more great coverage of that prestigious event. Rocking back to the North Island after 2 rounds in January in the south at Ruapuna and Levels, but going to Hampton Downs in the North Waikato next weekend. As we just witnessed our letter K to go past in Kyle Webster kicking up a storm out there, and Kyle that is now cracked. Looking back in there, I think still at 7th place. So Natsky, Purvis, Scott, Walsh, Ward, Fogarty, Webster and Kobe Burke in there to crack our top 8. And there's Kobe to go past. So Kobe looking at our lineup. You'll see these nice little boxes positioned around on our field. That's where our flag marshals are standing. Some of them are quite high. The reason for that is they need to be looking forward to see if there's any incident on the track. They can put the yellow flag out to warn the oncoming riders about what's going on. A very good look back at the pits and public parking area. And by the way, that shot you saw there on Sky Sport Next also showed all the way back to the Supercross track, which is another great string to the bow of this fantastic Nararoru Raceway. So here we are, looking out for it. White flag, 1 lap to go. And 44. Hey, he's getting closer, Brad.
Yeah, so down to 4 seconds now. Max is reeling him in, so 4 seconds. Can he do the big last lap? He's got 4 seconds between Josiah Naski and Maximus Purvis. He's definitely there. There's a few lap riders they're going to have to get through as well, so plenty of drama to come here. We're on our last lap. 20 minutes plus 11. It's all come down to this last lap flyer from Maximus Purvis. He's got the gap down. It was nearly 8 seconds at one stage. He's got it now down to about 4. So all on here. Josiah Naski still leads this one, but Maximus Purvis, the man on the move. He was over a second quicker than Josiah on that last lap around, so definitely right there in striking distance. James Scott still in third place, so brilliant stuff from him. And then we got the fight for 4th place is really heating up. We've got Caleb Ward right on the back wheel of Dylan Walsh, so we'll look out for that one as well. There's battles all over the field here in MX2, and it's brilliant to see Kyle Webster up into 7th place, but he's not too far behind Morgan Fogarty, who's in 6th, so definitely not out of the chance getting a 6th place here for Kyle Webster, and that would be brilliant. He was dead last by about half a lap when we started this race, so we're not sure what happened. We missed it, but that was the drama that unfolded. We see Josiah Naski doing a great job, so he's got through the lappers pretty neat and tidy. He's about to come into the infield section for the final time here in race 1, the number 23, the Shell Advance Kawasaki Team Green Man with the red plate. He's got a decent gap there, so he's held on to that gap pretty firm, but Maximus still in striking distance. Any mistake made by Josiah Naski, and Maximus is right there to capitalise, but it doesn't look like Josiah's making any mistakes. He's got through another couple of lappers and starts the final part of the race here. MX2 race 1, and we've been treated. It's been absolutely brilliant, but Josiah Natsky just needs to bring this one home. He's got about 4 corners to go and done a great job. So there we go with Josiah and Maximus, and then we go to James Scott. He's still there in 3rd place in a lonely old ride. Now 30 seconds off the lead, but still there. Dylan Walsh and Caleb Ward, that's the battle for 4th and 5th. And that's raging on as we see over the shallow advanced tabletop for the final time. He's got the right-hander, sweeps the boom, does a beautiful job. Left-hander to go. There's a lapper on the corner, but it won't be an issue. Checkered flag time. Josiah Natsky, brilliant stuff from him. Maximus chased them all the way and got that down to less than a second when they crossed the line, but it wasn't enough. Josiah Natsky takes MX2 race 1 here. Maximus Purvis in 2nd place on the JCR Yamaha. And then we've got James Scott still there in 3rd place. So brilliant stuff as those guys are 30 seconds ahead of 3rd place. So what a race from those two. And frantic pace with the fastest lap going to a 2:15.492 from Josiah Natsky. So absolutely frantic pace. Brilliant to see. And we had bragging right times from Rotorua last weekend. And it was Josiah and Dylan Walsh were the 2 fastest men on the track that day. So it just goes to show how fast these guys are going. But race 1 win for Josiah Natsky, Maximus Purvis in 2nd place. We go back to James Scott, who's sitting there in 3rd place, and then the battle for 4th is going to stay with Dylan Walsh. He's going to get home narrowly ahead of Caleb Ward on the CML KTM, so that's 4th and 5th across the line. As we see the Australian battle going on for 6th and 7th is Morgan Fogarty and Kyle Webster, with the CML KTM of Kobe Burke still out there in 8th place. So we're going to go to our podiums with Neil, who's got our MX2 riders down there. Brilliant stuff from Josiah Natsky and Maximus Purvis with James Scott in 3rd place. There's Morgan Fogarty coming across the line, so that's 6th place for him. And Kyle Webster still coming around. He's going to finish in 7th, which is pretty remarkable for him. He was well and truly back in the pack when we started this one, so we'll find out what went wrong for Kyle. A bit of drama to unfold. And coming home in 8th place will be Kobe Burke on the CML KTM. So a great race 1 in the books for MX2. And we'll cross over to Neil, who will do our podium.
Ready to go, and up to the mark here at this stage, and keen just to get our podium. These boys just getting themselves ready, and need to get them out of the blocks, and certainly a good opportunity to do so. And here we are with the boys. Nice to see, got their team caps on and looking to put their goggles on, as they love to do. First of all, James, a good start in 2nd place, and finally overtaken by Maximus, but happy with the 3rd?
Nah, not really. It wasn't a good race as well.
I thought he had it, he thought I had it, so mate, it's yours.
Nah, it wasn't a good race for me. I just didn't get good flow, and Josiah and Maximus were riding way better, so I'll go change a few things for the next race and hopefully be better run with their pace.
Well, there we go. Good comments as our next class away for the warm-up. And already, Maximus, well, you were showing you were faster out there, but you couldn't catch him in the end?
Yeah, I was a bit late on start, and started 4th, 5th maybe, but found my flow in the end, I suppose, and just picked off laps.
Right, what's the track like?
Oh, track's pretty cool, actually. A few lines getting formed, and it'll be good.
Nice to see. Great. Well done there. First of all, Josiah, man, how vital is the start here today?
It's crucial. It's important. It's important. That was a tough race. Mac was on me that whole moto, and it flustered me a little bit because it's so hard to pass lappers out there, and I'm the first one coming around. But no, it was a good race. Max was on it. I'm stoked to come out with a good start. Finally my first whole shot, so it made my life pretty easy.
Great to see you. Right, there you go for our podium. Nice to hear the applause from the crowd. Fantastic day. Well done, Josiah Natsky in 1st, 2nd for Maximus Purvis, and 3rd for AFC Moto and KTM's James Scott for picking up that 3rd on the... That's the first of the day. We've got plenty more to come, folks. Stay with us. Maybe it's those that have been laid out of bed. Maybe it's those that were far too early out of bed and are looking for lunch. What I'm referring to, folks, is our lineup of cuisine that we've got here today. So fabulous coffee cart to wake us up here this morning. But I tell you what, great catering lineup, ribs and burgers and Turkish kebabs, and wash it all down with some lovely ice cream, milkshakes, confectionery and drinks. So we've got the entree, the main course and the dessert as part of our food and entertainment for us here today. So neat to see. All right, getting them lined up at CMX 125 in the gate now as they have done the warm-up, and those that are first back get the opportunity to do their first pick. We're coming at you. Certainly shout out to bikesportnz.com. Great work by Andy. Hopefully everybody's keeping up with what's happening in motorsport. Had a chat to Andy before. Been busy as well doing the review of round 2 at Road to Vegas last weekend. He's already been doing preview work already for next weekend, and the NZSBK is, of course, Andy and his media role as part of MNZ as well, and for various teams has also, of course, been previewing what's going to happen for MotoFest next weekend. Already catching up with some of the South Island crews, which are already leaving from the south to make the big trip north, and this is a standalone MotoFest event. More details of that you can catch on Sky Sport next as well, which come to you as part of MNZ's Super Summer of motorcycle racing. NZSBK rocking Hampton Downs next weekend. Just gone 10:30 here in Hawke's Bay, and an update with our MX 125 next. Yeah, another quality gate drop as they swarm out of there. 125 is generally a lot closer on the line because the bike power, as low as it is generally more even. So you can get anybody to get a good start as we brush our way through there. Look at that, the three major brands, the KTM, a Husqvarna and a Yamaha, all for the 1, 2, 3 at the moment. In fact, put them in their right order. It's a Yamaha Husqvarna from KTM, and great work out there as we see the guys busting their way through. Opening lap, Brad, pretty awesome starts out there. The Husqvarna, of course, of Brodie Connolly on the LMC machine, but didn't get his own way, didn't get the whole shot. In fact, we should have some Tony Livingston money up for whole shots here today. They've been a little different to what they've been at other rounds.
Yeah, actually, that would have gone to young man Jack Simon. So he was the whole shot, but then Marshall Phillips dive up the inside. So a couple of South Island youngsters dicing it, but now Brodie Connolly's managed to get his way in the front of this one. So the 88, he's in front, Marshall Phillips there. And second place, Maddox Dixon, he also got a good start, so he's up in the mix. So brilliant stuff. Bring on 125 racing. It's absolutely fantastic, the buzz of the 125, but that man there in first place, Brodie Connolly, he's won 5 out of the 6 motos, so flying at the moment. He is ahead of Maddox Dixon, who's now inside of Marshall Phillips. So second and third, Jack Simon there in 4th place. We go back. Ben Wall's up there, and we've got Isaac Broad. So brilliant stuff to see. We've got all on here. EMX 125. These guys get 18 minutes plus a lap. And we're already halfway through the first lap of this one. So Brodie Connolly, he is in dominant form in this one. He got a 37-point lead in the championship, and that's over Marshall Phillips. His other rivals, Kobe Burke and Maddox Dixon, are over 50 points behind him in the championship. So he's just got to really bring this one home, but you try and tell him that he's already stretching out the advantage in first place. So brilliant stuff from Brodie Connolly, absolutely flying at the moment.
Wow, neat to see, and what a start from Jack Simon, man. I can't say enough about this young man. I thought when he hit the big time over this championship, I thought, he's got to settle in, he's got to be prepared to have those 10th place and make his way up and try and crack a top 5 man. He's just gone out with a bang, get a whole shot here at a track he's never ridden on before. It's fantastic. So to Super Mum Mel and friends and family back home at Invers, saw the update on Facebook. Hope you had a great night, ladies. While the boys are away doing the hard work, the girls were playing, but it's all back to everybody getting behind this young man. What a start, man. Has he ever got his head on his shoulders in the right way? He walks around with a smile on his face. That's how much this guy loves a moto, and he just takes on every challenge. It's exactly that, just a challenge. It's not a negative, it's a positive about his racing. I can't say enough about a young man moving your heads. All right, checking out our sponsors, Align Foundation, here for good, along with CNC Pro Cut, your CNC profile cutting service specialist, along with Iri Max, your irrigation specialist here in Hawke's Bay. And I tell you what, with the burnt, absolutely toasted ground out here, irrigation for its horticultural requirements, an absolute must. And of course, Tumu ITM, your hardware and timber supply experts. Proud to be in behind the creation of this great facility, and a beautiful landscape as the Sky Sport Next has certainly been showing here today. So great to see. This is now, folks, round number 1. This is Moto 2. This is MX125. The MX2 class is at a 20-minute one. These guys do an 18. They're generally younger guys on smaller bikes, so we build them up into racing. You'd find you only got to look at all of your campaigners and go back to the likes of a Cody Cooper. They all start out in a 125 class before smashing it into MX2 and then MX1 all the way. So great to see, and what a start though with Brodie Connolly. Man, oh man, all but one win. 5 out of 6 from the previous 2 rounds, and here he is smashing them out in a good lead here for race number 1, Maddock Dixon. And Maddock will, under the support of Peter Scott Dental Laboratory, and also to Max Gear. And Max Gear, what a big ups for them. Well done to the team at Max Gear, picking up a couple of other franchises, including Kawasaki and Suzuki, newly acquired in the Vaiapedia capital of Narona. So well done to Max Gear, nice little business, moving up a gear and getting into big time moto and getting them behind people like Maddock. That's another great feature we like. So as they succeed, so too can the riders that support them succeed. So it goes together as really, you'd say, cheese and crackers. So when one's doing well, the other one's on fire as well. So neat to see. Sky Sport Next in the update at 10:37, Super Sunday morning. And Brad, if you were to ask the weather gods for a perfect day, I don't think you'd even fine tune us. 0 wind, a little bit of cloud cover, only a high of 23 today, no rain. Is this the definition of perfect moto?
Oh, this is exactly what you'd write up for if you were going to try and control the weather. This is perfect. That cloud cover is supposed to hang around for most of the day as well, so it should be brilliant. There's plenty of moisture in this Hawke's Bay soil, and it's absolutely brilliant. The rut's already pretty deep out there as well, and a little bit of dust kicking up from the rut, so there might be a little bit of dry underneath, so the ruts will be quite rough coming through here, but at the moment it's brilliant stuff in our MX125 class. And this is good stuff from Maddock Dixon too. He's not letting Brodie Connolly get away with this one. So we've got Brodie the 88, he's out in front, but then the 318 of Maddock Dixon, he's right there. So this is pretty stuff to watch. Here we go with these guys. A Classy 1-2, Kobe Burke had a bit of bad luck in that one, so he's down outside the top 10 at the moment. So he's normally up there with these 3 as well. Marshall Phillips, Jack Simon, how good is this for 3 and 4 for those 2? And then we go to Ben Wall. So we've got a couple of our South Island riders up there doing pretty well. And so we've got Isaac Broad there as well. A good start from the placemakers, Nati and Man. Great stuff, MX125, 18 minutes plus a lap, and we've been treated already to some great racing.
All right, here we go, and looking at the fight backs, the likes of number 12 out there, and he's got some work to do on MX125 update there. We're talking about Dylan Westcott. What an ace he was, turning up trumps last weekend in Rotorua. Young man, was even a little bit shy on the microphone, and why wouldn't you be, because he hasn't been up there too many times as a senior. So love the fact that he was bashing out the top laps with the big boys. So good to see him on the Alpine Star, 100% Bell helmets, Ogio level. Pirelli EBC brakes, Boyd Motorcycles, 888 training. Shout out to 888 and the team are in Northland this weekend actually for some 888 training. So well done up there. All the best to Billy and the crew. Love what he's doing in association with Kawasaki, and great to see. So 888 training, take a note of that. Turning heads, as it certainly picked up some stars of our sport and made them into champions. So nice to see 888 training part of the package with our MX125 lineup. This racing brought to us by CNC Pro Cut. That's your profile cutting services. If you're not sure about what CNC cut is, folks, just do a little bit of a Google on it. I'd firmly recommend it because it is absolutely incredible. You can cut through steel with water. That's basically what it is. But of course, you make an absolute clean and beautiful cut. So when you've got to do engineering, it's the total way to do it. You've got way less wastage in your engineering work, and of course, a much neater, cleaner. So when it comes to health and safety, hygiene and those features, you're certainly talking about number one. And when you've got a food processing industry as strong as it is here in Hawke's Bay, it certainly goes hand in foot with this beautiful horticultural paradise. So bring it on with CNC Profile Services, your cutting specialist out there, as we rock into more great racing. And looking out for the picture going on there, and we've got the 55 in there. As he it out and taking his own over Marshall here, Brad. So yeah, what's going on?
Up into the podium positions as well. So Jack Simon, how's this? Just a young man and already in a podium position at the moment. So still got a long way to go, 10.5 minutes plus a lap still in this one. But Jack Simon moving up into third place. Brilliant start from the young man. We've got Marshall Phillips in behind him, so he's second in the championship at the moment, ahead of Kobe Burke and Maddock Dixon. So brilliant, consistent results, and he's in fourth place at the moment on the Bob McCleary Yamaha. We've got Jack over Marshall. Then we go to Isaac Broad in there. We've got Dylan Westgate, Ben Wall. That's a great battle going on, 5th, 6th and 7th with Reece McBride, Kyan Loomis, Joseph Andrell rounding out our top 10. MX125. Brilliant stuff from these guys, and Brodie Connolly just managed to stretch out that advantage a little bit. So last time around it was around 3.5 seconds. Now it's out to about 4.8, so faster than Maddock by a couple of seconds on that last lap around, and about to tick off another one. So Brodie Connolly, Maddock Dixon. This is the battle we've been seeing all summer, and brilliant stuff from Brodie Connolly to extend that advantage.
What about the story, Brad, that young Jackie's only doing this for a build-up, so he wants to have some more experience on the bike and do a little bit of fitness when you're not normally getting in some other racing as well. He's still down to riders 85 in the New Zealand Junior Championships, and he's come to do as well as that in a 125. Is he now saying goodbye to the 80? I'll already make the move. What about double classing? Could he try that unique features? Most of the double classing in recent years has been of bigger kids that are doing both 125cc and 250cc. He could go back to the all-time heroes, one of winning an 85 and a 125 if he keeps this up.
Yeah, absolutely. He was on the podium at the Woodville Motocross Grand Prix on the 12 to 14 years 125 class, as well as Kyan Lumens, who's out there as well. So yeah, these guys are very, very young, and to be on podium position at senior motocross level, absolutely brilliant. So Jack Simon, no reason to suggest why he can't be a big factor in the junior motocross nationals later on at Tech Park in Tauranga later on in April this year. So definitely one to watch out for, as we see a lot of these young men will be backing up in the junior motocross nationals. You can see most of these 125s have the white background and the red number, which indicates a junior motocross background colours. So most of these guys still eligible for junior motocross, and brilliant to see these guys as we get to about halfway through this moto, 8 minutes plus a lap to go. And we're going well at the moment. Brodie Connolly still ahead of Maddock Dixon, ahead of Jack Simon and Marshall Phillips, but that battle for the podium still red hot at the moment.
Well, a bit of an attrition rate. We started the day with around 20. I see we've only got 18 running in this race at the moment, so unfortunately we're down 2 or 10% of it, so a bit of a hiccup. Hopefully it's the worst that happens for the day. What we mean by that is others might have started the day, but they're not starting the first race, so effectively out through practice and qualifying, which is disappointing. Brodie Connolly then looking out to Maddock Dixon, then going to Jack Simon from Marshall Phillips, head of Reece McBride. So I want to point out, in fact, 2 North Islanders, then 3 South Islanders, and as much in our population in New Zealand, we've got a 4-to-1 ratio. Good to see this class is more in favour of the South, so a nice balance in there, and good to see that they've been able, of course, they're generally drier and not as many events down in there for their population. Tracks are further apart, so to have had less racing, they've obviously been off the bike, putting in a decent effort, and great to see those riders coming all this way and getting the credits they deserve on the racetrack. So there you go with Brodie Connolly, Maddock Dixon, ahead of Jack Simon, out of Marshall Phillips, and Reece McBride, a fearsome 5 that we've got on our racetrack at the moment, along with our sponsors, including Kawasaki, Honda, ICG, Creative Content and Print with Yamalu, along with Sky Sport Next, Yamaha Revs Your Heart, Aon Insurance, GYTR, Shell Advanced Lubricants, Ward Demolition, the deconstruction experts, proud to be sponsoring our Women's Cup Racing as part of the program today, along with Pirelli, power is nothing without control, the world's greatest tyre, here to support racing, and our Ford Ranger Raptor. And what an awesome vehicle this has been in carting all of our gear around the country from one event to the next. You'll see so much of the signage and banners and flags, etc. We've got to move it all around the place, and certainly when it comes to moto, you've then got to go and set it up out on the track. Nothing worse than pulling up in your small car and then you've got to walk and carry it around. Hell no way. We can get our Ford Ranger Raptor and get it out on the track and cart it around the track where it needs to be. So thanks to Ford, an awesome Ford performance, and the Ranger Raptor trucking our gear around this great country to give you more mighty motocross.
Brodie Connolly ahead of Maddock Dixon by 6.1 seconds, so the fastest man on the track, Brodie Connolly, with a 2:24.6. That was a few laps ago, but still in the 2:25 now. So Brodie Connolly absolutely dominant at the moment, 6.1 seconds. Back to Maddock Dixon, who's comfy there in second place. Jack Simon, Marshall Phillips, that's third and fourth. Reece McBride is now up into fifth place ahead of Dylan Westgate, but that is a great battle, so we'll see that one rage on for the remaining 5.5 minutes plus a lap. We've got Kobe Burke now up into 7th place. So that's the update we can give you. Kobe Burke up into 7th, Isaac Broad, Kyan Lumens, and Donovan Ward rounding out our top 10 with Ben Wall and Joseph Andrell in the mix. And there's a good old 6-way fight there just around the top 10. So from about Isaac down to Jack Gillings in 13th, there's a full-on train going around there. So brilliant to see racing all around our field here, MX 125. And we're starting to get down to the business end of this one, about 5 minutes plus a lap in MX 125, race 1 on the program.
Well, when you're doing laps at around about, for these guys at 2:20, the others cut closer to a 2:15 time, so you've got a lot of time between riders that are going past. So you see a wide angle shot, and all of a sudden there's nobody in the picture. There'll be some intense racing, but that comes about with a long track, so there's a lot of action that happens through the track, and it's effectively a very, I suppose you call, sausage-looking track from the point of view of being stretched right down the riverbank here on the Ngātaroru Raceway. So it has a great layout to it, and you don't get in any one place to see all of the track. In fact, the spectators, they've got to do a little bit of walking to get down towards the bottom end of it. But I tell you what, it is worth the walk to go down there. All you've got to do is cross over what we call the whole shot corner, which is under the control of some officials here today, so you can walk across that part of the track because it's only used for the start of the moto, and you can walk along the ridgeline and go down here. They've actually built up some raised areas here, so it's not just a matter about building a track for the riders. They've actually built it for the spectators to have a great viewing platform of what to watch, and you might even catch the odd update of some of the people that make their way all the way around to go sit up there by the Mills Reef Winery and have a beautiful panoramic looking back from east to west, as the clouded skies give us some very nice vision, and more importantly, very comfortable temperatures here today. Only a high forecast of 23, man, are we blessed with that. When I saw that forecast, I thought, how perfect of a day can you have for moto than this? Not too hot nor too cold, and certainly a zero wind factor here in Hawke's Bay, and that cloud cover. What a secret to keep the riders' heat down, because that 28-29 of yesterday was a scorcher, as it's been on many other days, and also, in fact, the hot weather we got at the start of Rotorua last weekend before the rains came in later in the day, which just put a nice little shining gloss to the end of our great day. So the weather plays its part for 3 beautiful rounds. In fact, let's reflect of weather a month ago, Brad. We were at Balclutha, man, oh man, then the Southland floods came, and literally here we were 3 days later, the entire track was underwater in those massive floods. So we've certainly had an angel on our shoulder for weather this year.
Oh, absolutely. And then you fast forward 3 weeks to Rotorua, and as we were packing up the track, it was absolutely bucketing down. So we got away with that one pretty well as well. So, the weather gods have well and truly been on our side so far in this championship, which is brilliant. And Brodie Connolly doing a great job. So he's got a decent advantage, as we've got 2.5 minutes plus a lap. So he's going to cross the line and nearly probably get another whole lap in. So there could be, there's definitely 2 laps to go, but it might be 3, depending on when Brodie Connolly crosses the line and how fast he does this penultimate lap. So Brodie Connolly, talking to Brodie, and he has vivid memory. He won the 11 to 12 year 85 championship when we were here for the Junior Nationals about 4 years ago. So has vivid memories of the place from that, but this is absolutely brilliant. Brodie Connolly, 2 minutes 13, so with the fastest lap of 2 minutes 24, I'd say we've got about 2 laps to go. Maddox Dixon there, still in a good second position, so 9.3 seconds between first and second. That's the gap at the moment with 2 laps to go. So Maddox Dixon didn't quite get the best start, but managed to get his way into second pretty quickly. So I reckon if he can get right up the front, it'll be a lot easier to lead one of these races. Brodie Connolly ahead of Maddox Dixon. We go to third place, which is still the number 55 of Jack Simon, so absolutely brilliant. This will be fantastic if we can interview Jack Simon at the end of that one. He's got 2 laps to go. Hang on to that one. Third place at the moment. Marshall Phillips is in 4th place, so some more good championship points for him if he can bring that one home. On the Bob McCleary Yamaha 125 there, and in 5th place Dylan Westgate ahead of Reese McBride, with Kobe Burke in the mix there as well. So flying at the moment, Dylan Westgate ahead of Reese McBride, but Kobe Burke now right on the back of those two, so that could be a full-on swing. If Kobe Burke can put in a couple of 2-lap sprints here, he could get himself up into about 5th place, so look out for that one. Kobe Burke at 7 at the moment, but 6th and 5th place are right in front of him. Kyan Lumens there, he's about to cross the line in 8th place. So some more good top 10 results for him, and Isaac Broad and Donovan Ward rounding out our top 10 with Zach Gillings, Joseph Andrell, Ben Wall, and Hunter Scott with Reece Gillings, our top 15 as we can see it. MX 125, and coming down right well and truly to the business end, just 2 laps to go.
Well, if you want to get an idea of the effort that the club have made to turn this rough riverbank area into a paradise, and thanks indeed to the local regional council, love your Hawke's Bay, and providing this land. Of course, obviously, it's not an area that's built on. It's not an area of residential, so we're out of noise areas, as it were. So great place to go and play. But of course, it was a riverbank full of stones, what you don't really want for a motocross track. So they literally went and picked up all the dirt, put it through a sieve, picked up all the big stones out of it. Yes, there is still a few small ones left, but nobody's ever complained about them. I've never seen a broken goggle from a flying stone here or anything of that nature, so it's not too bad from the riders. And they've replanted this dirt. And then, of course, they've gone to another area and dug more out. So they've actually built it up in many places as well. So literally hundreds of thousands of cubic metres of dirt that's been moved to make this paradise. And it's just really growing into a quality circuit. And certainly now drawing down the people from the Poverty Bay and people up from the Manawatu and Wairarapa. It's certainly becoming a real paradise of motocross. And Brad, the update.
1 lap to go, white flag is out, and just look at that, just 18 minutes and 24 seconds, so used the 18 minutes to perfection, Brodie Connolly, and there we go, the white flag out, so just 1 lap to go on the final lap. He's stretched that advantage out even further to Maddock Dixon, so that gap out to 16.6 seconds, so Brodie Connolly on cruise control at the moment. He's still lapping well into the 2:20 mark, 2:29 last time around, so absolutely flying. Brilliant stuff, Maddock Dixon there, and Jack Simon, how exciting is this? If Jack Simon on for one more lap in third place, we're going to have him on the podium. Absolutely brilliant. So he's going to have to take some time off school to get back to Invercargill after this one. So brilliant stuff from Jack Simon in third place at the moment.
Oh, I would not have believed that. If you'd have told me that the kid was coming up here to do his first taste of North Island big-time senior motocross national, he's going to get on the podium by the second round, I would have thought that there might have been an earthquake to swallow up half the other field. But he has done it out of entirely his own credits. And I think it's fantastic. Stay around for the podium, folks. Come and see it here either live at the track or if you're watching on Sky Sport Next, stay around for this young kid because it's literally all he is. Still a schoolboy, and this is his idea of building up for his chosen sport. In fact, a very good rugby player. He took last year off out of rugby, did a little bit more motocross, but it was a good balance in his life. He was actually, believe it or not, playing table tennis in Southland. So there you go, his chosen other sport. Nice to always have sporting kids with a mix of it and not doing just all of one sport, but choosing the wide variety we have on offer here. So here we are looking out for Jack Simon for that third place. What an excitement factor it will be for him, for the sport and for all of us. So love the story. So here we are. Look out for him. Number 55, his chosen number. Had the privilege to see him in his first ever 125 big time race last year. Come all the way from Invercargill to Nelson for the Top of the South Champs. Fantastic event hosted by the Nelson Club at the 88 Valley track that they were using at the time, and he came along there and showed us all of a sudden, bang, what a cool kid he was on a 125 still at that stage, mixing it with the 85 ride, so hopping from one bike to the other during the day. So he's got fitness, he's got agility. More importantly for me though, he has got attitude with a capital A, and this kid is going places in our sport, and we're about to be in for a big highlight. But here we are, Brad, bring us home for a great moto.
Yeah, checkered flag time. So Brodie Connolly takes MX 125 race 1 win. Brilliant stuff from Broads. That's a race 1 win in dominant fashion. So that is 6 wins from 7 starts, and the other result was a second place. So can't ask for much more than that. Brodie Connolly doing a brilliant job in this MX 125 championship. Maddock Dixon just coming over the Shell Advanced tabletop at the moment. He's got a couple of corners to go, and that will be another second place for him. So finished last weekend off in Rotorua with a win, so that'll feel pretty good. But here he is, checkered flag time for Maddock Dixon. So second place for Maddock on the Max Gear KTM. Brilliant stuff from him. And here we go, we're looking out over the Shell Advanced tabletop. He's got 2 corners to go, and this is going to be history in the making. I reckon this has got to be the youngest man to ever be on the podium in senior motocross. Jack Simon on his 125 coming through the number 55. Brilliant stuff, and he's ecstatic. It's brilliant to see Jack Simon. Third place for him, Marshall Phillips. He's in 4th place, so good championship points for him as we see the battle heating up, as we see Kobe Berg, a massive move up the inside of Dylan Westgate. So that's 4th, Marshall Phillips, and then it's going to be a 5th. Kobe Burke's going to get home, so brilliant stuff. Kobe Burke ahead of Dylan Westgate, and then go back to Reese McBride. So brilliant stuff. That rounds out our top 7 as we see Kyan Lumens having a good battle there. So that's 7th place in the books. And some great results here. But Jack Simon, that is absolutely fantastic on the Target Coaching KTM 125. So wrapping it up there, Brodie Connolly, Maddock Dixon, Jack Simon is our podium. 4th place for Marshall Phillips. Kobe Burke finishes up in 5th place with Dylan Westgate in 6th. That was a big run to the line for those two. Reese McBride ahead of Kyan Lumens. and then go back to a big little battle there. Isaac Broad's going to get home ahead of Zach Gillings, and then go back to Joseph and Drell. So there we go. And also we've got Donovan Ward in there as well. So from 8th place right through to 12th was fierce competitive stuff. But it's in the books now. MX125 race 1 is done, and it's a win for Brodie Connolly, second for Maddock Dixon, and third for the young man Jack Simon. We'll cross down to Neil, who's got our podiums.
Well, it's a massive good morning again to everybody coming to you live here at Ngāruaru Raceway, the home of the Hawke's Bay Motorcycle Club, and our second moto today, our MX125, and a fantastic third place Jack Simon. How's that feeling?
Oh, I felt pretty good to be able to get on the podium for the first time in the Senior Nationals.
Yeah, great to see. How did the race unfold for you? How were you feeling out there?
I was a little bit nervous in the start, come off with the whole shot, I think, and then that put me in the race.
Yeah, it certainly did. And what do you think of this track here?
I like the ruts, a bit challenging.
Yeah, good work. Nice to see. So here we are with Maddock, and Maddock, you've still got some hard work to do out there, but how are you feeling?
Oh, and feeling mint, ready for second moto.
Yeah.
Hopefully it will be better than the last one I just gone.
Right, yeah, not the best of starts makes it a challenge, doesn't it?
Yeah, I had to push for a bit of guys, but caught up to second and just buttoned off because I wasn't catching up to old mate, so nah.
He's an old mate?
Yeah, he's pretty old, eh?
Pretty old. Well done, Brodie. Hey, 6 out of 7 so far. What's Hawke's Bay like today?
Oh yeah, the track's wicked. It's formed up real good, way better than last couple of rounds. There hasn't been very many lines, but here today there's heaps of lines, quite deep ruts, and it's real rough.
Yeah, nice to see. Hey, you can see the dividends of them ploughing the water in over the last few days, and not just the day before, because the moisture's right in that ground.
Yeah, it's down there deep, and the ruts are getting real deep now, so by the last race it's going to be gnarly.
Going to be gnarly indeed. All right, how's the hand today?
Oh, it's all right, a little bit hard to hold on, but it's not too bad. Just took this week easy to try get it the best I could, but nah, it's holding up all right.
Well done, there we go. So what an awesome podium. There's our young gun and our new young gun to pick it up. These are all our teenagers, all school kids, folks, that love their moto, and here they are out to perform. This is our MX125 race number 1. Our winner with Brodie Connolly, second Maddock Dixon, and third Super New Kid and Jack Simon. Coming back at you, it is MX1 next. the roar. MX won those big, powerful 354 at the motorbikes away in the MX1 creme de la creme of our class. Who's got it? Called the whole shot first through that first corner. And Kurt Gibbs, the Aussie out there, letter G, one for Cody. Coop's right there with him. Oh, gets a little cross rudder. Didn't quite go. Oh, but he went much better through that second run. Got right up on his tail and then looking out to Hamish. So there you go. There's your top three. They're the men of the moment and they're doing it once again. So 1, 2 and 3, they've bashed it out. So there it is, letter G and Kurt Gibbs along number 1 of Cody Cooper and 153 of Hamish Howard. Our 3 premier riders in MX1 racing as we go for that opening lap, and what a superb start. And there we are, look at the Yamaha through there, the Honda and behind him, and then looking out, I think it's the 14, I think it's the Tyler Steiner, I think the green bike, I think it's the Shell Advance Kawasaki in there of Tyler Steiner, and Tyler to come through, then the Yamaha and behind him, it'll be the 94 of Kane Lamont, he's back in 5th place, so a fearsome 5 as we go for our opening lap, and they come past the Fox lap score line for the first time in update. There we are, letter G, Kurt Gibbs, out to fly from 1 of Cody Cooper. 153 and Hamish Howard, 94 is up there ready, Tuffy, and then go to 98. Oh, 98 got it totally wrong. Got it all wrong. The 98 in there of Ethan Mans, my apologies. Got the wrong Kawasaki. Put 1 and 1 together, only came up with 3 and not 2. So Ethan Mans it was on the Kawasaki to get that result. Good performance by Ethan and thoroughly deserved to see him to get up to that place in our lineup as well. So good work to get them out there, not too far back then to Royden White along with Cody Murphy to Headley Knight, looking out to Tyler Steiner and BG Brad Groomage, one of only 2 riders double classing today. The other is Kobe Berkey's doing MX1 and MX125 for BG, of course, doing MX1 and MX2. The awesome Ironman, that's what we call him, the Ironman of Moto. Does things like, of course, big mega hours, you know, your 4 hours, 6 hours, 3 hours cross-country racing. Of course, 1 year had a fantastic run, 3 in MX, along with number 1 in cross-country and 1 in enduro. Big news here with the drought of the Hawke's Bay that round 2 of the New Zealand cross-country championships due to be here in Hawke's Bay on natural farmland in the next couple of weeks has actually been postponed with a date to be advised, so that's a real disappointment. But hey, that's what the drought in Hawke's Bay has done. It's only areas like this on the riverbank where they can manually water and control the dust and the dry conditions. And more importantly, of course, they can control the vegetation to have zero risk of fire in these parts. So there you are, Brad, an awesome, fearsome opening lap as we go to Kurt Gibbs, Cody Cooper in there along with Hamish Howard. But now look at Tuffy. He didn't get the best of the starts back in 5, quickly went to 4. That foursome has now set the standard.
Yeah, this is a full-on 4-way showdown. This is what we wanted to see. Kurt Gibbs got the whole shot with Cody Cooper right behind him. So 1 and 2 in the championship. Those two have had some frantic racing. And what other drama are they going to serve up for us today? Hamish Harwood and Kane Lamont, that's 3rd and 4th. We've got Ethan Martins, Royden White, Cody Murphy and Hadley Knight rounding out our top 8 at the moment. We then go to Tyler Steiner, Brad Groomage in 10th place, Hamish Clausen with Richard Horn there at 12th place. So MX1, the depth of the field's fantastic. We've got battles all over this in 22 minutes plus a lap, so full Grand Prix style racing. They get 3 motos today, so over an hour's racing in this period of summer. Absolutely brutal for these guys. Kurt Gibbs leads Cody Cooper. We've got the chain for 3rd place, so Kane Lamont's gone up into 3rd place ahead of Hamish Harwood. So we'll see that on the JCR Altherm Windows Systems Yamaha, but Hamish Harwood right there, so they go nearly side by side into the dual lane section. So that battle one to look out for there as we see Kane Lamont getting back to fitness. So had a massive crash at the New Zealand Motocross Grand Prix at Woodville. We didn't think he'd be even taking part in this Nationals, and now to be back in podium contention. Absolutely fantastic from Kane Lamont on the JCR Yamaha. So Hamish Harwood, he's on the CML KTM 350, so a little bit smaller in capacity than the 450s in front of him, but this track here's got some tight technical stuff and some deep ruts, so 350 will certainly have parts of this track where it'll be better suited than a 450. But there he's sitting there in 4th place. Ethan Martins, Brad Groombridge up into 6th place ahead of Royden White and Hadley Knight. So the top 8's had a bit of a shake-up there with Kurt Gibbs leading Cody Cooper. And then we go back to Kane Lamont ahead of Hamish Harwood with Ethan Martins, Brad Groomage. Good little battle there for 5th and 6th place.
All right, keen to update a few of our others in the pack. People like Cody Murphy, well done to Codes Man. Did he have a great year in 2019 or what? Certainly winning some big races in the South. I remember, in fact, top of the South meeting as well, where he pushed Josh Coppins all the way and made Josh, in fact, realise he was going to try and double class on the day and get double glory, but because he was being pushed so much, by Cody. He had to sacrifice one class to concentrate on just retaining his number one. That's how good that Cody was. For Cody, of course, coming out of that South Island comfort zone, a big trip up here to the north to be making for this campaign, but knocking out some more great motors. I'm pretty sure the first time he's ever been here to the Ngāraroru Raceway in the home of the Hawke's Bay Motorcycle Club for this prestigious New Zealand Championship. So all-round good guy, popular in the south, the 135 of Cody Murphy. Just another of our super guys in action in our great sport. So here he is, young man in his early 20s, knocking him out courtesy of Bob McCleary Yamaha, Majestic Housing Limited, along with JCR, Blue Crew, Yamaha New Zealand, Pirelli tyres with EBC brakes, Super sprockets, along with Alpine Star 100% Dyno Works and Workshop Graphics. So he's got everything there covered, from his gear to his bike parts to his pimping of his bike. That's what Workshop Graphics do, and presenting it with his quality colour scheme and numbers on. So he's got him covered from head to toe. Rangiora's Cody Murphy, just another cool rider in the field of MX1 racing.
So there we go, Kirk Gibbs just did the fastest lap of the race at 2:18.221, so flying at the moment. He just stretched out that advantage. It's now at 2.3 seconds, Kirk Gibbs to Cody Cooper. So Coop's still in touch, but he's getting Kirk Gibbs seeing drift off in the distance. Kane Lamont there, still in third place, but there's only a second and a half between him and Hamish Harwood, so that battle there is going to rage on right through this whole moto. Brad Groomage ahead of Ethan Martins now, so 5th and 6th place there, Royden White and Hadley Knight. That's 7th and 8th. Then looking at our top 9 with Tyler Steiner and then Cody Murphy in 10th place, Hamish Clausen, Richard Horn rounding out the top 12. So brilliant stuff for MX1 as we've got still 15 and a half minutes plus a lap. And flying at the moment, Kirk Gibbs, Cody Cooper. This is going to be more drama. If Kirk Gibbs can finish ahead of Cody Cooper, it'll bring that title fight down to less than 3 points, just 3 points. Separating first and second in the championship if they finish in this order. So Cody Cooper, he's desperate to get in front of Kirk and hold on to that championship points advantage.
Loving every bit of it. Good luck to all our competitors at 2020 New Zealand Motocross Championships. We know how much hard work and dedication it takes to achieve results. We're very proud to provide support for aspiring New Zealand athletes at the New Zealand Motocross Championships and to Motorcycle New Zealand. Aon is New Zealand's leading provider of insurance broking along with risk management associated services with access to a wide range of insurers from New Zealand around the world. Aon places personal, business and rural insurance to protect your assets and your lifestyle. Give them a call on 0800 266 276 or visit aon.co.nz. That's literally aon.co.nz. New Zealand's leading insurance brokers. Proud to be sponsors, of course, of New Zealand's rowing as well. So thank you for looking after other sports. We love you too. Aon Insurance for all your insurance requirements. And it is Aon. Ask for them by name. Back to our moto. And it is again the show with Kirk Gibbs, Cody Cooper, Kane Lamont. Man, if they finish in this order, folks, the lead for Cody is down to 3. Down to 3, and look at Kirk Gibbs smoking it up, smoking up. If there was ever a track that had Kirk Gibbs' name on it, this is more refined to I suppose you'd call it an Australian kind of a circuit in a number of ways. A little bit about its surface, and certainly from the fact of the sort of jumps that are made and are generally on a flatter land, less, of course, less hilly that we might have for other New Zealand moto events. So that's where he'll be feeling good, and I would not be surprised if he equals or has a very close margin, maybe even the lead at the end of the day. But I tell you what, don't rule out Cody Cooper. He'll be back at Taupo for the final. He can absolutely kill the competition from Taupo. He's proved it many years. Even the year when he lost the title, he still won at Taupo. I think he's won Taupo probably something like the last 5 years in a row. So look out for Taupo in 2 years' time. He'll be right at home on that. And in fact, the more that he's down at this round, he's proven in the past, the stronger he will fight back at Taupo. So don't rule him out, but he is finding the going pretty tough out there at the moment, Brad.
Yeah, so Kirk Gibbs, he's 2.2 seconds ahead of Coops at the moment, so that gap there stayed pretty steady over the last lap and a half. But Hamish Harwood's now up into 3rd place ahead of Kane Lamont, so he's flying on the CML KTM 350. We got Kane Lamont there doing a good job in 4th place. Brad Groomage, Ethan Martin, Royden White, Hadley Knight. That's a great fight. So there's 4 of them. You've even got Tyler Steiner and Cody Murphy in there as well. So there's a big old fight there. So 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th is not separated by much on this racetrack as we start heading in towards 12 and a half minutes plus a lap to go. And Kirk Gibbs holding nice and firm ahead of Cody Cooper. And then we see Hamish Harwood They're in third place, so the man on the move looks to be Hamish Harwood. He's putting in some really fast laps at the moment, and he's managed to gap Kane Lamont a little bit. So look out for the 153 of Hamish Harwood.
Well, it's the Tuffy's the one we've been keeping an eye on, of course. Let's go back to the opening moto at Woodville. He was leading on lap number 1 before crashing out. Was under sad circumstances, and didn't come back on that day. And we all thought the worst. I thought he's just gone. His championship chances have vanished. But no, he proved us wrong. Had a miraculous comeback a week later for round number 1. Still absolutely black and blue from his bruising. And he's used the 3 weeks to recover between Balclutha and Rotorua to be even better, and has even proved, in fact, he said at the press conference, his body colour was back to normal, so great to see. And that gives you an idea of the significance bruising. 4 weeks before the bruising had disappeared, gives you an idea just what a crash and a smash that man had. So they don't call him Tuffy for nothing, folks. So you'll love him out there as well. The 94 that is Kane Lamont on the Altherm window systems at JCR, Yamaha Motor, New Zealand, Yamalube, JYTR, Blue Crew, YMF, YMI, Holland's Collision Centre, Ward Demolition, Fox Workshop Graphics, Edica, Oakley, CDI knee braces, John Apple Physiotherapy, Phil Perry Contracting, Super Uncle Phil, all-round good guy, and his employer, Carl Mason Builders. So some great sponsors on board for Kane Lamont, and Tuffy's doing it all right out there at the moment, but only in that 4th place. Still our unique trio running for the front at the moment.
Yeah, there it is there with Kurt Gibbs that time around a 2:17.694, that last lap around, fastest lap of the race so far. So he continues to pile on the pressure to the rest of the field. Got that gap back to Cody Cooper out to 2.5 seconds. So doing everything he needs to do, Kurt Gibbs. Got the whole shot and in charge of his own race at the moment. So if we can see Coops get a whole shot, might be a different story for him. But at the moment, he's 2.5 seconds back in 2nd place. Hamish Harwood's there, still in 3rd place on the CML KTM, so good job from Hamish. Managed to slip back to 4th place, but then reclaim that 3rd. So that's the podium at the moment. Kurt Gibbs ahead of Cody Cooper with Hamish Harwood in 3rd place. Brilliant pace from those guys, absolutely flying. So a 2:17. This track's getting pretty rough. The ruts are pretty deep. So for Kurt Gibbs to be lapping the 2:17s and continuing to pile on the pressure here, the rest of the field. So brilliant. He's won the last 2 motos, including race 2 in Rotorua, where he crashed on the whole shot corner and was nearly last. That was one of the rides of the year so far, Kurt Gibbs, race 2 at Rotorua, when he come right through the pack to win that race and just make a stake in the ground in this championship. So if he can finish ahead of Cody Cooper in this one, he'll eat more into that championship lead. It's only 6 points heading into this round. So Kurt Gibbs on the Altherm window systems, JCR Yamaha doing everything he can as he ticks off another lap and flying at the moment. Kurt Gibbs ahead of Cody Cooper. There's Hamish Harwood still flying there in 3rd place as well, and Kane Lamont back in 4. So top 4 unchanged as we start heading to about the halfway stage. About 9 minutes plus a lap still to go in this one.
All right, so we've got a very narrow margin, 1-2, then a big gap, 2-3, and a nice big gap, 3-4 as well. So those placings 3 and 4 look certain, but Coop's coming back at you, so Cody on the fight back. And hey, even if he doesn't necessarily win it from here, as long as he stays close, I'm sure it'll give him the confidence, and that'll be what happens. But the championship will be down to a 3-pointer, so look out. Kurt Gibbs is coming, remembering Kane Lamont, a former MX2 champion. You've got Hamish Harwood, last year's MX2 and MX 125 champion, double classed and won both of them, stepping up this year to the MX1, but doing it on the smaller 350cc motorcycle as compared to the others on 450. But as he believes, the lightness and power of the bike give him the advantage over the 100cc's that he's losing. And look at these boys, wow, just nailing it through there. Man, what a spectacular sight. You'll see, folks, there's some parts of the track, if you have a look, there's actually tape and bunting through the middle of what they call a double line circuit. And what the officials have said, of course, is whatever line you choose to go into, you must stay within that line. So the tape, literally, it's a bit like a yellow line on a road, no overtaking, but we'll let the overtaking, but you can't cross that line. And that's the idea. So you can't use it to go in on the left and then jump across the right as you exit. You've got to stay within your lane. What it means is that during the day, the track often changes in the conditions, and riders will move from maybe using the favoured left-hand lane because it gets too rough as the day goes on to going to the right lane, and then that starts to get even rougher, and they might go back to the right-hand side. Or if they're having a duel, there's one thing you don't want to do is play follow the leader and get the roost of them, the power that flies off the Pirelli tyre, spinning off the back wheel, and it then means that you go into the other line. And if they make a minor mistake, you can capitalise. They might choose the best line, the other one's only a split second less. It's worthwhile taking it. So when you see two of them fighting together. They'll then go to those lines and then choose to go one way or the other. An instant split-second decision as the lead rider generally has the choice. It might be all of a sudden that he's just looked up and seen somebody else in there and thinks, oh, I'm not going to go in there because if I catch them during that part of the track, I then will have trouble getting past them. So many technical aspects to what they're doing out on the racetrack, so good to see. But hey, Brad, I'll tell you what, Kurt Gibbs might have the upper hand at the moment. They are 2018 New Zealand MX1 champion, but Cody Cooper is right there, and Kurt Gibbs certainly knows it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you never write off Cody Cooper. We've proven that time after time. Just when you think Coops is down, he finds something special. So 3.5 seconds, still not out of this one. So first and second, 3.5 seconds, but Kurt Gibbs just keeps chipping away and extending that lead every lap. So we've got 6.5 minutes plus a lap left in this one, and it's so far advantage Kurt Gibbs with Cody Cooper second place, and then 11.9 seconds off the lead Hamish Harwood. So that gap stayed pretty steady too. So Hamish Harwood, he's sort of settled into a good little pace there. If he can get a better start, he'll be well and truly running with the top guys up there at the moment. So Kurt Gibbs, Cody Cooper, Hamish Harwood, your top three at the moment. Kane Lamont, he is there in fourth place, so pretty firm. Get back to BG, who's in fifth place. Tyler Steiner and Ethan Martins, the two Kawasaki pilots, having a great little battle there. That is sixth and seventh place. And then Royden White on the Bright White number 8 machine. That's eighth place for him. Cody Murphy there in 9. So a great top 9 at the moment as we see some beautiful ruts forming up here at Narururu Raceway, and in for an absolute treat. We're still on the first round of racing, MX1, and 5.5 minutes plus a lap. We've still got our MX3 first race coming up, and then practice qualifying for our women's after that. So a big 5-race round, and we're bang in the middle of it. MX1 racing. Still 5.5 minutes left in this one.
All right, just around 18 past 11 this morning, and rocking through a great part of our program, enjoying this Sky Sport Next coverage. As you can see, the lay of the vineyards up there on the Gimlet gravels along here. Stony Croft, along with Mills Reef and other big names in the vineyard industry, and we share this paradise down below them on the river plain. As much as it is literally that, a river area, and not has any form of horticulture, agriculture, or commercial or any other endeavours, but luckily with the controls that you see now by the likes of Hawke's Bay Regional Council, means that the river hasn't been, water hasn't been up on this part of the track for many years. But if it does so, in fact, with the vegetation around, and particularly grass and bush and the trees, it can be controlled as well. So it becomes what we call the river plain, this area, and very suitable to have our favourite sport of motocross unfolding right before our eyes here. The Narururu Raceway on the banks of the Narururu River, which of course part of that awesome network of beautiful rivers here in the Fruit Bowl of New Zealand. So there it is, back to G with Kirk Gibbs, number 1, Cody Cooper, 153, Hamish Harwood, 94 for Tuffy, and Kane Lamont back to 338. In Taupo's Brad Groombridge go to 98 with Ethan Martins, then looking out for the 14 of Tyler Steiner, and the 8x8, it is the number 8 for the 8th place for all-round Nice Guy and Bay of Plenty's Royden White up there. And like many of our guys, we've seen him grow up in moto, come from minis, juniors into seniors, of course, along the way, taking some great regional victories along with some major championship podiums, and now of course a young man with a lovely partner Jesse getting engaged and married, and now already starting a family. It's a beautiful part of our sport to see the maturity of these men, and you won't find anybody nicer to meet off the track as well than Royd and White out there. So that's our family as we watch them all get into our sport of moto in a big way. They've been doing it since they were just out of nappies, and long may it continue. Like many, they'll have a break along their way. There'll be increased family and work commitments, self-employed contractor for Royden as well, so he'll be picking up that game, buying your houses and that sort of thing. So, and then we see them come back and in veterans motocross many years later, because once it's in your blood, it stays in your blood. It's motorsport, it's our paradise in heaven, and this is motocross at its very best. There you go, Kurt Gibbs, Cody Cooper, and Hamish Harwood, your hot shots out there. Interesting to note, of course, that Fox as our sponsors, and for those of you not familiar with the name, do check it out. Started in USA back in 1972, premier brand that looked after many of our premier American riders back through the years, the Ricky Carmichaels and James Scotts and others of the world as well. So great to see. And with the launch of our new Fox MX20 collection, our passion to equip and inspire our communities to experience the best ride they've ever had, to be even stronger. Whether hammering laps at the track or exploring the new trails, it's all about the experience. Fox is made for motocross. Fox is made for you. The apparel is used by 3 out of our first 4 riders in the MX1 field. Fox coming back at you as Brad's been looking at the screen and the updates and the time. And Brad, is Cody Cooper closing the gap?
They were almost identical lap times last time around, so 2:19.9 plays 2:19.6, so Cody snuck about 0.3 of a second, but doesn't look like it's enough. There's only a minute 40 plus a lap left in this one, and Kurt Gibbs looks like he's just about done enough, but Cody Cooper, we've talked about this all through the race. You never write Cody Cooper off just when you think he is there in second. He'll just surprise you. So all on here, there's great to see 20 MX1 entries this weekend, so brilliant to see them, and that there'll be plenty of traffic for Kurt Gibbs to get through as he finishes off this moto. So there we go, Kurt Gibbs and Cody Cooper, absolutely flying, those two. It's like watching full professional Grand Prix riders, just fantastic. So flying at the moment, making it look like there's no ruts at all. Fantastic cornering speed from Kurt Gibbs, looks so smooth on his JCL L-Therm Yamaha. And Coop's there, so still 3.6 seconds. That's certainly not too big a gap for Cody to come through, but starting to get down to the business end. We've got about 55 seconds, so it's going to be touch and go whether they cross the line and get the white flag or not. An awkward little time here, so 45 seconds. We'll count that down, but Kurt Gibbs, I reckon he's probably just going to make it, and we might have 2 laps to go on this one. So here we go with Kurt Gibbs and Cody Cooper. Hamish Harwood's now out to 15.8 seconds off those top 2, so he's just settled into a bit of a rhythm there, and comfy in third place with Kane Lamont ahead of Brad Groombridge, Ethan Martins, Tyler Steiner, and Royden White. That's still the top 8 at the moment as we go racing with the MX1.
Coming back at you in more ways than one, because other riders we've got in our field at the moment. Unfortunately, Hadley Knight, Hads, we saw him go past before. He's dropped all the way back to be in last place, so a little what we politely call a hiccup for him. In other words, unsure as to how bad it might be just because he's last in the race. Doesn't mean to say that he's out of the race, doesn't mean to say his bike's broken down, doesn't mean to say he's injured. We don't know in those circumstances. What we do know is he's back to last, which means at this stage that he'll be outside the point scoring, and well, will he be back for the next moto? We're unsure. So there you go, a little bit of the bad luck story further back in the race. Others to look back there as well include Alan Pretorius, who'll be in 20th place along with Scott Davies. We've got Caleb Franklin in there, young Jed Bixley improving with every outing. Look at somebody like Jacan Horn. He's the young shepherd out of Ratihi up on the central plateau. And look to Andy Todd, Blake Maitland in there at 14th, going to 13th. Somebody's got to have the lucky number, is Josh May. Josh coming all the way out of Timaru. And as I look back over here at the moment and see that Cody Murphy, and he's dragging a heap of the track behind him, so he's got a big bit of the, as it turns out, Yamaha tape, towing the Yamaha tape. So either that's a little bit of tape that's drifted on the track and his bike has caught it, or maybe he just got a little off track and he's clipped a little bit of that tape, whatever is the result. There is generally never anything negative in it, other than the fact that you do not want to see that tape might be caught, for example, in around the engine, or in particularly around the back wheel, melts on the back disc because it's very hot, and what you sometimes get then is no brakes, so that can be a slight negative of it. But Brad, white flag is out, bring us home.
Yeah, well and truly on the last lap at the moment, and Kurt Gibbs is already into the infield section, so well and truly on the last half of this lap here. Kurt Gibbs ahead of Cody Cooper, but that gap there was down to 2.6 seconds when they crossed the line with 1 to go. So you can see that gap has closed down a little bit, but pretty good race management from Kurt Gibbs. Has done just about enough. He's got the infield section to go, and then he'll get a race win here. Cody Cooper still in second place, so we'll keep an eye on that one by Hamish Harwood. 17 seconds back now, so again, he's settled into third place and just ticked off the laps there, so it will be another good podium for him. Kane Lamont, Brad Groombridge, and then you go Ethan Martins, Tyler Steiner, Royden White. So that 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th battle is definitely heated up as well. So we'll keep an eye on that one. They're on their last lap at the well as we see the letter G, Kurt Gibbs, over the Shell Advanced tabletop for the final time here in race 1 as the white flag comes in and the checkered flag is ready around the right hand. Brilliant stuff. And through the left, so Kurt Gibbs, letter G from Australia, wins race 1 here and cuts into that points lead. So now Cody Cooper finishing in second place will make that gap 3 points in the championship. So all on here, and Kirk Gibbs takes a big psychological boost into the rest of the day. He's taken first blood race 1 win for the letter G, the likeable Australian man. And we go with the 153 Hamish Harwood. He's going to finish in 3rd place, so a good podium position there for Hamish on his CML KTM. As we see our top 3 contenders well and truly fast, and brilliant to see Kirk Gibbs, Cody Cooper down to 2.7 seconds when they cross the line. So Coops will be pretty happy to know that he's got the pace to run with Kirk. If he can get the better start, get the whole shot, might be able to hold on to that one. So there we go with that update there. Kirk Gibbs ahead of Cody Cooper and Hamish Harwood. Your podium. And then we're looking out for the 94 of Tuffy. He's in the infield section at the moment.
Well, Brad, just waiting on our riders in readiness for the podium. They come in, there's a towel waiting for them. The first thing they grab is they wipe the sweat from their brow and then grab a drink and hydrate. The cap goes on, the goggles will drop down and sit around their neck, and then the mechanic will hold the bike for them as they dismount and then make the trip towards us here at the podium. So it doesn't happen in a split second. You've literally got these guys that they have just run the race of their lives. You know, they've been out there for over 20 minutes, absolutely full bore, give nothing away. Now, when you think of the margin from first to second at less than 3 seconds out of a moto that has been almost sort of 23 to 24 minutes, you're talking about half a percentage point. So when one rider's at 100, the other's certainly at 99.5. That's the idea that we get. So well done for these boys as they come around towards the line for us, and keen to check on the update. First of all, Hamish, what's Hawke's Bay like out there today?
Sorry, what's the track like? Yeah, I'm loving it. It's I think it suits me a little bit better. That was a tough moto. I started off to not a bad start. I was in 3rd behind Cody and Gibbs, but I made quite a big mistake and got squirrely out of a rut. Just about went down, but managed to keep it up. Kane went through, and then it just took me a wee while to get around him, and then by that time the 2 top boys, they got a bit of a gap, and then I caught my side shroud in a rut, and it pulled it off, and then it kept on catching on my leg, but that's all part of racing. Can't complain too much, but yeah, we'll just get ready for Moto 2 and 3 and see what we can do.
Right, we've all talked about the fact that you're on that smaller 350. Is it a track like this now that you can reap the rewards, so many corners to do? You enjoying that lighter weight bike?
Yeah, I really love that bike. It's such a good bike. Sure, there's disadvantages about it, but then there's definitely benefits. So it's, it's you win some, you lose some. But I think for me, it's a better bike for me, so I'm loving it.
Good man. That's what counts. So well done to Hamish. First of all, Cody, well done. You were right back on Kirk's tail, so you may not have been feeling so good early in the race, but some confidence late that you could gain on him.
I felt real comfortable at the start of the race, and then he 2 laps he picked it up, so I sort of picked it up. He pulled a little bit. I think we sort of got arm pump at the same time, and then mine went away a little bit, but I'm assuming his just stayed there. So it's, I felt good. Just need the bike's falling down in some of the end of the corners. Like I want it to start picking up speed, but it's sort of not getting that traction. So I might do a bit of a change in the rear and just try and get it to grip a bit, and then I won't be falling down in the corner.
Hey, I can hear the smile in your voice. It's not all bad.
Yeah, no, I mucked up my start. I felt like I might have had that if I didn't muck it up, but yeah, it was a close one.
Well done, Cody. Good to hear. Well, first of all, Kirk, what a positive way to start the day.
Yeah, I can't complain with that. Like Coop said, I think we were both sort of batting a little bit arm pump. The track's pretty chattery out there and pretty technical, so had some really fast sections, and all in all, I felt good. Just a couple of little things. I actually sucked down in that back turn. I couldn't nail it. Every time I tried so hard to get it, and I just couldn't get it, and it's really bummed me out of that. But the rest of it was all good, so just worry about that and try and fix that back turn.
Yeah, this is great to see indeed, so well done. Well, there you go, folks. The tide is turning. It's now only a 3-point game. Kurt Gibbs, 3 behind Cody. So what are we going to see for our next 2 motos today? Will it be a tie at the end of the day? Will one have 3 on the other, or which way is it going to go? We've proved it's super climatic now. So the upper hand with Kurt Gibbs having won the first moto. Cody for a good second, and super consistent Hamish Harwood there for the 3rd place. MX1 coming at you as part of the excitement of our Fox Motocross Nationals here in beautiful Hawke's Bay today. The Fruit Bowl of New Zealand. Perfect weather, perfect conditions, and what an awesome track. Well done to the Hawke's Bay Club where the sun is shining on this fantastic event. Let's bring it home with our other classes. Coming at you next, we've got MX3, and then look out for the one-off War Demolition Women's Cup as part of the excitement today. We'll be back. Stay with us shortly. Oh, I tell you what, there's some people you just see and all of a sudden you say hi, and there's other people you see and you reach up and you grab and you have a hug. 20 years ago, 2000, the New Zealand champion was a man, Corey Sargent. Corey, you've joined us here today to this Ngātaroru Raceway. What do you think of this place?
Oh, I think it's pretty unreal. I mean, it looked like they built this, I got told they built this all up out of soil, so what a massive job. And I really think the facility, it looks good. It's fast, it looks pretty technical watching that first race. To see Gibbs look really smooth and on it, and Cody was keeping that measure, so I think they're going to have some good battles. It'll probably come down to maybe later in the day who's got the fitness.
Yes, indeed. All right, speaking about fitness and the body, what's Corey Sargent up to these days?
I'm just a tradesman, working man, 5 days a week. I like that, and go to work, do my job, and I'm good, I'm comfortable, and life's good. Yeah, just started riding a bike a little bit again now, so a bit of fun.
Right, 20 years ago, seems like yesterday. You remember it well?
Yeah, I remember a bit. Yeah, I remember it pretty well. But yeah, it was good. I enjoyed it, and it's good to come back here. I've seen a lot of guys I haven't seen for years, and having a good chat and a laugh, and everyone's still the same. We're just a bit older.
Yeah, or a bit wiser?
Yeah, probably a little bit wiser. Probably still stupid. I mean, that's why we raced the sport in the first place, because we're a bit nuts. But yeah, that's good. Beautiful.
Corey, thanks for coming and joining us. Thanks for saying hi today. Really appreciate that. So awesome. What a legend. Hey, Brad, how lucky to see that man. You looked up to him. I remember that well in your early days of racing.
Oh, yeah, real legend. Great rider, and one of the nice guys in the pits at all times too, so fantastic to have him here. And just another one impressed with this Hawke's Bay Motorcycle Club facility here at Mary Road, Ngātaroru Raceway. So brilliant stuff. MX3 on the line now, so they get a brilliant 15 minutes plus a lap race, and then we've got our women's 10-minute practice and qualifying session still to come in round 1 racing here, so we're getting excited about this one, and great to see quite a few entries in MX3, so brilliant. We've had some great MX3 racing in the first 2 rounds, and no reason to suggest why we shouldn't get this one underway pretty shortly.
Ford Performance, you're going to need a big garage. Check it out, 2019, and the Ranger Raptor, beautiful from Ford Performance. As we get our performance off the ground, great start to get them through here. A whole group of different riders. That's what's so cool. People like Lockie Burrell and Matt Goodgame, two awesome heroes of moto here in Hawke's Bay, stepping it up to ride an MX3 day. This is exactly what MX3 is all about. When we go around the country, for example, our three boys that were first, second and third in Rotorua last week actually were from Tauranga, of course just an hour up the road from Rotorua, so call them as good as local. So, and that's what it's all about. So seeing Hawke's Bay riders here, hope to see a whole fist of Taupo and neighbouring areas for our final round there in the Taupo region in 2 weeks' time. So love it. MX3 we check out. If you go down through here, I'll give you a quick call straight off the program without mentioning names where they're from. Cambridge, Blenheim, Wanganui, Whakatane, Hastings, Ashurst, Hastings, Rahutu, which by the way is in in Taranaki, if you didn't know. Hastings, Palmerston, North Morrinsville, Waipawa just down the road, and the list of credit goes on. Hastings and even Ekatahuna. So well done for the call. Generally with MX3, you won't come from the other island. You might do it if you're in a championship class. Not to say that you will not. And there we are, 33. And that will be the hot shot from Whakatane and Darren Capel. So the man we just call Capes or DC, he's been around in the sport for so long. He's really along with Mitch Rowe, they're our longest surviving continuous riders in our sport. And for example, for Darren Capel, of course, he's competed in every Labour Weekend Spectacular, now regarded as MX Fest, the motocross festival held over Labour Weekend each year. So an absolute legend with a capital L, an all-round nice guy. And a kid that's been racing since he was, what you'd call it, 10 years of age, and here he is now at over 50. So 40 years of good motocross for him, and thoroughly deserves to have the recognition that he deserves. But at that age now, of course, and holding down a job and wife and kids, etc., it all comes with having that balance of life, but he still loves his moto and doing it oh so well. So just one example of our good guys out there, but certainly the Lockie Burrell advantage out there to take control in the early stages. So Brad, here we are. We'll remember a few names from the past, but a few young guns up there as well this time out.
Yeah, brilliant. So fantastic MX3 racing and travel from all parts. We've got Lockie Burrell doing a great job there out in front. DC Darren Capel, Alan Nichols is in there as well. We've also got Brendan Watson, fourth place, John Bayliss, Lockie McKean. Good start from Lockie there with Mitchell Armstrong and Roundtree and Daniel Barrow out there. So top 9 stuff at the moment. Tommy Dill there in 10th place on the Yamaha. Some pretty classy riding here, MX3 racing, and 15 minutes plus the lap. These guys are flying at the moment. Lockie Burrell is in charge of this one, so he has a decent advantage already ahead of DC Darren Capel and Alan Nichols there. So two guys on the Yamaha, second and third place. We've got Lockie McKean now up into 4th place already, so he's found his way ahead of John. So he's in 4th place at the moment, so a good stuff there from the 666 Lockie McKean on the City Honda Stratford New World Racing CRF 250. And we've got a mixture of 2 strokes out there. We've got 4 strokes as well. We've got 250S, 450S. We've got so many different bikes out there and some pretty healthy numbers. 22 entries in MX3 racing. And these guys here flying at the moment. So they get 2 races on the program today. This one here, and they get to conclusion of round 2 is their second and final race. So brilliant to see MX3 race. They've travelled from all around, and they're into this one at the moment. Still 11 minutes plus a lap in this one, but Lockie Burrell is showing us a lot of class at the moment. The 188 machine ticks off another lap and is flying.
Well, I'll tell you what, must be the local advantage. Yet, if you give an eye on his time, and we'll try and reflect on that a little bit, and looking out there at the moment, Lockie's time, but see at 2:40. Now, he might be leading an MX3 at 2:40. He would be 20 seconds off the pace of an MX1 per lap. 20 seconds, that's a lot of time. So that just gives you an idea as to why we have ability-based racing. MX1, MX2, although one's sort of seems like it's bigger than 2. That's the size of the bike with open bikes compared to 250cc bikes. And then 125 obviously for that, 125 capacity class. But MX3 is 2-stroke, it's 4-stroke, it's 125, it's 250, it's 450. We mix them all up in there. And you can hear them out there, the little 2-strokes. And in fact, last week, our 3 Tauranga riders in Danny Merriman, Josh Nyhouse and Bradley Lauder were all on 252 strokes. An unusual situation, but I tell you what, the great thing about the two strokes is they're able to be much more versatile. So those guys could probably use them in the end, and they could go to Perini and have a ride. They can go to a local motocross track, Awakaponga, Tech Park, Rotorua, down to Digger McEwen at Taupo anywhere and have a good race. They can also do cross country and Giro. They can just front and go on a fundraising trail ride. That's the versatility of the 250. So they're getting a lot more out of their bike and not just a specialist motocross bike, and particularly a big 450, which makes for hell of a hard work. So there you have it. All right, so it's our MX3. It's all-comers racing, and nice to see our Hawke's Bay Advantage in there. Is Lockie Burrell, the man from Hastings on the Bay Motorcycles KX450F, leading our field.
Yeah, well and truly in control of this one. The 188, he's got a massive advantage. Alan Nichols now up into second place. So the 720 of Alan, he is second place. There's DC Darren Cable. So back to third place for him. Second and third swapped around there. And then we go to the 901 Mitchell Armstrong now up into fourth place ahead of Lockie there. So Lockie now into fifth. We've got a good little fight going on there with the 226 John Bayliss. We've also got Daniel Barrow, Tommy Dills in there as well. And some great racing all around. We've got Bradley Watling here. He's up in the top 9 as well, doing a good job after a few months off the bike. So coming back racing and showing us some good speed at the moment. So the top 9 at the moment are flying. And look at this from Lockie Burrell. He's about to tick off another lap. Still 8.5 minutes plus a lap, but this guy here has a massive advantage. We'll keep an eye on that. It was 9.6 seconds back to Darren Capel last time around, but now Alan Nichols up into second place, and looks like that advantage is stretched out even further. So dominant performance here from Lockie on the May Motorcycles Kawasaki. There's Alan there crossing the line in second place, so that's gone out to 12.9 seconds already. So we're only nearly 7 minutes into this one, and already a 12-second advantage. So Lockie Burrell well and truly in cruise control. With Alan Nichols, DC Darren Cave, Mitchell Armstrong fourth place, Lockie McKean into fifth, and then we go to this little fight here. We've got Dan Barrow in there with Bradley Watling. There was nothing when they crossed the line. There's 100th of a second, so 6th and 7th place. That battle rages on. John Bayliss now back to 8th place, Tommy Dill in 9th, and Matt Goodgame rounding out our top 10 with Ant Roundtree on the Harvey Round Motors. Yamaha there, 11th. The MX3. And great to see this track forming up really nicely. These MX3 boys having an absolute blast out there. The ruts are getting nice and deep, and there's still plenty of moisture in the soil here at Mary Road in the Hawke's Bay for round 3 of the Fox New Zealand Motocross Championships. At the moment, the MX3 class out there for their 15-minute race 1. They get another race later on in the program. As we catch an update here, it is still Lockie Burrell well and truly in command. Alan Nichols, Darren Cable, a couple of the veterans of New Zealand Motocross out there, second and third. Great to see them in MX3 racing. And then the battles behind them are really heating up. We've got Bradley Watling on a big charge there. He's doing a good job. We've also got all our usual MX3 contenders up there. So this is going to be great racing, but doesn't look like anyone's got any answer for Lockie Burrell. He keeps stretching that advantage out already into the infield part of the circuit as we get towards 6.5 minutes to go in this one. Lockie Burrell well and truly in command, but he's just had a bit of a slip up, just missed a gear coming out of the rut, so just off the screen there we've seen the update, so that's closed that gap down in front, but certainly got the pace. Alan Nichols there in second place would have cut that margin down, but still quite a significant first, second gap, and then back to third place, DC Darren Capel. Had a great performance, top 5 result last weekend at Rotorua and MX3 Racing. Backed it up this week. Great to have DC there in third place. With all the battles going on, we've also got Mitchell Armstrong there still in fourth place, Lockie McKean and Dan Barrow with Brad Watling now. He's put himself in the mix, so up into the top 6 or 7. As we watch the battles all around, 22 in all. And we catch it up. Lockie Burrell, Alan Nichols, Darren Cable, your top 3. Mitchell Armstrong, Lockie McKean, Daniel Barrow, Bradley Watling. That's 6 and 7. John Bayliss, Tommy Dillon. Matt Goodgame rounding out the top 10 at the moment with Ant Roundtree in 11.
All right, just having a great conversation. Welcome indeed to MNZ Life member today, the great Bob Grover. Bob, of course, just down the road from the Central Hawke's Bay Club, but always been one to support here in Hawke's Bay as well. And also hi to Chris Smythe, Central Hawke's Bay-based commissioner for cross-country, and the call made with the drought conditions that round 2 of the NZ cross-country postponed from March, and a date will be out next week is the official answer. So the right call being made in this super dry part of the country, as we make sure that we don't want to in any way be tied up to what could effectively be the risk of a fire in any shape or form. So we'll make sure that we're not part of it. You know, it could easily be just the flick of a switch with a barbecue today. You think it's quite innocent. Could be just a stone flying and it sparks on another stone. Any of the little things. A vehicle comes in that backfires. Many of the reasons that can start it, we don't want to be part of it. So in the interest of safety, a great call there, guys. A very hard call, I would say, but the right call to make. So well done. So might be 3 weeks away. Anything can happen, but the local weather predictors thinking that the rain is still, or significant rain, is still a long way off here in the Hawke's Bay region. So that's news of the week. All right, back to the motor here at Ngātaroru Raceway, into our MX3 lineup today. Lockie Burrell, total domination, man-to-man. That is a big opportunity to be out in front there as we check out Alan Nichols. Might have qualified 6th, but running in 2nd. Good for the Mangakino man there. As we look out to Darren Capel, Bradley Watling. Bradley out with injury from May last year. Significant to break for him. By the way, the fastest lap from Bradley. So well done at a 2:40.314. So good on you, Bradley, coming out of Dirt Bike Repairs from Ashurst in the Mighty Man number 2. And then looking out to Mitchell Armstrong in there, Lockie McKean. Go to Daniel Barrow in there. So a whole lot of names in our MX3 lineup for racing. These guys don't get as long from a race duration point of view. They're not as athletic. That's part of the reason, of course, as to why 99% of these guys either still go to school or work. Some of them are apprentices. They don't have the same budget, and particularly they have a life that means that they don't get enough time on the bike or to get to gyms or do other forms of training. So these guys are casual lovers of motocross, and they ride in what we call MX3. All of our classes, no matter where we are in the country, have them. So, of course, there'll be nobody here that rode an MX3 in Balclutha. And probably I haven't even, other than Darren Capel and Alan Nichols, I think they're the only 2 that I recall from even last week up the road in Rotorua. So there you have it, MX3, local support. And welcome back to the likes of a Bradley Watling. Good to see you, that young name, to the 4 in our lineup. So there we are, late in our moto, 2.5 minutes to run. Then coming up, Brad, we'll be taking it easy because it'll be our women's practice and qualifier, as they've got 2 races on our program, but obviously for practice qualifying it's not a race. So we'll take it easy as we settle back and watch our action, brought to us by Yamalu, by CG, creative content and print, with Ford Performance and the awesome Ranger Raptor, along with Aon with the Shell Advanced Lubricants, at home at Transdiesel. Check out transdiesel.com. And their 18 outlets around the country, at home with other quality product names like Volvo Heavy Machinery. So just some that you'll find on board at Transdiesel, with Ward Demolition, your deconstruction experts. Proud to be sponsors of our Women's Cup today, with Dirt Rider, New Zealand's only Dirt Bike Cup magazine, and GYTR, genuine Yamaha technical research, going into the best that Yamaha have to be a global leader in motorcycle technology.
So here we are, MX3 Racing, getting down to the business end of this one. 1.5 minutes plus a lap left in this one. Lockie Burrell, Alan Nichols, and a bit of a shake-up to the podium as Bradley Watling's now up into 3rd place. So brilliant stuff from him on his 250F. So that's our top 3 at the moment. DC Darren Capel still in 4th place. Mitchell Armstrong, Matt, good game now, up into 6th. So absolutely flying, MX3. And look at that, 15 minutes plus a lap. Where's that gone? There's been some great racing battles all over the track. And Lockie Burrell, although he had that little hiccup in the rut and hit neutral, he's managed to get that gap out to 7.5 seconds ahead of Alan Nichols. So it's a great ride from Alan Nichols there in 2nd place. And now the man in 3rd has actually got the fastest lap of the race. So Bradley Watling, if he can get a better start, he'll certainly be one to push for some MX3 glory later on in the day. So 3rd place for him, DC Darren Capel there, still in a good 4th place, as we see time at about 36 seconds, and we see Lockie still got a couple of corners to go, so it'll be interesting to see whether he can get through before or after the white flag. So the white flag comes out when The clock runs out to 0 and it comes out the next time the leader comes round, so it's going to be touch and go whether he gets the one more bonus lap. It's at 20 seconds at the moment, so we'll keep an eye on that one. Lockie Burrell, he's at the Shell Advance tabletop and then into the hairpin right. One more left-hander and we go racing with him. So brilliant stuff from MX3 and I think it might be white flag time, so absolutely brilliant. Lockie Burrell crosses the line and I think we're going to one more lap before the white comes out. So 2 laps to go on this one. Alan Nichols there in second place. We've got Bradley Watling. He's back in third place and on the charge as well. So he looks to be very fast out there as we see him cross the line. And he was faster than the 2 in front of him last lap around. So there we go with Bradley Watling certainly in the mix here. He was a 2 minutes 40 last time around, so he was 6 seconds faster than our race leader. So still anyone's guess as to who's going to win this one. Lockie's got a 7.6 second advantage over Alan, but Bradley Watling, the man on the move at the moment. He's not out of this one yet. So there we go. There's our top 3. DC Darren Cable, Matt Goodgame, Mitchell Armstrong, and then you go back to Daniel there in 7, Lockie McKean, Tommy Dill, and John Bale is our top 10 for MX3 as we get in the last couple of laps of this one.
Well, an opportunity to go late in our moto with the update, and they really have just sort of, I suppose you'd say, what I call locked and loaded. There doesn't look to be any significant changes in there. It's not as if it's a championship on the line. When those guys do their racing, they just get in that position, think, well, I'm comfortable here. You're not putting your body on the line. After all, you've still got to go to work on Monday. You know, guys going back, for example, will be travelling back to Taranaki and Bay of Plenty tonight, so they've still got a big drive as well as wrapping the event here. So love all of what we do with the MX3. Sort of a barometer as well of the success of our sport. MX3 is often one that you'll get an idea, and so I suppose a barometer of the Hawke's Bay support. After all, it's right on their doorstep, so why not? All their best club riders come out and have a ride here today. Not quite as many as I was hoping, to be honest, out of the Bay here, and maybe a reflection of the fact that it's been hot and dry. To get a place to go and practice around here, of course, this has all been set up, especially from a racing point of view, massive bit of irrigation and preparation to do. So there's actually not the places to go and ride, and a lot of people will say, hey, I'm not ready for this. You know, the bike's not ready and I'm not ready. So a lot of people will be a very competent local rider, but they just haven't had a chance to go and practice. You can't ask a local farmer for a paddock. Hell, the grass is like gold around here at this time of year. So that's some of the other reasons that people may not be as well prepared as you might otherwise have been. So MX3, as compared, of course, with our championship classes, the MX1, 125s and MX2, for example, there'll be guys that are going to other tracks in their area, or have found a track, or go training somewhere, or go to the gym and do other exercise. So here we are. And the white flag, that's 1 lap to go. So good work. There it is, 188, and Lockie Burrell. Man, he has looked so much in control here today. Good effort from him. I had the privilege of watching Lockie through his great bit of junior racing, sponsored by the family's shearing contracting business. So good support for Lockie. I didn't know whether he in fact took up the shears himself. I'm not unsure of that. But no, I completely don't know whether he ended up by doing that. So whether he followed in their footsteps or has taken on something different. I suppose one of those things you look and think, well, he comes out of that family. You'd think he might naturally do the same thing. Perhaps that's maybe why he's a little bit fitter than the other. Still one of the hardest working trades in New Zealand's agricultural landscape, shearing. So certainly a way to keep pretty active. We've seen that over the years with some very good riders. So here we go now with our MX3 and the final blast around the track. And Brad, I can't see anybody touching Lockie Burrell either in this motor or any of the others to come. He just looks at ease. He's just floating out there.
Yeah, so the update, we can give you Lockie Burrell. He's in charge of this one, but Bradley Watling, they're in second place, so he's definitely putting some heaters on late in this moto. So the first man to go into the 2:39, so the fastest lap of the race for Bradley Watling. He got a pretty bad start, so outside the top 10 when we went racing. So if he can get a better start in race number 2, it will be all on. So Lockie Burrell ahead of Bradley Watling. Alan Nichols there in third place with DC Darren Capel, the legends of New Zealand Motocross. He's in fourth place. Mitchell Armstrong's up ahead of Matt Goodgame. And then you go to Dan there in seventh place. So a good ride from Daniel Barrow. Lockie McKean there in eighth. Tommy Dill in ninth with John Bayliss in 10th. And all coming to an end of this one on the last lap. And it looks like Lockie Burrell has done enough. It was 7-second advantage back to Bradley when they crossed the line. Last time around, Alan Nichols there in third place. So a 1, 2 and 3 looks pretty much set as we get into the last quarter of the last lap.
I want to talk about number 23 out there as well as Wanganui veteran and Ant Roundtree out of Harvey Round Motors. Ant been competing in our sport for around 30 years and life's gone along and had a couple of boys and both the boys have done extremely well in their riding and, well, shall we say, you know, they've almost been at the top of their game. Young Blake, and particularly with his photography and videography, has been unbelievable. Now he's decided to sort of go a little bit sideways and gone into downhill mountain biking, and bang, he's earned himself into the top 5 in New Zealand straight away like that. We're talking of the elite class as well, so how good's that? And of course, James, we've seen him at the top of his game and winning some great motor events around the country, but just out with an injury at the moment. But Ant himself deciding, well, we still love the moto, we'll still go to the events just because the boys aren't riding, I'll still give it a go. So another story of an all-round good guy in our sport at the moment. So keen to look out for that as we go to our podium and for race number 1 in our MX3 lineup today. And Lockie Burrell, Bradley Watling and Alan Nichols in the end. So Bradley getting up, as you well predicted, Brad, to topple Alan off that second place.
Yeah, there we go, the update. Lockie ahead of Bradley, and then go to Alan with DC Darren Cable crossing the line, so that's 4th place for him. Brilliant stuff there. MX3, we had some great racing over the series so far in both the 2 rounds we've had. Balclutha and then Rotorua, and then carries on. Some great race. Matt Goodgame gets up into 5th place ahead of Mitchell Armstrong, so that's a reversal there. 5th and 6th, Daniel Barrow. 7th place ahead of Lockie McKean, and then Tommy Dill still out on track, coming through in 9th place. We've got John Bayliss there rounding out our top 10, so brilliant stuff, MX3, and we'll cross to Neil, who's got our MX3 podium.
Well, here he is. This man's got kids that are only his age as well. So as a top veteran, Alan, you still love the motor so much. What's Hawke's Bay like today?
Oh, I've never ridden here before, Neil, but man, what a great big ups to the club, eh? What an awesome track, man.
Yeah.
Like for a national event, this is, you know, see what Taupo's like, but this is better than the last 2 anyhow.
Well done. Nice comment and passing the compliments where they're due. What about your own riding? Happy with that today?
Oh, yeah, you know. Yeah. So I haven't seen you put a bit of effort in it for an old bugger. Yeah.
Nice work, love it. Hey, welcome back, Bradley. How does it feel like? What do you think of Hawke's Bay today?
Yeah, Hawke's Bay is good. The track's real rough. It's pretty challenging, but it's always good when it's deep like this, and they've done a real good job of the track.
Hey, we've missed you for nearly 12 months. Is it good to be back?
Yeah, it's real good to be back. Yeah, still not 100%, but we'll get there.
Well done, Bradley Watling. Well, first of all, Lockie, you're home, you're right here. You've got the advantage over these boys. You've been around here a million miles. What do you think of your own track here today?
It's a lot different to what it's like in a club race, but it's come up great. The club's done a brilliant job, and it's going to...
Right, what about this big 450 game, mate? You're picking it up. Look at the highs and the size and the height of you. You've got some strength now as well. You must love it.
Oh, I thought I did, but don't anymore.
So there we go, folks. Great to see. This is MX3. It's a mixture. It's locals, it's visitors, it's young, it's old, it's big bikes, it's little bikes. It's all part of our sport as we bring them all together. Coming up next, it's practice and qualifying for our women's class. We'll let that unfold before us before we get into our lunch break, and after that, we're straight back into racing. Bring it on with our MX2. See you soon. Well, there they are with the beautiful moisture that they've put across the circuit. You see that the club just going at right angles to the ruts that have been made by the start. So effectively they're going across the grain, as it were. So it levels those ruts out, and there's moisture in the soil. So they're dragging that wet dirt and putting it into those soft, dry ruts. So just improving the track all the time. And that's exactly what you do during your lunch break or between races, as the machine can work up there. The start's only used for that part of the race. It's not like a circuit whereby the start forms part of the main circuit. The start being used just for the start, meaning they can do the machinery maintenance. They've done a little bit more watering. I'm sure they'll be doing a little bit more as well. So great to see. Man, oh man, this club so energetic, and love the comments out there. Love the comments. And what about that from Alan Nichols? And Alan's been around a motocross track or two, I can tell you, folks. And there he is saying, first time he's ever been here, and man, what a track. He raves about it. And that's what we love about our sport, that people come to different places. We're very lucky in motocross. If you really were to do it, I suppose we could quickly make up a list of about 30 tracks around the country quite easily. And each of them at a different level, but you know, there's horses for courses, and some taste sweeter than others. So all very different from a riding point of view, whether it be in the sand or in the clay, and the hills or on the flat, one with more jumps, some with less. Some, of course, that we have is what we call off-camber, going against the flow of the ground around, and you know, some of them having the odd creak in, and just all the different obstacles that nature can provide, or what man can enhance. So we love it. Moto tracks and all very different, but importantly, all about our same awesome sport of motocross. We love it. Hope you are as well. Following it out now on Sky Sport Next as we watch our women practice qualify now. Practice qualify. What does that mean? That for those riders, they get an opportunity to go around, look at the track, familiarise themselves, and now the green flag is waved. So the green flag actually means the time has started. The first part of it was only time from a point of view of giving them a few minutes on the track for familiarisation. They probably got 3 laps in, and now the clock starts, so they can now start to pick up their pace. What you've got to do with qualifying is get one super fast lap in. That's all you've got to do. So it's against the clock. They're not racing against the people. They didn't all start off in the same wave. It's not a race against the other riders. It's a race to be the fastest, and it's that unique art. So you go from being John Walker doing the 1500, which is sort of the comparison of the endurance racing that you're doing for moto, but then you've got to do that Usain Bolt and get that super sprint into it, and it's a very hard art to do. So generally riders, they are fitter, they have more endurance, they're used to doing it over a longer period of time. So to do a sprint is something sort of against the grain, so to speak, that is quite hard to do, but you've got to get that hot lap in. And I remember Josh Coppins, when he came back from overseas, telling us that it was the hardest thing that he had to do was to try and qualify for events, because you go to Italy, for example, and you get a hotshot Italian, and he could go out and put in a blistering lap. He couldn't last a 20-minute moto. Hell no, couldn't do that. But he had that ability to go super quick for a short period of time and do that. And that's an art we've had to do. Now, I remember at one event at Awakaponga a number of years ago, and Josh actually qualified 6 seconds faster per lap than he even did in any one race. So he got that good qualifying position. Didn't have to do it again, because of course you're not going to do the Usain Bolt and run at that kind of speed and do it under 9 seconds for a 100-metre race. You can't do that over a period of a 1,500-metre race. So you haven't got the ability to balance it out and cruise to make sure the bike and the body can last the race duration. So there we have it, a little bit about what's involved in our qualifying. So our women are doing it here at the moment. And speaking of women, big news overnight that Courtney Duncan has just taken off from where she left. She won all but one race in the World Championship last year. Well, she's won the first one, and there'll be another one for her, of course, our time tomorrow morning. But well done to Courtney. And certainly Chiara has been her major threat. Chiara took the year off last year. She had the birth of her first child. What an amazing athlete that woman is, and a lovely lady. And some people said, well, maybe Courtney was to win the title at the expense of Chiara, as she didn't compete. But Chiara's come back, and she's only been good enough to finish in second place. So 10 seconds, not a lot in it. So massive great news there for Courts. Yes, real disappointment that she didn't win the overall for the Halberg Awards of Sportswoman of the Year. I really do wish our judges would be more in the know of understanding what she's had to go for, because nothing against the other participants, but for me the mountain that she had to climb is far greater than the others have had to do, and that's what I think we should be acknowledging. But we're biased about our sport, and we'll certainly do our best to work with the media and enhance just what this fantastic world-class woman is doing in our sport of moto. So women in sport, we love them right across the board. We're having some big success stories in motocross as well. We've had them in the past. Man, if we wind the clock back 10 years, we had Julie Manor as a veteran, Catherine Prum as a senior, and Courtney Duncan as a junior. If we could have had a motocross of nations, New Zealand, we would have beaten the world in women's motocross, and that would have been an awesome feat. But that never eventuated. But what we certainly clearly understand is that we've had many of our world champions. Fastest junior woman, Courtney, and senior Catherine at the time. She was the inaugural winner of the World Women's Cup, which sort of has grown into that championship, which Courtney has now gone on to win in 2019. Wishing her all the best in 2020, and she's got a way to a winning start. Well, of course, to watch it, folks, you need the MXGP TV package, but that race is actually at 9:30 tonight, our time, because it's the first race up in the program, which will be at Medley Basin, which will be at 8:30 British time, effectively this morning, of course, the 1st of March for them. So that will be 9:30 tonight, our time. So you'll need the MXGP package, or of course you can go on, follow it online. But if you do want to follow World Motocross, it'd be great to see, and I'm sure we're going to see a lot of other exciting action to go with it. So we've just come over now to our MXT update and looked out. So Letitia Alabaster is our fastest qualifier ahead of Zara Gray from Taylor Rampton. Go to Chloe Steele, and then go to Amy Roberts. So Amy back there in the 5th place. She's got the number 1 plate on as being our New Zealand champion. Courtney Clapp and Mel Patterson. How good is this for our ladies? Hannah Powell in there, rising force. What about Brianna Roberts as well? And going to Bailey Ward. Well done to Bailey. Bailey, of course, our media and event specialist here at Motorcycle New Zealand, so doing a huge amount of work behind the scenes as an employee. But the reason she got into the job is she loves moto, and she went away and studied and graduated as a media guru, and now deservedly working at Motorcycle New Zealand, but still loves the moto, still goes out and have a ride, and there she is at the stage qualifying in 10th place. So well done to our ladies in the lineup. Here we are right in the twilight of them. In fact, it is, with the checkered flag out. So that part of our event was not any racing, but it was a practice qualifier for our women's class. Coming up is our scheduled short break. Opportunity to feed and water our volunteers. People like the flag marshers are out in the heat, out in the sun, out in the breeze, out in the open for what has been since around 7:30 this morning, and give them the energy to carry on and last through our day with a further 2 rounds. We're coming back at you, courtesy of Sky Sport next in our package of motocross in New Zealand.
Yamalube's designed by Yamaha and it's been around for a long time now. People sort of don't imagine, they sort of think it's quite new, but it's 30 or 40 years old now. It's very well established in the motorcycle industry, so it's a great lubricant. We find it's working well with wear and tear on the engines under high performance load and mud races and a lot of heat. It's working very well and protecting our motorcycles, and which in turn enables them to last longer, so it's very important. We also have Reece Carter on board, and he's going to be heading up our coaching program. So anyone that needs coaching from a Yamaha dealer, form, or any bike, Reece will be taking that over in April, and he'll have these demonstrator bikes behind us to use at those events. So should you want to have your son or daughter try a 85 and they're on a 65, we can help you with that to see if they're ready and to help you progress into that. It's an initiative which Yamalube's brought on board to try and help the sport of motorcycling.
Around the Yamaha corner and over the finish line.
Thank you, MX2 to the start line. Thank you, MX2 to the start line for your event. Thank you, MX2.
Well, here we are, a quick break for our lunch as we talk about feed and water our workers. Some of those people that stand out in the sun today, folks, are doing it since 7:30 this morning and have still got to last all day. It's the hardest job in the world to be a flag marshal. Why? Because we love motocross, but you can't watch the race. You've got to watch exactly what's happening right in front of you. And more importantly, you've actually got to turn in the direction where the riders are going, because if they were to fall, you've quickly then got to put your flag out, the ones that are coming. You naturally, when you're at motorsport, want to look at the direction they're coming from, not in fact where they'll end up. So I take my hat off to flag marshals. They're awesome. And that doesn't matter whether it's any form of motorsport. Doesn't matter whether you're on here at Narrow Raceway from a motocross point of view or at mighty Manfield for tar seal racing. So hats off to the flag marshals. People we call the flaggies out there. They're a dedicated bunch of people. And in motorsport and motorcycling, some of them actually travel around to the various circuits. I've had flaggies that have put their hand up and said, I've been to 7 different road race circuits in New Zealand. I love that story. So well done. And many of them are road-going motorcyclists as well. So it's a neat story to tell about. Volunteers. Every sport needs it out there, and yours does as well. We're part of these 53 minor sports that are coming to you with Sky Sport next, so hoping you're enjoying the coverage out there. We love motocross. You will as well. Let's get into it. All right, MX2 coming up next. That's effectively starting our round over again, so we start off from where we started today. Now, what that means is it's now the second race of this round. So, and 3 from Balclutha, 3 from Rotorua. We'll be doing 3 today and 3 at the final in Taupo in 2 weeks' time. What that means is effectively we are 7 down. This is now number 8 of those 12. So we're getting towards the business end at this stage, and this is the penultimate round going forward for today's racing as well. The track has got better and better from a racing point of view, and I'd suggest is going to get better for this one, and maybe not quite as good for the last one. It will be really tough and rough, and you watch for that last motor of the day. That'll be where the most technically advanced riders, those that can challenge the conditions, will be able to mount their real claim for the titles as we go towards the end of our day. We've loved it here at Hawke's Bay as well, and we're ready to go. So bring it on. Coming up next, MX2. That will be followed on our program today by MX125, MX1, MX3, and then our women's class, our Ward Demolition Women's Cup here today. Big thanks to John Roberts Contracting in the Waikato. He's thrown in $1,400 for some money for these girls to go out and race. So what a bonus for them. I hope they really enjoy it. And when you've got people like Amy herself, Amy Roberts, NZ number 1, only qualified in about 5th or 6th place. I tell you what, it is on with these ladies today. When you've got former champions like Letitia Alabaster and Taylor Rampton, current number 1 in there, it is going to be great. And when you add other names in there like Courtney Clapham, Hannah Powell, and of course, when we look at all of those names, we have people again like Mel Patterson as well, who's one of the stars of our sport. So you'll love it as well. Let's get back and see it. Remembering MX1, 3 points is all we've got in it. MX2, and again, another win now. We've had 5 different winners out of our 7 races so far. Who's going to be this time? You'll find out. Next, stay with us. More great Sky Sport next coverage, but right here at Naroru Raceway, the home of the Hawke's Bay Motorcycle Club. Bring it on.
All right, here we go, ready to get underway with the second round of racing. Race 2 for our MX2 class, and on the warm-up lap at the moment, starting to form back up on the start line. It's going to be brilliant to see this unfold. Josiah Natsky, race 1 winner and top qualifier, but we can give you the update. Cole Webster, broken gear shifter in race 1, so he'll certainly be looking to bounce back. He won race 2 and 3 last weekend at Rotorua, round 2. So here we go with this one here. Absolutely brilliant to see MX2 on the line, ready to go. 20 minutes plus the lap coming up for these guys, and forming up now. So the start of round 2 of racing is upon us. Okay, drop underway. Great start there from the 23, Josiah Natsky. He got a good jump as they go round the whole shot corner, and fantastic from James Scott as well on the Jeff Scott Electrical AFC Motorcycles KTM. Dylan Walsh as well. He's in there, second place as well. James Scott goes inside, Dylan Walsh around the outside. We've got Micah McGoldrick, a great start. Morgan Fogarty's up there. Madison Latta. Go Madison Latta. He's sitting in about 5th place at the moment, but it is James Scott who's going to lead them away. Dylan Walsh in second place. Michael McGoldrick with a good start, and Morgan Fogarty at top 4 as we see everyone gets away on this MX2 race 2, and fantastic start there for James Scott, number 108, absolutely flying at the moment. So he goes braking hard into the right hand, followed by Dylan Walsh on the Ben Townley Tours JCR Yamaha. So great to have Dylan here. That's a British MX2 champion from last year, and fantastic to have him racing again in New Zealand. He's a full Australian motocross campaign coming up as well. Their series gets underway in a few weeks' time. So here we go, flying with the number 108, James Scott, the young man from O'Browell on the Jeff Scott Electrical AFC Moto. We've got a Dylan Walsh there in second place. Morgan Fogarty's up in the third. Cole Webster now in the fourth, ahead of Michael McGoldrick. Kobe Burke sitting there. Brock Martins, and there's Maximus Purvis. So Maximus Purvis back in about 6th or 7th place. So we'll look out for Maximus. He was certainly one of the faster riders back there in race 1, and now he finds himself up in the top 6. So we go. Flying here. James Scott, just the start he needed. Trying to catch an update there of our points leader, and can't quite see Josiah Natsky in 26th place. So drama here for Josiah. So there he is. He's still underway there. So hasn't got going yet. So there he is. And now he is half a lap down. So drama in the championship as Josiah Natsky, the red plate holder, has a crash on turn 1 and is about half a lap down on the rest of the field. And one of the championship rivals, James Scott, is out in front at the moment. So a lot of drama here, and we'll keep an eye on this one. But Josiah Natsky well and truly down the pack. We saw Kyle Webster come back to about 5th place in race 1 from a similar position. So we'll have to wait and see what Josiah can do. But this is shaking the championship up well and truly. You see James Scott ahead of Dylan Walsh. We go back to Morgan Fogarty, Kyle Webster there. That's your top 4 at the moment. Michael McGoldrick and Kobe Burke. 5th and 6th place with Ethan Martin. Maximus Purvis is now up into about 6th place. So we'll look at that one there as we see them coming back into shot. So the championship points are definitely going to get a bit of a shake-up here.
Oh, absolutely. 11 points here. 11 points Josiah Natsky over Maximus Purvis. So those 11 have gone. Those 11 have gone. Wow, we're in for a major upset here. Continue as well. We've got the MX2 under 19. So we've got our young guns class. We're encouraging to have with these guys up there. And already James Scott setting a 31-point lead over Riley Ward, ahead of Jack Dunlop, Kobe Burke, Carlin Headley, ahead of Luca Fremantle from Ezra Holmes, Seaton Head, and Kurt and Trent Garland. So they're your top 10 in the under-19s, of which we've actually got 25 riders in total over that class. So good to see. Seaton Head pulling out. Seaton pulling out, one of those who was well back from the race. So bad luck for the Kia Trailer Suzuki pilot out of the Waikato. So bad luck. Header withdrawal from the motos, but a man who hasn't withdrawn is the 23, so that is hero to zero stuff. So Josiah Natsky has gone from a potential first to a last, and there we are, the 108 of James Scott, and a flying good start from James out there. 53, Dylan Walsh, that's better, that's the Dylan Walsh we know, with the F up there is Morgan Fogarty along with Kyle Webster, the two Aussie hotshots. 44 and Maximus Purvis to wind up the volume out here as well. Looking back in here, a bit of cross running going on there to 14 and Kobe Burke along with a 97. There's another rider that we just missed out in there. It may have been Caleb, I think it may have been Caleb. So keep look out for Caleb Ward and Caleb. Well, he started out the championship with 0, then he went to 18.25, so he went nothing. It can lead to a fourth place and into a first. That's round one alone. He's up on 43 points, got 47 in the second round. He's got 16 for the fifth place the previous moto. So he sits on 106 points, one behind Morgan Fogarty and 18 in front of Brad Grimbridge, who's back in that 7th place. So man to man, the points have had a massive shake-up in this race, and that's exactly what happens if you were to predict everybody to be in every great place. Well, what's going to happen? You'd just say, well, why even have the race? You might as well just have the prize given to start with. And this is what our sport's all about, massive upsets. What about a start from Madison Ladder? Let's hope he can keep that up. That is Fabo. So look for the number 67 in good form. He is back in 15th place in the championship, having scored 22, allows the, on his home track, of course, allows the 12 at Rotorua, and only 5 in that first race today. So I'm sure he's going to come back even better than this one. But it is the 108 of our star in James Scott. He is 17 points off the lead. So looking for James to shine there. How far back for Maximus? Remembering Maximus on James was only a 6-point advantage. We can really seriously have James Scott take over the lead of the championship at the end of this motocross if the AFC Moto Man can get that number 1 placing all the way to the end. Wow, Brad, if we thought we wanted some action, it's exactly what we saw at Rotorua. First round seemed a little bit nonchalant, about the same as the previous rounds at Balclutha. Bang, the big upsets in the second round of the day. It's happened right here today.
Yeah, absolutely, and James Scott doing exactly what he needs to do. Decide well down in the points, so James Scott maximising this at the moment. He's leading ahead of Dylan Walsh, so Dylan, this is better stuff from Dylan. He's right on the back there, so look out for Dylan Walsh in this one. One of the few top riders in this championship that are yet to win a race in this championship. So we've got Cole Webster, Morgan Fogarty and Maximus Purvis. Great to see Maximus. So Maximus has overtaken Cole Webster. That's going to be good for his confidence as he heads into an Australian campaign. Brilliant stuff from Maximus there. So he's now up into 4th place. Morgan Fogarty just ahead of him. So there we go with that one there. Fastest man on the track that time around was Dylan Walsh, a 2-minute 20.551. So that just goes to show man on the move. Dylan Walsh, 1.6 seconds from first to second. We've got Morgan Fogarty, Maximus Purvis and Kyle Webster. Great little battle there. 4th, 3rd, 4th and 5th, Micah McGoldrick, Kobe Burke and Caleb Ward. That's 6th, 7th and 8th as we see this one here unfolding. And still 26th place for Josiah Natsky, so he's still out of the point, so we'll keep an eye on him. He's still got 13.5 minutes plus a lap to do it, but he needs to get as many championship points as he can for a bit of damage limitation. We get the update there from outside the top 8, Brock Martins, Luke Vanderley, Riley Ward, Adam Moss and Jai Deacon rounding out the top 12 here. When we go flying with MX2 and Drama as Josiah Natsky, the man with the red plate. He won race 1 in emphatic fashion and now finds himself on the outside of the points looking in. We've got still a long way to go on this one, but Josiah Natsky outside the top 20 at the moment as James Scott leads Dylan Walsh ahead of Morgan Fogarty, Maximus Purvis and Kyle Webster. That battle there for 3rd is red hot at the moment with Morgan just narrowly ahead of Maximus and then Kyle Webster in 5th place. So keeping an eye on that one there as we see Josiah coming through. So Josiah just put the fastest lap of the race in. So the man on the mission, 2-minute 23.06. He was the fastest man on the racetrack and he is still in 26th place. So a lot of work to do, but good to know he's got the speed where it counts as we catch this one here.
And every point's going to be valuable, Brad. So first of all, he's got to close that gap, then he's got to close on those other riders. Kyle Webster was able to do it. I have no doubt that Josiah can't do it as well. So he's on the fight back, which will be brilliant to look out for. Wow, have we got some moto on here or what? Just when we thought it was this cruise mode on our program, bang, we come out with these kind of upsets. So great results. That's what championship racing is all about, taking the pressure. And that man couldn't take the pressure. He made the mistake on the early part of the race. Shouldn't have done that, but he did. All right, 1 to go with James 53, Dylan. Oh, the look back. Love that from James Scott. Gets right up in mid-air, swings over his left shoulder and stares him in the face. Says, "You're not getting past me, mate." And that's what we call the look back and the stare. Man, did he give him one or what? That was Fabo to look. So that is attitude with capital A. You won't find that many other parts of motorsport where you can actually get the leading rider to literally almost spin their head right back. And watch what's going on. What's happened, Brad?
Yeah, Maximus up into third, so a change for third place has happened. We've got Maximus Purvis down the back end of the circuit now, up into third place, and the more these two in front of him battle, we've got James Scott and Dylan Walsh. They're having handlebar to handlebar going for it at the moment, and the more they dice, the more Maximus is going to be able to reel them in. So keep an eye on this one. We're 11 minutes plus a lap. We're not even halfway through this race at the moment, and Maximus Purvis, he's cleared both the Australian riders, now in third place, and he's got about 9 seconds he's got to reel in, so we'll keep an eye on that gap there. As we try and catch updates all round. We've got drama with Josiah Natsky outside the points at the moment, but he's on a late race charge. And this one here, the battle for the podium, heating up, and this is better stuff from Dylan Walsh. This is what we've come to expect, and this is going to be a fantastic race for the win.
Well, a complete contrast to the conditions in the UK where he was this time last year. The man has come here to do some trans-tested racing this year, already selected for the Serco race team for Australia, getting some time on the Yamaha, settling into his stride. He really has taken a long time to get back into good form. We know how capable he is. He's incredible when it comes to practices and qualifyings, but he can't put it together for the racing. But this is starting to look more confident for him, and he's getting better. And this is the ultimate proof of it. And at this stage, only last look, 0.6 of a second, so less than 1 second in the update. So looking pretty classy out there. So check it out. Scott Walsh, Fogarty, Purvis, Webster, Burke, Ward and McGoldrick. Special welcome back to Team McGoldrick. Just marvellous to have him back with us. So that is so cool to see. And of course, that'll be really what you'll politely say is 0 points in there, 0 points. So well done. Just want to point out, in fact, Micah McGoldrick out there, and shout out, of course, to brother Isaiah, who's a former New Zealand junior champ as well. So Team McGoldrick, and I tell you what, mighty dad Marty, pretty damn hand and veteran racing as well. So hi to the team, and welcome back in Moto. Here we are now with the race place in charge, and day now to go with Kyle Webster, and looking what he's doing out there on the race bike. Love one of the camera positions here that's showing the guys as they get the landing, get the power drive down through the bottom and head out across the mouth of the hole shot corner there, and then going down the bottom part of the track. And a lot of breathing to do. Being on a riverbank, this circuit, as I call it, the sausage, that is, it's long and narrow, and it goes well down there, but you've got a time to cover, in fact, of around almost 2.5 minutes, or 2:20 to be precise with these guys. So the track goes deep upstream on the riverbank, at a point actually where it narrows right off, and then comes down here to a wider part, which incorporates our pit and spectator viewing and premier area underneath the shadow of the beautiful Mills Reef vineyard. So all on for some mighty moto there. James Scott leads at the moment on the AFC Moto supported KTM 250 outside of Dylan Walsh for Team Yamaha, Team Ben Townley Tours, Team Altherm JCR. A number of teams coming together, of course, as he builds up towards the Australian team. He'll be clearly in the Serco camp for that campaign. Actually, the way things are going, I'll tell you what, with a bit of Aussie excitement might be enough to lure us over to watch a bit of their moto. And we've got people like Dylan Walsh building up nicely this. We know how good Kyle Webster has been, the Ward brothers, Caleb and Riley and others. Then we've got a New Zealand finiation. What about Morgan Fogarty today? He's no slug as well. Brad, I'll tell you what a great Aussie championship we're at all. That starts, of course, the week after we finish.
Yeah, that's going to be absolutely brilliant. Got classy guys like Kyle Webster. And just a big shout out to Motorcycling Australia and all their competitors. So many of the young Australian riders in the MX2 class, and even you've got guys in MX1. So the European flavour are well represented by Australians this year, and probably the biggest Aussie invasion we've seen in world motocross for many years. And you've also got a lot of it in the AMA as well. So brilliant stuff, and quite a few of them have been to New Zealand and cut their teeth with us as well. So it's great to know that we've had a part in some success in Motorcycling Australia's endeavours all over the world. So fantastic stuff. So we see this battle heating up for the lead. James Scott and Dylan Walsh, there's nothing in it, and they're starting to get into some traffic though, so some lap riders are going to play a part in this one. As we have a look at the time, There's only about 7 minutes plus a lap left in this one as we go flying with those guys here at the moment.
Oh, bad luck. I've just seen, looks as if Curtis King might have pulled out the motor as well. That's bad luck for Curtis. Tell you what, I looked over before at a glimpse and he was running in about 14th place. So I think things may have unfolded for him. In fact, I look down now, 26 in the results. So bad luck, whatever has gone wrong. He actually had a little bit of a knock. He hasn't actually been in perfect health over this entire summer this year, actually, and he's sort of just been going from niggle to niggle. So unfortunately, not quite unravelling as it might have wanted to. But I say a big G out there because it is a capital G for guts of what he's tried, and hopefully still achieving something. So all-round super kid in Curtis King out there in MX2 racing. Massive step up from the former 125 rider. 14 with Kobe Burke as we're back on the racetrack now. And looking out for these young guns. Kobe Burke, one of our double-classing riders today. Canadian out there, looking at the 97 of Brock Marnes, W and Riley out there as well. So Riley Ward, one of those that's on the boil. Wow, there we are with brother Caleb, of course, who's a little in front there, checking out 872. More of our names and numbers to look out for our program. And as we reflect on the racing earlier today, and the 279 of Carlton. In fact, the 20-pointer went to Madison Ladder. So Madison up there in the, that's the, sorry, that was qualifying. So yeah, he got the 20th spot, but then finished in 16th. They got the points on board as well. And interesting to note, in fact, that we had a couple of riders in this class that ended up by going into the MX3 today. Now, what happens is that you actually have did not qualify, as the riders need to be able to do effectively around 2/3 of the speed that the leading riders do. And if you can't do that, you're obviously seen in the race as being too slow. And two of our riders effectively did that by going back into MX3, which is exactly the right thing to do in the interest of rider safety. Ezra Holmes, how was that, Brad? How did he hold on to that one as he came over? Man, he was out of shape, but got the power and got back on the track.
Yeah, things are really heating up at the front. Dylan Walsh now leads ahead of Maximus Purvis and James Scott. So Kyle Webster's in the mix. Massive big four-way fight has unfolded for the race lead at the moment with 4.5 minutes to go. Josiah Natsky, the update we can give you, in 15th place. So now with Maximus and James behind Dylan. This is good damage limitation so far from Josiah, but Kyle Webster, fastest man on the track that time around. He's at the fastest lap of the race, the 2:19.804. Any one of these top four guys can win this race at the moment. So it's all on here as we see the two Yamahas dicing 1 and 2 with James Scott and Kyle Webster 3rd and 4th. Absolutely on here as we come down to the business end of race 2 for MX2. And have a look, there's nothing in the top four at the moment. This is going to be a stadium finish, and we are really into this one.
Hey, what about the fact, Brad, of course, if you have somebody like Kyle Webster winning, that's exactly the damage control that Josiah Natsky needs, because it's somebody who won't be a threat in the championship by not being with us at round number one, nor will he be at the final in 2 weeks. So that's the kind of thing that can happen, because he's not a serious threat. And also for Dylan Walsh, as Dylan is a little bit further back in those MX2 points. In fact, Dylan's sitting in 4th place, and he is, 37 points. 37 points behind. So if he was to win the race, that won't be a dent or a serious dent for Josiah Natsky. So things perhaps not looking all that bad. And even in the 15th place he's holding now, that's still a 6-pointer for our man out there. So Josiah not losing as much as we perhaps originally thought.
Yeah, he's definitely got enough time in this one to reel in a couple more positions too. So there he is. He crosses the start and finish line, but there's quite a few guys ahead of him. So with a good 2 or 3 laps to go in this one, we've still got plenty of time for Josiah Natsky to perhaps get in and around the top 10. That would be awesome for his title aspirations. As we see Dylan Walsh, Maximus Purvis, this is exciting times in the championship. These two haven't won a race yet in this title, and they're 2nd and 4th in the championship. So this is really going to shake things up. You've got Kyle Webster and James Scott there, 3rd and 4th place. So all on here, and this is going to be absolutely brilliant. So 2.5 minutes to go plus a lap. They're going to cross the line, and then potentially the clock will run out on this one around. So 2 laps to go due to my calculations, and Dylan Walsh and Maximus Purvis are side by side. Maximus has lost the roll-off off his goggle. You'll be able to see that as well. So that's more drama unfolding as well. So he will not be able to see that well. So passing is going to be quite an issue for the young man, Maximus Purvis. He's got the roll-off is off the goggle. But he's still absolutely flying at the moment. So Dylan Walsh, Maximus Purvis, that's 1 and 2. Cole Webster's now ahead of James Scott, so that's 3rd and 4th. We've got Morgan Fogarty. He's there, and a lonely old ride in 5th place with Caleb Ward, Kobe Burke and Micah McGoldrick still your top 8. So this is absolutely brilliant. 2 laps to go on this one, and we're in for a big cliffhanger as we see Dylan Walsh and Maximus Purvis. They're nearly handlebar to handlebar right down the bottom end of the circuit. There's absolutely nothing in it. They get around the lap nicely, then they go through the rollers section. Absolutely brilliant. They take 2 different lines in there and looking to come together. The Pirelli left-hander right by the vineyards there. They follow down the stop bank and fly over the tabletop. It's still going to be the 53 ahead of the 44, so this is all on here, and we are a lap and a half away from this checkered flag. Who's going to do this, you reckon?
Well, I tell you what, it's a blue, and Dylan Walsh absolutely needs it. He needs it, and he's the one that'll gain the most out of it. Although in saying that, what would you say gains the most? He'll gain the most of confidence because he'll finally have won one. And for Maximus, of course, who's been sitting back there, he has not had a win. He's gone. He's gone 3-5-3-3-3-2-2. So he's not had the win either. And yes, he would gain the biggest advantage over Josiah and move into the lead. But anything's still to happen back there. It's very, very close on points. So, wow, who do you say is getting the most? I think if Dylan can hold his head on his shoulders, well, I don't know. Gee, that's a hard one, Brad. I've got advantages in saying either one or the other. That is an even poise. I'll tell you, the one who wants to win the most is the one that will win, all right?
Absolutely, yeah, this is all on here. We're going to come down to this one. The white flag's ready and waiting. They've got the stadium section. They're nearly side by side as they crash down into the right-hander. Brilliant stuff from Dylan Walsh. We've got Maximus Purvis, but he's lost the roll-off off his goggles, so that's going to play a factor. He's not going to want too much roost and not too much spray coming back from Dylan Walsh's rear tyre, so we go flying with those two. They are absolutely on it. So Kyle Webster, he's in 3rd place. He'll be right there if anything happens. So these guys, the white flag, ready and waiting to go. So we're going to go this one. White flag out. 1 lap to go. Dylan Walsh ahead of Maximus Purvis. Flying at the moment. Kyle Webster there in 3rd place. We go back to the 108 of James Scott in 4th. As we watch this one. 1 lap. The stadium finish. It is all on here. MX2.
Oh, wow. And I tell you what, Kyle Webster, he getting a little bit closer. I tell you what, that plays right into the hands of Dylan Walsh because Maximus will have to be watching him behind him rather than going for the attack on Dylan. He'll be worried about the defence of Kyle Webster. He needs to keep him out of his bay as much as a chance to go. So I'm now more in favour of Dylan Walsh winning it from here, Brad, with a lap to run. So the reason I say that is the Kyle Webster factor of the influence he'll play on this race. And look at that from James Scott. Had the lead earlier on, no worse than 4th. That man again, Morgan Fogarty, getting better with every outing. Caleb Ward, the other Aussie in there. So there you got 3 Aussies. And if you add Dylan Walsh in there, who's going to do the Aussie campaign, you've got 4 guys about to do MX2 in the Australian Championship, which start in 3 weeks' time. And they are hot to rock and doing oh so well. So I'm loving this. And we're getting excited. I hope you are as well. With other riders in there like Kobe Burke and fellow Cantab and Micah McGoldrick. Out there in Bang & Bars, we've really got an awesome top 8. You would not have predicted that top 8, Brad.
Yeah, how fantastic. There's Micah McGoldrick back on the racetrack, already in the top 8 in a stacked MX2 field, so fantastic for that. But here we go. This is the cliffhanger finish we've been waiting for. It's the 53 ahead of the 44, but Max was trying to go around the outside, so there's not much in it, and I think he might have gummed through there, so look at this. All on here. There's 44 ahead of 53 and then the K, so it's on here. They're into the infield section already, and big drama unfolding here with Maximus Purvis now taking the lead of this one. Dylan Walsh in 2nd and Kyle Webster ready to go in 3rd place. So any one of these 3 can win from here, but it's advantage Maximus Purvis at the moment as he tries to tick off the rest of this motor here. We are down to the last quarter of a lap. Maximus Purvis, can he hang on? This is looking at the Yamaha 1-2 at the moment with a Honda in 3rd place. We've got James Scott. He's drifted back a little bit off the pace, but still in 4th place there as we watch this one. The crowd in here at Nararoro Raceway here in the Hawke's Bay is going to come to their feet as we see Maximus Purvis ahead of Dylan Walsh and then go to Kyle Webster flying over the Shell Advanced tabletop for the final time. Race 2, and we've shaken up the points in the championship. The 44 Maximus Purvis, he's got the left-hander to do it, and he's done it. Checkered flag time, Maximus Purvis takes his first win of the championship. Dylan Walsh will finish in 2nd place, and the K of Kyle Webster in 3rd place. So what a finish that is. Absolutely brilliant. What a last lap from Maximus Purvis. He had the roll-off off his goggle. He was all on there, stalking Dylan Walsh, and then made the move with about half a lap to go. And boy, oh boy, that has shaken this championship up. We've got Josiah Natsky. He was in 11th place when they crossed the line last time around. So if he can get into the top 10, he might do quite a good, could be just about tied, I think. So it's on here. We'll see what happens here. But Maximus Purvis, he's done exactly what he needed to do in that situation. He's taken the race win ahead of Dylan Walsh and Kyle Webster. James Scott's finished in 4th place. Morgan Fogarty, he comes home and a good 5th place. More top performances from Morgan on the LMC Husqvarna. Then we go to Caleb Ward. He's finished in 6th place on the CML KTM with Kobe Burke and Micah McGoldrick still battling it out there for a 7th and 8th. We've got Riley Ward in the mix there in 9th place with Brock Martins and Josiah Natsky. So can Josiah get into that top 10? He's just on the outside at the moment, so keeping an eye on that one. We'll keep an eye on where we can see Josiah Natsky finish, because that will be quite important for the championship. He's got up inside of Riley Ward, so I think he might be already into the top 10. We've got Josiah Natsky still a quarter of a lap to go here, and he is hunting for championship points. Kobe Burke's run wide, so that's more drama there. Micah McGoldrick, and so if Josiah can get up the inside of Micah, that's another vital championship point, so he's done that, and now he's got there finishes. So Kobe Burke will finish this race in 7th place with Josiah Natsky in 8th place. So that is a hell of a comeback. What a last lap from Josiah Natsky, and those are vital championship points. So there we go. Josiah Natsky was more than half a lap down at the start of this race, gets back up to 8th place. So the championship has really taken a squeeze. We'll go to Neil with a podium. It's Maximus Purvis taking the win ahead of Dylan Walsh and Kyle Webster for 3rd.
Wow, here we go with our podium, and we'll catch them and do a 3-2-1. Outstanding for Yamaha, taking the Quinella at the front of the pack, and well done there with Maximus and Dylan, but also for Kyle. Well, unfortunately, Kyle, if you just wanted this for training, if you just purposely made it that you've got to start from the back of the field to try and do something, what's been happening, Kyle?
Yeah, it seems that way. In the first one, unfortunately, just in the first turn, I ripped my gear lever off, I think, in one of the ruts. So, well, yeah, it's nothing you can really do about that, and just a bit of bad luck. But, yeah, that one, I just felt like I didn't get off to the start that I wanted. I sort of built into a rhythm towards the end, but that first part of the race just wasn't really ideal. So, well, it's good. You know, it's like you said, it's a pre-season race for us, so it's definitely something I can go back and work on now and make that initial sprint at the start, and yeah, I think that's what we'll go aim for the third one. Sorry.
Right, as far as the track's concerned, how's the quality here in Hawke's Bay today?
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, it's the complete opposite to last weekend, so that's pretty cool. And yeah, like we said yesterday, it's very Australian, and I think it's going to be great practice for our first round over in Australia at Horsham. You know, it seems to form up the same sort of way. So now it's perfect practice for us, and yeah.
Well done, Kyle. Love your words, love your commitment. Thanks for coming back to New Zealand. Dylan Walsh, you had it, mate. You had it. And it's getting tough for you out there.
Yeah, no, I had a tough first race, so I decided to get off my race bike and ride my practice bike, which I've been more comfortable on. So, yeah, a lot better. But, yeah, towards the end, a few lappers held us up. And, yeah, I just left the door open and he got me. So I have to learn from the next one.
All right, what a tough lesson. But well done, Maximus. If Dylan had won it, he would have been his first win. It's your first win. You're lying second in the points. That's an amazing run. You've done all those seconds and thirds now. You finally had the win. First of all, congratulations. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, cheers, man. Got off to a real bad start, went off the track, and then a couple laps in, lost all my roll-off. I had no goggles the whole time, but just rode my laps, you know, picked them off one at a time, and yeah.
You've got. If there was one track that if you were going to lose your roll-offs, which you did, it would be here today because there's not a lot of flying mud. Luckily, nor stones nor dust, so a pretty reasonable track.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. There's a couple of times over the jumps I had to get my goggles white, but no, it was all good.
Well, indeed. What does that do for you now? Is that the confidence booster? You know you can win again?
Yeah, I've been working hard and just trying to get a start, and finally paid off twice.
Well, what an incredible podium here for our MX2 class today. The first win for this man, the best result for a second for Dylan as well, and to Kyle Webster showing us his class as well. All world-class riders. All these guys will be in Aussie this year for some championship racing. An absolute honour to have them right here in New Zealand with them. Bring it on. This is MX2, courtesy of Shell Advanced Oils. Proudly brought to us by Trans Diesel, another quality sponsor of the Fox 2020 Motocross Nationals. Coming up next, the world of the awesome 125s, MX125. Stay with us now. Yeah, thank you to the crowd out there and your applause. Well done, well done. Because, of course, we appealed to two audiences here. Do you realise, folks, so far, over 200,000 different views of our NZMX Fox Nationals. Over 200,000 views, and that's from the first 2 rounds alone. That's not just people at the round, of course. That's being a YouTube, an opportunity to connect to it. You can go back and look at the results. Yes, it might be you that's gone back to look at the results. More importantly, 200,000 people. They're looking from around the world as well as New Zealand as well as... That's such a neat stat. Over 200,000 people have checked it out. And what we're keen to see is in a mix of 53 other sports on Sky Sport Next as to how our sport of moto does. And of course, as part of our family as well with Motorcycle New Zealand, our NZSBK, New Zealand Superbike Road Race Championships, which will be at round number 3 next weekend at Hampton Downs, north of Hamilton. So bring it on. More great racing brought to you by Motorcycle New Zealand, proud to advance the sport of motorcycling. Well, in that race of Maximus scoring a T5, and we've just seen a Josiah, so we think it could be 1 point in it, 1 point in it. Wow, how good is that? Just what the championship wanted. So 1 point in it, Maximus over Josiah. We'll let the computer do a better job than our failing brain cells and the end of a hot day here in Hawke's Bay. But more importantly, it is on. The championship's on. There's no breakaway leader anymore. 125. Speaking about breakaway leaders, this man winning 6 out of 7 motos so far, and he's already in the lead for moto number 8. He's the incredible Brodie Connolly, the Matamata schoolboy, on fire on the LMC Husqvarna TC 125. So looking in there, there's 3 major brands represented with 125 machinery, including Husqvarna, KTM and Yamaha. And looks like there's a good mix for those bikes and more importantly those riders. But it is the 88 of Brodie Connolly that leads them once again. Brad, this is almost a race you could call at the end of lap number 1 because it'll probably be the same leader as at the end of the race.
Yeah, this is awesome stuff. Brodie Connolly doing exactly what he did in race 1. Got the lead early on. Zach Gilling's a great start from Zach. He's in 2nd place. And Hunter Scott, another one up there in 3rd place. So brilliant stuff from our guys there. 125 racing and coming alive here. Brodie Connolly, he is putting a big stake in the ground here. He's got a 44-point lead in the championship. And absolutely brilliant at the moment. Zach Gilling's there in 2nd place. Hunter Scott. Then go back to Jack Simon, the man on the podium from race number 1, Joseph Andrell, ahead of Marshall Phillips, Dylan Westgate, and then Donovan Ward. So here we go. The update is a 1-point advantage to Maximus Purvis in our MX2 class. So hot off the press from our ladies at MXT. Maximus Purvis now leads the MX2 championship by 1 point ahead of James Scott, who's 13 points back. So wow, that has really shaken up the championship. Dylan Walsh there, he's 29 points back there in 4th, so he's just chewed into a bit of the points lead as well. So here we go on here, MX2 Championship, and really, really heating up. So fantastic to see that one as we go racing with 125 action, and Brodie Connolly already got a massive advantage. Zach Gilling still in 2nd place with Hunter Scott there, and Jack Simon, the man from the podium for race 1, he's in 4th at the moment. So a bit of a shake-up here in our MX 125 as we see Kobe Burke and Maddox Dixon with horror starts, so trying to catch an update of where they come through. Kobe Burke back there in 11th. And not quite sure about Maddox Dixon there, where he has joined this race. So a bit of drama here at MX 125 racing as Brodie Connolly continues his dominant ways.
Well, the breeze up a little bit, and so too is the cloud moving on, the sun coming out, so conditions warming up here. Not that they were ever cold, it's just that they were more pleasant than the scorching sun. They're probably down 29 degrees here in our working bee yesterday, getting ready, and that was hot enough, and all we could keep food for thought was the weather forecast says it's going to be a little cooler. Well, actually, it's been much more pleasant here today. And that's exactly what the riders need. As much as it's a physically demanding sport, as judged by the University of California more than a decade ago, the second most physically demanding sport of all the sports that they analysed undertaken in USA. So you put that up against football, and that's American football. You put it up against basketball. You name it, they do it in America. The only one that beat motocross was ice hockey. And if you've watched the game, I tell you what, it's the fact that if you don't want to be pummeled by one of those other players, and man, when they put their body armour, I tell you what, they make the Michelin man look like a dwarf. So that we can understand why that might have been out on top, but motocross, so tough. And here's a good example of, all right, back to the racing, 88, Brodie Connolly, whipping the air as he goes past as well. Love that, we call it a whip, folks, flicking the bike in mid-air. It's all part of the, I suppose you'd call it artistry of these high-flying supercars. What about our second? He's still doing it out there. Yeah, so we're talking there about young Zach Gillings. So good on to Zach, the 16 rider out of Rongotinia, Palmerston North, picking himself a very good second place. Man, I hope he can keep that up for a little longer. That's a quality result with our 125 class. As we look at this group as well, and already Brodie Connolly, a massive 44-point lead. Brad, if he carries on today, no, he won't get to 75 points, but he's going to be 50 plus, so he should win the title in the first race at Taupo in 2 weeks' time. So, wow, that's going to be massive. What we call the unassailable lead. So he's going to be pretty hot to rock there, and why not? So then go back to Marshall Phillips sitting in second place. He's just a mere 15 ahead of Maddock Dixon. Of course, Maddock, unfortunately, 2 0-point scores at Rotorua last week. Third place overall. That gives you an idea of the quality of the rider. And yet he's had 2 zeros. So he's gone 22, 22, 0, 25. That's the win. 22. So his worst result of every race he's finished is the second. Unfortunately, he's had 2 results. He has finished with 0 points. Kobe Burke in fourth with that man Zach Gillings in 5th overall, and here he is running in a second. He's 15 behind Kobe Burke. He'd love to get up there. By the way, I should point out Maddock Dixon and Kobe Burke are tied. They're tied in 3rd place at 113 points. Then go to Joseph Andrell, who had a great weekend at Rotorua last weekend. He's there in 6th, followed by Donovan Ward in 7th, 8th for Isaac Broad, 9th to Reece Gillings, younger brother of Zach, who's in 5th place, and then go to Ashburton's Ben Wall in 10th place of the 23 riders we've had in this MX125 class, Brad. But man, oh man, what do we say about Brodie Connolly? He is just a class above.
Oh yeah, this is absolutely brilliant again from Brodie Connolly. So doing the great job out in front. Didn't quite get the whole shot, but as good as he was right there by the time they come into the first corner. He'd taken the lead of this one. And now he is carrying on his dominant ways at the moment. So there he is, goes through the final corner and ticks off another lap. So about 12 minutes plus a lap still left in this one. And Brodie Connolly already a massive advantage. Great battle going on in behind him there. Second place is coming alive with Zach Gillings, Hunter Scott and Maddock Dixon there. So Maddock just up the inside of Hunter Scott. So he's going to take 3rd place as they go through different lines there with Zach Gillings, Maddock Dixon and Hunter Scott, 2, 3 and 4 in this race. Then we go back to Dylan Westgate there in 5th place with Kobe Burke and Marshall Phillips in there. So there's a couple of our top title contenders back in 5th and 6th. Then look to Donovan Ward and Kai and Lumens having good battles there. So all great battles here as we catch our MX125 racing. And Brodie Connolly, the 44-point lead in the championship. And that's to the man Marshall Phillips from the Canterbury area. So there we go with that one there. Brilliant stuff to see this one. A 44-point advantage and easily the most dominant rider of any of the classes so far in this championship. Brodie Connolly, we can't say enough about him. He's just absolutely on fire.
indeed. Speaking about being on fire, what a fantastic job from the club here today. Man, what an absolutely dull club. Here yesterday, we had our briefing session of the officials late in the afternoon, and it's just everybody getting engaged. People shaking each other's hands as people are being introduced to each other because they've come from another club to help, or maybe an MNZ official which has come from outside the region to assist as well. And it's just everybody engaged and understanding what each role is, and everybody is important as everybody else to ensure that the entire gearbox works, because every cog makes it count. So just a real neat feeling and understanding jobs to do. Now, one of the jobs, of course, activating the start, and courtesy of Sign-On at signon.co.nz, the digital starting graphic board, and it effectively counts down electronically. And in the bright lights of that modern digital sign, you can see it anywhere, even on a bright day. 10, 9, all the way down through to 0, and then 3 dits that come up, and then the gate can drop anywhere amongst those 3 dits, either at the beginning or the end of it, but certainly after 0. So it means everybody can clearly see that. Somebody's got to activate that to say that somebody's engaged. And the guys that stand out in front of the line, they generally put their hand up and wave it along and just get eye contact with all those riders to see, guys, are you all right? If you're not, put your hand up now, and I'm happy to put my hand up and we'll just stop the proceeding. But if not, we're ready to go. So that's the whole thing. And it gets to a point where they actually say the race is in the starter's hands, and that's the point where he's the official to dictate when the start of the moto is. So they're just some of the incredible people that help to make this entire event work, and no matter where we are going around the country. So neat to see. Bring it on, Hawke's Bay. Having a great day here in the sun of the Fruit Bowl paradise of New Zealand. Beautiful Hastings with the 88 of Brodie Connolly putting in another hot rocking performance. And Brad, our Sky Sport next coverage is not doing the track the justice of just seeing now how rough it's getting. Those ruts and grooves, if you have a close look at the bikes, you can actually see that the tyre part of the wheel is actually bearing in the ground. That's what we call the rut, the groove that's being made for these guys. So getting pretty damn gnarly out there.
Yeah, absolutely. There's some really deep ruts coming out there. And yeah, some of the pegs are dragging, some of the handlebars are getting caught up and things. I think talking to Hamish Harwood, and he got his foot caught in one that his bike wasn't in earlier this morning, so had a bit of a moment for him. So yeah, no, absolutely brutal really. And this track here is so intense. You've got to be focused for the whole lap. It's longer than a 2-minute lap, and there's so much to see and do. There's so many ruts you've got to try and remember where they are, what's a good one. So these guys are doing a brilliant job. It's quite a quite intense track mentally. Try and get around this in one piece here at Mary Road. So fantastic stuff. The club's done a great job. The track looks brilliant, forming up really nicely. We're going to have some great racing. We're only not even halfway through our program at the moment, and Brodie Connolly showing us how good he is with a 16-second lead over Maddox Dixon, and then Zach Gillings, older brother of Reese, still in third place. So brilliant stuff all around here.
Right, keen to talk about some of the technical aspects of a good circuit like this. First of all, from a cycling point of view, you've got the velodrome concept of the berm bank corners. We've actually got some of the corners that are like that. What that means is that there's generally a favoured line down on the inside you can get through, but if you're an attacking rider, all of a sudden somebody else is a bit slower and are on the inside, or they make a mistake and drop it, you've got a line to go around the outside. Now, you can do that at speed as well, because the momentum of your physics to go through the corner is holding you, even though the ground is at 45-degree angle, and if you just stood there you might even slip down. The momentum of the bike carrying you around there allows you to go through, and it gives you a second option. So when people say it's a one-line track, well, it's actually a requirement is a minimum of 6 metres wide, with parts of it many metres wider, but it just gives you an idea of those different ways you can take on a corner. There's also the dual line corners. What I mean by that is there's some corners whereby there's literally pegs down through the centre, and as you go in right, left, you can either be on the right-hand side or the left-hand side, meaning that you can choose one of those, and you can't then jump into the other track. Once you commit to one of those, you must stay within it, and it just gives another choice of a line on a corner. We have our fantastic jumps, of course. Well, jumping's been part of our sport for many years, and that's what they're able to do at launching, but it's also what they're doing in mid-air and controlling their bike. You think, well, they're just flying through the air. Can they do it? Yeah, it's your position on the bike, but believe it or not, touching your brakes makes a difference. Even though they're air brakes and you're in the air, you can actually control the momentum of the bike, and you'll see a lot of them like to land going down front first. Years ago, we would have thought that was crazy, but now we know and understand that it's much safer and faster than you would if you're landing on your back wheel more. And then add to that all of these other sections, like the rhythm sections, the stutters. You've got the different angles of the corners, the tightness. You know, some of them are only 90 degrees, some of them are a gentle turn, others are hairpins, almost coming back on themselves at 180 degrees. So the whole track varies. and the way it unfolds before these riders. And then the line choice they can make is making a big difference as well. And all of this for 88. There he is in a blind spot for us. And you watch all of a sudden, there it is coming towards us, up and over in a beautiful inertia down ramp landing, and then a double one onto the lower plateau. So spectacular to watch the geometry of these bikes. Aerial ballet, we call it. This is ballet on wheels in the sport of motocross. And the 88 looking absolutely exceptional. The brilliance that is Brodie Connolly.
Yeah, so there we go, Brodie Connolly. He's got 16.16, so Matt was just ever so slightly quicker than Brodie that time around. So Maddox Dixon there in second place, just holding that 16-second gap. There's nothing in the battle for third place at the moment. Zach Gillings and Kobe Burke having a good battle there. Hunter Scott still ahead of Marshall Phillips. Marshall is on the move, so he's got ahead of Dylan Westgate, who's now in 7th, and Kyan Lumens rounding out our top 8. So absolutely brilliant. And Brodie Connolly, he could stop and have a picnic and still win this one. He's absolutely on fire at the moment. So brilliant stuff. And full credit to the LMC Husqvarna team getting on board Brodie Connolly in his bid to win this 125 championship. He's got a 44-point advantage and looking all class at the moment.
Speaking about class, so too our quality sponsors like Aon Insurance, Kawasaki, Yamaha, Revs, Yamaha, Pirelli, Ford Performance, and the awesome Ranger Raptor, Ward Demolition, your deconstruction experts, about to be our sponsors for the Women's Cup coming up. Yama Lube is there as well, and so too for ICG, your creative content and print, taking everything from a marketing concept to printing it for you, whether it be on vinyl, whether it be for flags, whether it be for letterhead, whether it be for business cards, remembering the name ICG. And in this day and age, digital age, you can be living in Napier and have the people doing your work for you in Auckland or wherever they are. ICG available in the City of Sales, so that means that you can do all of that work for you and end up with a finished product. You don't have to actually be there. You don't go and literally map it all out. The digital age does that for you. ICG, creative content, and will turn your dreams into reality. So check them out. Just another quality sponsor on board for the Sky Sport Next package that is our Fox Motocross Nationals, and rocking on there anyway. Well, Brad, we saw that good start with Zach Gillings before. Yeah, potentially knows that he was going to maybe not stay there for that second place, but he hasn't lost too much at this stage either.
No, still doing a great job there in 4th place. So Kobe Burke just got through him on that last lap. So Kobe now up into 3rd place. So Brodie Connolly, Maddox Dixon, and then you go to Kobe Burke. That's our top 3. But then Zach Gillings, Hunter Scott. Great result for Hunter Scott. Up in 5th place, Dylan Westgate, Marshall Phillips, and then Kyan Lumen. So that battle there, 6th, 7th and 8th, that's come alive as well with Dylan and Marshall, 6 and 7, have a great little battle there. So we're coming to the business end. We've got 3 minutes and a bit, plus a whole lap. And Brodie Connolly just slightly again, Maddox Dixon just slightly quicker that time around, so down to 16.2 seconds, but still well in control of this one, Brodie Connolly.
Well, the other one I want to talk about is Jack Simon. He's been the kid we've been raving about, and unfortunately Jack hasn't had as good a run as he'd had from the earlier race, so he's back in 13th place. So when he got on the podium for a third, here he is in 13th. You say, well, that's not as good. And in all honesty, probably about where I expected to see where a young man like that coming up as only a teenager for his first major national championship. So, but more the opposite. We now know straight away that something has been wrong. But the good news is, out there on the bike, on the track, still racing, so can only get better. Had a little bit of a setback, but he'll, I'm sure, come back stronger for that. So what an awesome entry for this man this year. He will be going down as one of our outstanding riders. So bring it on with Jack Simon.
Updating us right now, 2 minutes plus a lap to go, and Brodie Connolly is just in the stadium section, so when he crosses the line, there'll be 2 laps to go in this one. Maddox Dixon there in 2nd place with Kobe Burke in 3rd. We've got Zach Gillings, Hunter Scott, Dylan Westgate, Marshall Phillips, and Kyan Lumens. That's still the top 8 as we watch them go around, but there we go. Coming down well and truly into this one, 2 laps to go in this MX125, coming up to the halfway stage of our race day at the moment. And this racing has been fantastic, but look at these youngsters out here doing a great job. Maddox Dixon, if he gets a good start, he's definitely got the pace he's shown to rode with Brodie, so we'll keep an eye on Maddox Dixon later on in the day. If he can get a better start in race number 3, should be all on. And Kobe Burke there in 3rd place. Now, Kobe, he just had an MX2 race before that where he was in the top 10 as well, so back-to-back motos must be absolutely draining around this track, so full credit to Kobe Burke on the CML KTM. Up there in the top 3, so it'll be good for him to get back on the podium. missed out on the podium in race 1 this morning. He wasn't on the podium in race 3 in Rotorua, so it'll be good for him to get back on that podium. We've got a lap and a half to go in MX 125.
Want to have a big shout out for our super ladies from Motorcycle New Zealand here today. And when I say ladies, it takes any good ship to be run by ladies. All the guys out there know that. Well, our key administrators and our sport, we welcome Virginia as our general manager. We've got Bailey for our media, and assisting we've got Danielle. Danielle's a new bouncy bubble on board in our team. And just really, coming on board to make sure that these events run better. So each time we like to mention different people. We're talking about flag marshals, club officials, starters and others. Well, the admin is something super important as well. So thanks to those ladies playing a vital part in the pulse of our championship. And they'll be, doing it all again next weekend for road racing. So it's not just moto, even though you'll be familiar with the name of Bailey Ward. She qualified 10th and looking forward to that first women's moto. Winding it up courtesy of Ward. Oh, 8th in the end. Oh, sorry, just been corrected. 8th in the end. Oh. And she'll be ready to go for that update on I'm sure. So now all she's got to do is live up to that qualifying, doesn't it? The higher she qualified, the more expectation of where she's got to be in the racing order. No pressure, Bailey, no pressure at all. So all part of our big family of people out there making it happen. We'll talk to you shortly about some of our higher officials. People here like a race director, a clerk of the course, a steward, and a technical steward. Technical? You're going to say what's technical about it? Well, I'll tell you what, part of our catchphrase of motorcycling, safe, fun and fair. And the way to make them fair is to make sure that technically nobody has an advantage over anybody else. They're all playing by the same rules. So we'll talk about them shortly as well. But back to our moto and Brad, the Brodie Connolly show. Just incredible.
Yeah, white flag out as well, 1 lap to go. So on the last lap of this one, brilliant stuff. Brodie Connolly hit it. Gap out to about 20 seconds ahead of Maddock Dixon last time around. Here's Maddock crossing the line, so that's on about 19 seconds, so it looks like only an absolute disaster will cause Brodie Connolly to lose this one, and that would make it a massive 6 races out of 7 last time around. And so this will be 7 out of 8 races if Brodie Connolly can bring this home, so very, very dominant so far. Got a half a lap to go. He's right down the bottom end of the circuit, going through the Pirelli rollers at the moment. Brodie Connolly, full class act here. Maddock Dixon there second place, but Kobe Burst caught right up to him, so there's only about 3.5 seconds between second and third, so watch out for that one. That's coming alive. And then fourth and fifth, Zach Gillings and Dylan Westgate. There's only about 6 seconds separating those two. Marshall Phillips, who's the man in second in the championship. He's down in 6th place at the moment. Hunter Scott, who was up in the top 3 earlier on in the moto, now back down into 7th, but great result for Hunter. And Kyan Lumans there in 8th place. So we're on the last lap at the moment. Half a lap to go for Brodie Connolly, and he is cruising at the moment. So brilliant stuff from our MX 125 Racing. Here's the update here. We'll go through our top results at the moment with Brodie Connolly ahead of Maddock Dixon, Kobe Burke, Zach Gillings, Dylan Westgate, Marshall Phillips, Hunter Scott, then go to Kyan Lumans, Reese McBride's in there 9th, Donovan Ward rounding out our top 10, Joseph Andrell, Jack Simon up into 12th ahead of Isaac Broad, who is in 13th. So that's where we sit at the moment. MX 125 as Brodie Connolly has about a quarter of a lap to go.
Well, Jack Simon was part of the awesome Southland Motorcycle Club that won the Brian Davidson Memorial at last year's New Zealand Junior Champs. A very important trophy as we acknowledge the best club performance. And after all, that's the heart of what we do in our sport. You have clubs that run it. It's no different, of course, if you've got representative rugby players from your local club playing at a higher level. Well, these guys come from a local club somewhere. Under the rules of Motorcycle New Zealand, you belong to a club before you get a licence to compete at the event. So that's the heart of it. The heart of it's the club. They're the pulse of our game. And great to see the Southland Club winning that inaugural Brian Davidson Memorial Trophy. And really looking forward to seeing who's going to be up for that this year. They pipped the home man number 2 team by a couple of points. And it should be all on. Junior Nationals coming up. And it was Jack Simon that his performance that reminded me of that, because Southland, of any club to win it in the North Island, it would be the last club you expect having to travel the furthest. But man, did they have some class riders, and that man was part of their winning and thoroughly deserved it of it as well. So, yeah, bring it at home for Southland. All right, here we go, and keen to look out for it. Brodie, Maddock Dixon in there with Kobe Burke. Yeah, Zach Gillings and Dylan Westgate in there from Marshall Phillips. Then we had also Hunter Scott in there. and Kyan Loomis. We haven't been talking too much about Kyan. Hey, I tell you what, at Rotorua last week, he was very good. But hey, he lives just up the road in Te Puke. So here you are, just goes to show that riders, when in fact, the dates and the venues for our championship are put out generally around 8 to 9 months in advance of the oncoming championship. So riders needing to know they need to go to those other circuits. So if you live in Bay of Plenty, you need to find out when there's a round of the Magic Series and come here and do Hawke's Bay and just do the event and get an idea of the track and see what the conditions are like, know what tyres you're going to choose, know what suspension settings you need to make, and get into a local track. And that's a cool feature. Certainly seen it. For example, in my home Manawatu region, when we held the Motocross Nationals at Flips a number of years, man, the number of entries we got from people outside the region just catapulted in the build-up towards that event, as people knew they needed to come and get an idea of what was a brand new track on the moto scene. A bit like Hawke's Bay, we've only been here 3 times for Nationals levels, and certainly knowing that I'm sure if there's more on the radar, which we hope there is for the Hawke's Bay Club, that we'll see more riders coming to this track to get the experience. So good to see. And Brad, all on, what a great finale. Brodie Connolly show again.
Yeah, so there we go. A Pirelli tyre lockout on the podium as well. Brodie Connolly gets the win. Maddock Dixon in second place. Then we go to Kobe Burke in third. So brilliant stuff from them. Zach Schilling's the best result for him so far in this campaign in fourth place. And then we go to Dylan Westgate running in our top 5. We'll go through Neil. He's got our top 3 on the podium.
Thank you, Brad, and more importantly, Brodie Connolly. Just tell people, Brodie, 2 classes. Kobe, my apologies. Kobe, my apologies. Smack on the hand, Neil. Thank you. We'll get that one right, Kobe. This double classing business. How do you actually feel? Is it a major challenge? What's your body doing? What's your mind doing?
It's not a major challenge, but it's not hard on me. It's just my starts that are just ruining it for me.
You can't buy one.
No.
So how do you think that? What do you think's the technique? What is it? Reflex, fitness? What comes about with a good start?
Just everything coming from off the 250. I've got to reset real quick to go into the 125, different bike and everything. We've got a good couple of races today, and hopefully to finish it strong, and then next move on to Taupo.
Yeah, well done. Good words, love it, thank you. And Kobe, Neil, naughty Neil. So here we are with Maddock again, and it seems to be I've talked to you a few times in this same spot, Maddock. What are you going to do to beat that guy? Come on, you can do it, one to go.
Oh, probably next race, probably put a 150 kit on my bike and hope to get the whole shot.
Yeah, that's the sort of thing that's got it. He's a freak, isn't he?
Yeah, freak, all right.
Yeah, pretty tough. All right, what about yourself? How are you feeling, bike and body?
Yeah, I feel good. Happy to come away with second. Would have been better being on the top step, but it's all good.
Oh, indeed. What about Hawke's Bay track today?
Oh, it's pretty rough. Real technical, but it's real fun too.
That's right. Excellent to see. All right, the Brodie Connolly show lined up here for us again. Broads, LMC Husqvarna. Have you got the best bike out there?
Yeah, I reckon I do. That Husqvarna's handling's so good. I felt really comfortable that race. Just got in a flow right from the start and kind of pulled away from the field, and it was real comfortable.
All right, indeed. The next 2 weeks to Taupo. What is going to be your prep over that time?
I just keep training hard. Might head up to Auckland. Might come out on the 250 as well at Taupo, hopefully. So that should be good.
All right, bit of a secret there out of the hands. Well done, that'll be great to see. All right, here, folks, the young guns of the future. These guys are only brand new in our sport. This is the right class to be in, MX 125, and they're doing it. And congratulations, Kobe Burke in the third, this man, Maddock Dixon, for the second. But the Brodie Connolly show continues. That is now 7 out of 8 victories. What a hero's run. We're having it to you, and hope you're enjoying it. This is MX 125 coming up next. It's the big boys back in town, and we'll have more of it. It's Mighty Motocross coming at you. Just as those riders get over to assemble, an opportunity to catch up with Bike Sport NZ and Andy McGeechan. First of all, Andy, don't we wish we'd kept a diary? How many motocross events do you think you've been to? Have you got any idea? Have you done any sums?
I have no idea, Neil.
Yeah.
All I know is I'm away from home for the next 10 weeks. There's something on. It's like, okay, this is a busy time of year for me, but it's been that time of year for me for the last 40 years. So it's a bit like you, Neil. We get to a lot of events.
Yeah, certainly do. All right, Bike Sport NZ, and tell us something more about the website, Andy. What do you've obviously got you've got to push yourself, don't you? Because you're the number one, and all you're going to do is if you slow down in any shape or form, somebody else is going to come along. But to remain number one, you've got to stay pretty sharp.
We try to have something fresh on the site every day, so that's the secret, I think, and we try and tick it along. And so obviously that's a result of the fruit from all the travels that we do to these events. So we keep a good close eye on the pulse of the sport in New Zealand, and I think that most people appreciate that.
All right, Courtney Duncan's story will be getting up there, won't it?
Yeah, it'll be up there all right. She's already won the first race. She's got another one to go, and then so she's kicking off her season. So back-to-back wins, touch wood. We don't put the jinx on that, but certainly that's what we're hoping for.
All right, what about that young man, Liam Everts? We've seen him here in New Zealand to race. He was top-notch with our juniors. We can probably say we had a little bit of a part in where he's got to today, but not that we're going to take the credit for it, but just a part of that journey. And it's good to know that how New Zealand motocross falls to these people. The Everts family respect the fact that New Zealand is a great place for motocross.
Absolutely, of course, we have links with the Everts family, and in terms of Ben Downey was under the wing of Stephen Everts for a little bit and learned a lot from riding with him. I remember John Coppins telling me quite recently, he said basically you are the product of your environment. So basically by Liam Everts going and racing at that hotbed of Europe, that's why he's improved so much to what we saw when he was racing here in New Zealand. And obviously the Kiwis like Dylan Walsh and James Scott who have gone and raced overseas, you can see their game has been lifted by being amongst that elite company.
All right, if we wind the clock back in MX2, I'm trying to think, and I don't want to downplay anything else that's been on in the past, but we went through the Daryl King era when he was over 40 years of age and still beating every teenager and 20 and 30-year-old that came along, and he was just knocking them out year in and year out. I've not seen a class like that. That's a first-time win for somebody like Maximus Purvis. That's now 6 different winners in 8 races. How good is that?
Absolutely. You made the point, Neil. That was the first time he's been on the podium, on the top step of the podium, and yet he's running second in the championship. That's how incredibly deep that talent is.
Yeah, good to see you. All right, thank you, Andy. Andy telling a story, wants to get over and do another good start. Plenty of action happening here as the boys warm up again. Here we are with a little bit of thunder, 2-stroke, 4-stroke in there. MX3 about ready to kick off. Bring it on.
All right, we're under start as orders gate drops, and we are underway. A great start from Cody Cooper off the inside of the box there. So we'll have a look at this when they come around the whole shot corner. The G of Kirk Gibbs, he got a great start as well. So we go racing with those two guys there. Yeah. Cody Cooper and Kane Lamont. Kane Lamont in second place. So Hamish Harwood's in the mix as well. We've got our top 4 contenders, 1, 2, 3 and 4 in the moment. Tyler Steiner, he got a great start there. So he's running in 5th place. Royden White, we go back to... Ethan Martin's there in 6th place, so great stuff here, MX1. Everyone gets away relatively cleanly, but there, Cody Cooper, this is the start he wanted, and down to 3 points in the championship. Kirk Gibbs there in 2nd place, so flying at the moment. We'll have a look at this one here. We've got Hamish Harwood well and truly in the mix with Cody Cooper there, Kirk Gibbs and Kane Lamont, with Tyler Steiner, Royden White rounding out our top 6 as we go frantically through the infield section. It's quite a cool whole shot where we go back across the track and do a quarter of a lap, and then we rejoin with the whole shot corner and carry on the lap. So the 153 CML KTM of Hamish Harwood, he's taken the lead of this one and flying, as you see the ruts getting very, very deep here at Hawke's Bay. Cody Cooper in 2nd place, we've got Kirk Gibbs in 3rd, and then we go to the 94, Kane Lamont in 4th place, 5th place for Tyler Steiner, and then we've got Royden White and Brad Broombridge, Ethan Marnes and Cody Murphy. That's our top 9 as we watch them. What a start though. This is exactly what we wanted. The fans have come to see some hot racing, and at the moment Hamish Harwood with Kirk Gibbs and Cody Cooper, so a classy top 3 as we see Kirk Gibbs has got himself up into 2nd place. We can see that on the Sky Sport Next footage. So Kirk Gibbs now ahead of Cody Cooper and Hamish Harwood out in front of this one. So big stuff here for MX1, and we get 22 minutes plus a lap, plenty of time in this one. And how's that for Kirk Gibbs? Already put it up into 2nd place.
Oh wow, the man's on the move. He was back and forth. He'll be disappointed by the start. He normally can do much better, but I tell you what, Cody looks so good, but Hamish Harwood just shot through him there on the inside. Love the way they're here, Brad. They're going left, they're going right, they're going left, they're going right, they're going left again in all quick succession, and some different geometry of those corners, and Hamish Harwood just shot through a gap. That was impossible, you would have thought, looking from here, but he made it happen, and he's made it stick as we check out Kirk Gibbs. Until got past Cody again after such a good start. Cody will be gutted. He'll come back, but will he be able to get back? Remembering they go into this race with 3 points. Cody in front of Kirk. If Kirk wins and Cody's second, we're all tied up, Brad.
Yeah, absolutely all on here, all to play for MX1 Racing. Hamish Harwood, great start from Hamish on that slightly smaller capacity, 350, but they've, as this track gets rougher, he'll be quite happy with a nice lightweight bike. So Hamish Harwood flying at the moment. Kurt Gibbs hanging it out, the back wheels dancing around behind him. Cody Cooper there in third place with Kane Lamont still in fourth. So our top four hasn't changed on that lap so far. We've got BG Brad Groomage, he's dropped it in the S's, and Ethan Marnes has to take evasive action, so he's lost the position as well. So we've got plenty of drama here. Battles all around the track. We've got Richard Horn, Hamish Clausen having a good little battle there as well. So the depth of the field is so good in MX1 Racing. All these guys are top-level motocross riders, and we've got a good 19 entries here in MX1 Racing, so in positive position as we see Hamish Harwood. Has he got the legs? Can he hang on to this one? 22 minutes plus a lap. He's in the lead at the moment, but the leader G, Kurt Gibbs, right behind him.
Oh, well, I'll tell you what, and Kurt Gibbs closing their gap down as well. The pressure on Hamish Harwood out in front. It's KTM Orange up against Yamaha Blue, back against the Honda Red with another Yamaha Blue. And hopefully next one will be the Kawasaki Green. Is it going to be Tyler? Yes, Tyler all the way. Part of the Shell Advanced Trans Diesel Kawasaki race team. Mr. Tyler Steiner out of Team Boogie. Going for it with the 8 now, Royd in the white. And white's on the white. And that, in fact, is the Kawasaki that's been liberated and turned into the pure white bike. So just something a little bit different in the graphics front there for the long-time patriotic number 8 as he's out there at the moment. Royd White, courtesy of Extract Visuals, Fast House, along with Alpine Star, Bell 100%, Kawasaki, Gaskin Plumbing, Sabre Construction, along with Sierra Delta, Fraser Street, Panel Beaters, KB Performance, CFX, Tile Max, Zen Float Spa, along with Etika, with Michelin, Bell Ray 70, Tom Randall Arts, Tattoo Arts with the M-Spec, KSS, and Block 5 Kombucha. There you go. The kombucha is proving to be a fabulous one, of course, with Team Kawasaki up with good buzz as well. So, Brad, everybody's talking about living healthy and eating healthy, and you can drink healthy as well with kombucha. Interesting that the energy drink days are just being tamed a little bit in favour of the likes of a kombucha, a different kind of a drink appealing to different kind of people.
Yeah, fantastic to have them involved in our sport. All of the kombucha brands supporting our riders, especially the good buzz on board with the Kawasaki team. We'll see Kurt Gibbs into the lead of this one, so he's managed to work the dual line to perfection. He took left when Hamish took right, and then they come side by side over the tabletop and just had enough corner speed to get the job done. So Kurt Gibbs finds himself in the lead of this one and already stretched out about a 15 bike lead advantage. So this is a classy performance from Kurt Gibbs. Hamish Harwood there, he's still in second place. He's got a comfy lead over Cody Cooper, who's under a bit of pressure from Kane Lamont. So have a look at the battle third and fourth. At the moment, Kane Lamont starting to pile a little bit of pressure on our defending champion, Cody Cooper.
Access here into the circuit is off Mary Road, where we have a number of other commercial businesses such as Allied Concrete, Wholesome Cement, Hume's Pipelines, and of course that's towards the Mary Road entrance end up there, and you can see a good lot of turnout there with public car parking back towards the scenic vineyard area, and coming through here towards the finish line. G to go. Kurt Gibbs 153 and Hamish Harwood 1 and Cody Cooper on with 94 and Kane Lamont. But Kurt Gibbs, I just seem to feel, Brad, that with the heat of the Queensland summer, he hadn't been doing as much racing as he's come here. We've just watched him build up and up and up. It's every race has been an improvement on the previous race, and that's what he's starting to show us. He's going to have to put in an awesome performance, though, to try and put Cody to the end. Right at this point, I think he's in the pound seat to go for the number 1.
Yeah, I think the turning point in the championship had to have been his big late race comeback when he crashed in the pole shot corner and peeled through everyone to take the race win. Ever since that, you just notice he's a lot confident. He's got nice relax. He stayed in New Zealand during the last week, so he's just all acclimatised and turned up here to Hawke's Bay, where he had pretty good success here when we come here 2 years ago. We had 3 different race winners in MX1, and he was one of them. So yeah, knows the track and comes here with a bit of confidence and just a nice, relaxed, positive feel, and doing all class at the moment. So 2.8 second advantage, Kurt Gibbs ahead of Hamish Harwood, and then go back to Cody Cooper and Kane Lamont having a good battle there for third and fourth.
Well, I tell you what, on that opportunity, we've just seen the 3:11 of Blake Maitland, and Blake come across the finish line here on a run. He's got completely out of shape, did the right thing, just slowed up, didn't do anything silly, trying to correct and go back onto the course. In doing so, he could have veered into the path of another rider, so he just slowed down. He rode safely down the bottom of the jump and rode along and rejoined up the track. Common sense from a young man there, and neat to see. Now, there's another super kid that's starting his big-time life in MX1 racing. You know, when you've got to MX1, you're in the creme de la creme of our sport. Effectively, you know, this is the top 1% of all of our MNZ licensed riders. So to see those guys here to the fore in these conditions today, Brad, it is great to see. And new names coming up there all the time. And Blake is one that deserves a whole lot of credit, being his debut year in this Premier class. And of course, his father Chris was an absolute legend in our sport as well, a former junior champion and a top senior competitor. He had his Uncle Aaron, that was pretty damn awesome as well. And think about what his mum and dad was. Of course, lovely mum, or in fact, Blake, we're talking about Blake's grandmother now, Yvonne, long-time secretary with the Huntley Motorcycle Club and the like. So great people in our family. Blake's been brought up on moto, and here he is now in a great position in our Premier MX1 lineup.
Yeah, no change to the lead at the moment. Still with Kirk Gibbs. He is in charge. 3.5 seconds. He's got that advantage, and he has clocked in the fastest time of the race, a 2:19.626. So well and truly in command of this one. Hamish Harwood, he's there in second place. Cody Cooper still in third place ahead of Kane Lamont with Tyler Steiner. He crossed the line there, so he's in still fifth place, so good job from Tyler. He got a good start, and running right up there, Ethan Martins is ahead of Cody Murphy. That battle there, there's neck and neck, there's nothing in it at the moment. And Brad Groombridge, after having a little fall earlier on in the moto, has got himself back up to 8th place. So that's our top 8 at the moment, as we keep an eye on Kirk Gibbs, Hamish Howard, and then the battle for third place is the one we're watching at the moment. It's Cody Cooper narrowly ahead of Kane Lamont, so Kane still on the mend from his crash at the Woodville Motocross Grand Prix, and out there at the moment, and he's just growing and growing, getting stronger and stronger, and feeling a lot better on the bike. So he had a couple of rides during the week, and he's starting to feel pretty good. So a classy top 4 at the moment, with Kane Lamont there piling on some pressure for our man with the red plate. But after this race, should be all tied up. Cody Cooper has a 3-point advantage over Kirk Gibbs, but with Hamish Harwood in the middle of those two, Kirk Gibbs could take the lead in the points. So the red plate may be swapping hands. We've seen the MX2 drama unfolding, with Josiah Natsky having that crash in the first corner, and Maximus Purvis capitalising on it with a race win. So the MX2 points have swapped around, and now Maximus Purvis leads that championship by 1 point, and we could be heading down the same track here with a red plate holder, Cody Cooper. He is sitting in third place in this one, but Kirk Gibbs out in front could be taking a points advantage after this one. We'll keep an eye on this. We've still got 12 minutes plus a lap to go, and really on fire at the moment. Kirk Gibbs ahead of Hamish Harwood, Cody Cooper and Kane Lamont in 4th, Tyler Steiner there 5th place, with that great battle 6th and 7th, Ethan Martins and Cody Murphy. Great to see Cody, the man from the Canterbury area, come up here on the Bob McCleary Yamaha, and top 7 at the moment. Brad Groombridge up into 8th place, with some updates all over this field. We've got Richard Horn doing a good job there, so that's 9th place for him. We've got Hamish Clausen now in the top 10 as well. Royden White, Josh May, Quade Youngs, and Hadley Knight rounding out our top 14 in our prestigious MX1 class. We're coming up to the halfway stage in this one. 11 minutes gone and 11 minutes to go plus a lap. There's battles all over the track. We've got a great little three-way fight going through the infield section at the moment, as we just continue to be in awe of Kirk Gibbs. He won race 2 and 3 after Cody Cooper had won the first 4 in a row, and now he's heading for his 4th win in a row, and to swap the points around and take the points advantage. So we're still halfway through this moto, but that's the math at the moment. If they finish in this order, Kirk Gibbs will take the lead in the MX1 Championship.
Yes, and indeed by 2 points as well, which is a decent buffer. So I tell you what, the pressure on. Hamish Harwood, what a moto he's put on. He did it with 2nd place from the front, quickly went to the lead ahead of Cody. Then we saw Kirk Gibbs go 4-3-2, and then finally to get past Hamish to get that number 1. Hamish has still stayed there in 2nd. So Cody, whereby he's only had one previous 3rd place, he's had 4 wins. He started out with 4 wins. He has not had a win since the first race at Rotorua a week ago. So here you are now with the next 4 races, and he hasn't been able to get there. So, man, pressure with a capital P going on him at this stage. So, are we looking at how he performs? I tell you what, the faith I've got is knowing how well he does at Taupo. That is an exceptional track. It's almost like we could call it the Cody Cooper Motocross Park, because he really does perform there. He goes there with the right headspace. He'll come out of it. Don't fear that, folks. But who knows? There's a whole lot of butts and motocross going on. So, great to see. Here we are, keen to look out for it. So reflection on that one, Kurt Gibbs, Hamish Harwood, Cody Cooper, Kane Lamont. They are, of course, G153, 1 and 94 for their numbers. 14 with Shell Advance, Kawasaki's Tyler Steiner over Ethan Martin's on the 98 Kawasaki as well. Looking out there to Cody Murphy. This is great to see. The 134, the man from Rangiora, North Canterbury. And he's making it fly. And Brad Groombridge, the BG man, and he was looking out for the fact that he had dropped it through there in that race, but he's come back reasonably strong. So got to be good for a rider doing the double classing at the moment. Nice at spectating here next to our turbo sound commentary position. We've got Ben Townley. We'll hopefully cross to Beno some stage during or after this race, or during the day, and just catch some expert comments from him. But the Hawke's Bay conditions are certainly coming into their own today. It's hot, it's tiring, a little bit of dust starting to come up as well, I must point out. So that moisture drying out in the ground, and with the sun bursting onto the scene here post lunch as well, that will only aid the drying of the track. So what happens with the drying is that those ruts start to crumble and break, because the track is looser, and you don't get those ruts. So in fact, you don't get as good a track. It's actually harder than it is when it's softer, because you've got more traction in those conditions. So here we are, the change in track conditions which unfold before us. Motocross alive and well here with our MX1 class, brought to us by CNC Profile Cutting Services, Max, along with Lion Foundation and Tumu ITM, your quality hardware and timber providers. They are 4 absolutely brilliant sponsors. Series funding, of course, going with the Lion Foundation, here for good, and we massively thank them for their support of our sport, and they've been crucial in helping funding, for example, of the paramedics. That's where the money from their funding is being used. So love the fact that we can be looking after the welfare of riders. That's one thing I'm super keen to point out. The injury rate this year has been so low, and that's fantastic to see. And it's a whole combination of quality people working together, making the track safer, the conditions better, and making sure the riders are better prepared. There's a whole combination of factors working together, and delighted to see that very low injury rate. Some events we've gone to, and man, we've seen 2 or 3 people having some serious injuries. Do not want to see that at all. Yes, we know motorcycling can be dangerous. Don't want it to be, though. And anyway, to eliminate those injuries is a great thing, and that's exactly what's been happening this year. So neat to see. Right, back with Brad and another update. And Brad, look to have just locked and loaded, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the gap was up to 5.5 seconds last time around. We'll keep an eye on that gap there. But you look at Kurt Gibbs riding, and I tell you, he's making it look a lot easier than it actually is. Hamish Harwood there, so the gap's gone out to 7 seconds, so he was 2.5 seconds quicker again that lap around, and continues to stretch out of the advantage. So 6 minutes and 30 seconds plus a lap to go, and Kurt Gibbs now out to a 7-second advantage. Cody Cooper's stretched his advantage over Kane Mont to 1.6 seconds as well. So that's the update we can give you. Kurt Gibbs, Hamish Harwood, and then Cody Cooper, Kane Lamont. They sort of settled down into a bit of a rhythm with still 6 minutes plus a lap to go. Plenty of time in this one. Ethan Martins and Cody Murphy continue to have their great battle. They're in the infield part of the circuit as well with Tyler Steiner. He's still in 5th place. Brad Groombridge is absolutely flying in 8th place. So what might have been for BG if he didn't have that crash earlier on in the moto. This one here is all on here, but Tyler Steiner, he crossed the line there. That's 5th place for Tyler. So great to see Tyler in top 5 results on the Team Green Shell Advance Kawasaki. So brilliant stuff from a young man on the move in New Zealand motocross.
All right, well, I have an opportunity to be joined here by Ben Townley of Ben Townley Tours at the moment. And Beno, just a few words first of all about the entire championship, this year's 2020 Fox Nationals. What have you thought so far?
Oh, it's been cool. I've been heavily involved in MX2, and that's obviously been pretty exciting. Obviously, you know, there's a lot of guys in there that have been really competitive, and the racing's been tight and close. And Josiah was starting to creep away, but that's obviously been really, you know, tipped on its head now again. So Maximus, he obviously rode a fantastic race then, and you know, he's looking to be pretty strong contender in that championship now. So that's pretty cool. And obviously, this championship here is pretty tight as well. You know, like just watching right now, probably about 10 or so seconds spreading the top 4 in MX1. You know, which is not. It's not usually that typical in MX1 racing, to be honest, with 4 riders. It's a lot of bike, MX1 bike to race. You know, there's only really Cody and Gibbsy that are full-time athletes, you know. So, for someone like Kane and Hamish to be in the mix, I think that's pretty cool and shows that, the effort they're putting in.
Doesn't need right. As far as the choice of venues is concerned this year, wow, I'll tell you what, Balclutha, you've been instrumental in helping that one happen. We've seen Rotorua, I thought, pick their game up big time from last week. Here we are now in Hawke's Bay, and you'll well know the quality of Taupo that can put on a final. So we can say one thing, we've got 4 excellent events.
Yeah, Balclutha was cool. It was good to go there. That was the first time running a national standard event, and I think they've got a few work-on points. Mainly, I think the event as a whole, they ran an excellent event, but just the track prep, with MX1 and MX2 riders, they're going to make a few changes for the future, and I know they will. So they're a great bunch. It's a small committee, but a really hard-working committee, and they did a fantastic job of the actual whole facility there. I think, that's the thing about having a national. You always up the standard of your facility, and it is there for future, for all of the members, and I think that's pretty cool. And then obviously Rotorua, they always do a really consistently good job, and it was no different this year. I think probably the hardest thing, obviously, for all these clubs in the North Island is just the lack of moisture in the soil, and to come here and see what the Hawke's Bay Club and Andy and his team have done. They've obviously put a lot of water into this track, and it's showing because it's developed so many big, deep, gnarly ruts. It's not that easy to, in New Zealand, in a volunteer aspect, to get, expect to be able to have a fantastic racetrack when you're in a drought, So I think they've done a really, really good job. When you look out here where Hamish is now, that's still muddy to a certain extent in that corner. So there's heaps of moisture in the soil, and so you've got to commend them, all of the clubs, or at least for Rotorua and Hawke's Bay here, for the moisture they've been able to get into the soil, because it's not easy.
Certainly not. All right, you've been instrumental in being involved with Dylan Walsh. We've seen somebody of his calibre come back to New Zealand, but hey, he hasn't had it all his own way, and I think it's really a sign of the quality we've got in MX2. I'm trying to think of MX2 as strong as it has been here. Any one of 8, you could arguably put names like Wyatt Chase that are now out with injury, for example. There's 10 different riders that could easily win an MX2 race. We've not seen depth in a long time like that. That's a great sign for our sport, Benno.
Yeah, it's not surprising to me at all. It's New Zealand has a very high standard of a championship. I've been back in New Zealand involved now probably 8 years that I've been since 2012, and it's the standard of the championship and the tracks we have. It's at a really good standard, and then obviously you bring Josiah into the mix, who's been racing internationally. Dylan, who's been international, James, who wasn't international last year, but he's been racing internationally. Maximus, who raced, he won did he win the championship last year in Aussie? He was, I think second, was he? Yeah, in the under-19s, and then, so you throw that in there, and then all of a sudden, you got Wyatt, who's, he's been a couple of events in Australia, so they do have international experience, and they're bringing that into their racing here, and I honestly believe, the standard of their speed is... Oh, and then you got Webster, so you throw him in there, and you put that into perspective. I don't know if people realise this, but he almost won the qualifying race at the Motocross of Nation, so it shows you he's no slug. And Kiwis always ride very, very fast in New Zealand. Cody Cooper is the epitome of that. He is one of the fastest riders in the world when he's comfortable in New Zealand. There's no doubt about it. And so if you're gonna beat Cody Cooper in New Zealand, you're riding really, really well. And now we're starting to see that in MX2. So it's good to see. And I think also for this MX1 class, you know, to have a good fight, you know, going on with not just a couple of riders, but, you know, 3 or 4, that's really good for the sport. And it's great to see Hamish finally into that class, because we've needed someone like him from New Zealand to get in there, along with Kane, and obviously Cody's been there for years. So.
Righto, Ben, thanks for your input. Next couple of weeks for you, tell us quickly about a day in the life, a week in the life of Ben Townley. Ben Townley tours and all the things to do, supporting the likes of Dylan, helping out with Yamaha. Never a dull day.
Nah, it's not, mate. Nah. Sunday's the quietest of the week at the moment, to be honest. But yeah, it's I didn't really realise what I was getting myself into when I committed to this Dylan Walsh thing. It's been quite time intense, but I'm enjoying it. I think probably the biggest thing for me is it's a real challenge. You know, with Dylan, he's showing fantastic signs during the week, but we haven't quite seen it until that moto. I think that's the first moto in Woodville, Belcourt, Rotorua until now that we've really seen him ride to his potential, so that was nice to see. But yeah, I haven't been that busy with tours. I actually have changed how I'm going to do it. I don't offer them in the summer, and I'm glad I didn't, because we would have had nowhere to ride if I'd had customers here. So it's a real autumn and spring thing. And then Yamaha, I've obviously got the new Tenere adventure bike, and I'm going to add those for this spring. So yeah, it's a busy year ahead, and it's our 3rd year operating that tourism business, and we're really seeing the growth in it now. It's really cool. We're going to be, or we are fully booked for autumn, so it's pretty cool. There's 9 weekends in a row of groups from Aussie, so it's going to be good.
Awesome, Benno. Thank you very, very much. As we get set, we're in the latter stage of the race. Perfect timing. Brad's been following what's been going on. And Brad, any changes out there?
Yeah, a couple of changes, but white flag out, 1 lap to go, and the top 4 have remained the same. Kirk Gibbs ahead of Hamish Harwood, Cody Cooper, who was under a bit of pressure from Kane Lamont, but he's managed to just hold on to that 3rd place at the moment. But that's the top 4. The update we can give you to Honor Steiner. Still there in 5th place with Cody Murphy, now up into 6th. Brad Groomed in 7th. Ethan Martin now dropped back into 8th place. So here we go with this one. Kirk Gibbs here. He's just got a quarter of a lap to go. He's in the stadium section at the moment. And this will be a big point swing in the championship. Kirk Gibbs can hang on to this win here. Hamish Harwood still in 2nd place. He's got a 4-second advantage over Cody Cooper. So we will see a new points leader in the championship as we see Kirk Gibbs come around the Shell Advanced tabletop for the final time in this race 2 of MX1. And he's got a couple of corners to go. The checkered flag is ready and waiting. So this one here is going to be in the box. Letter G takes the checkered flag, so a race victory for Kirk Gibbs, 2 from 2 so far today. And with Hamish Harwood there, going to finish in 2nd place. We're going to have a full swing in the championship. There's Hamish Harwood through in 2nd place. Cody Cooper gets through in 3rd, so a new points leader now. Kirk Gibbs will take over the points lead in the MX1 class. Here's Kane Lamont. He's going to finish in 4th place. He was on for a podium at one stage, but settled in for 4th. And some more good quality championship points there for Tuffy on the number 94 machine, the JCR L-Therm Window Systems Yamaha. So there we go. His teammate Kirk Gibbs carries on. That's his 4th win in a row in this championship. And with Cody Cooper finishing in 3rd place, he takes the points lead. Battles all around still with Tyler Steiner in 5th place, Cody Murphy there in 6th. We've got Brad Grumage and Ethan Martin still out on track in 7th and 8th as well. So a bit of a shake-up in the points. And fantastic racing. So Kirk Gibbs, he's full of confidence, full of smiles in the Yamaha pits as Maximus Purvis, the MX2 rider for the L-Therm Window Systems JCR team. He's taken the points championship lead as well. So not a bad day at the office so far for the Yamaha team, as we'll cross down to Neil, who will do our MX1 podium with Kirk Gibbs, Hamish Harwood and Cody Cooper.
Wow, we're looking forward to this moment, and here we are, a turn-up, man. After the first 4 races, it was Cody Cooper, Cody Cooper, Cody Cooper, Cody Cooper, and now the next 4 races, because there's 3 and 3 and 2 so far from the first 2 rounds and the first 2 races of this 3rd round, and it's gone Kirk Gibbs, Kirk Gibbs, Kirk Gibbs, and Kirk Gibbs, and then it's been their minor placings, whereby we've seen that Cody has just had one lesser result back there for that 3rd place update. So looking out for this one. Wow, man, talk about turning it up. So Cody, first 4 races were all yours, and the next 4 you've been under a little bit of pressure. So still a moto today. Can you rectify that? Can you win the last one?
Yeah, I think I can. I don't like to just keep doing stupid tweaking mistakes. So I think we'll have it a lot better in this next one. And then the starts are sorted. Now we just need to get some wins.
Right, there you go. It's as easy as that, isn't it? Exactly. The Pookie Cowie man in great form here, so well done. Nice to see. Hamish, first of all, you went past Cody. You were in the lead for a little while. What were you thinking right at that point?
Well, I started off to a pretty good start. Once again, not quite the whole shot, but we were close. Me and Gibbs come into that second turn, pretty touch and go, and but then, yeah, Cody made a mistake, and I went round him, and I was in the lead, and I was thinking, finally, I can have a good crack, and it was only about halfway around the first lap, my brake pedal, rear brake, snapped off, so I had no rear brake, but in hindsight, it probably made me ride better, and probably because I was just coasting into the turns and setting myself up, and I felt real comfortable out there. I was just chipping away. I knew I wasn't going to keep up with Kirk, but I was just hoping to stay in front of Cody and Kane. But all in all, happy with how everything went. I finally want to get a whole shot.
Wow, the stories you hear at the end of the race. We had no idea that. What a great story, Hamish. Well done. So there you go. First of all, Kirk, you're on the back foot, some seconds and thirds in those first 4 races, but then you've come out with 4 wins in a row. What's the secret to that today?
I don't know. I just felt really good then. Obviously, I got off to a good start, but just ran real wide in that first turn, and then, just sort of put my head down, tried a few different lines, and they all seemed to pay off. So, no, really happy with that, really happy with the bike, the team, and how everything's going at the moment. I feel like my starts are a lot better, and it's just put me in better positions. So, really happy with the way everything's going, felt really comfortable, and, feel like I still had a bit more in the tank.
Well, here he was, the New Zealand 2018 champion. Could he be the champion in 2020? We're about to find out over the next few weeks. What an awesome podium. Well done to Kirk Gibbs, 4 in a row. Then with Hamish Harwood getting up to second place and demoting Cody back to third. These have proved to be the incredible top 3 of our championship, and they're certainly laying it on for a fantastic moto. Looking forward to it. Hey, still to come, folks. Still plenty more with our MX3. We've got our Women's Cup to get out there, courtesy of Ward Demolition, your deconstruction experts. Plus, as well, we're going to do it all over again, and we'll catch these guys up. What order will they be in next time? Wait and see. It's a real bonus. Coming back at you, MX1 this afternoon. Stay on board with Sky Sport next. Those applauding, thank you. Yeah, here. They all deserve it. They all need it. Well done. So there you have it. Here we are, see just a little bit of that quick track maintenance work to do as we have a slight break in between racing, so that's good to see. Wow, so what a change. Would you have thought that? Hell no, after what Cody had I think he got as high as 11 points as lead from memory. I think it was it 11? No, it would have been more than that after 4 motos. Whatever it was, but it's now been whittled all the way down to 0 -2, because in fact he's now 2 points behind with Kirk Gibbs to have the upper hand. Wow, talk about the upsets happening here in the Hawke's Bay today. The penultimate round, of course, the turning point of the series. What you've done through the first 2 makes a little difference. What you do in the third one makes a big difference, and then it puts all the pressure on that 4th and final round. 4 rounds of great motocross nationals, rocking at you, Balclutha, Rotorua, Hawke's Bay and Taupo for the final in 2 weeks' time, Sunday the 15th of March. If you're here in the Hawke's Bay, if you've loved what you've seen today, come over to Taupo. You know the place, you love it. You can take the kids for a dip in the lake. You can go to the hot pools and play the AC bars maybe. Places like that, plenty to do in magnificent Taupo. But more importantly, come and watch the moto in the finale. Bring it on with Fox Motocross Nationals 2020.
All right, the countdown is on. All right, here we go. Gate has dropped. All right, here it is, MX3 Racing, the second race on the program for these guys here. So this will be the finale for MX3. We will be crowning an MX3 winner for the day. So have a look at Bradley Walling. If he can get a better start, he'll be certainly one of the contenders. He got the fastest lap of the race. He finished in second place behind Lockie Burrell last time around. So he'll be one to watch out for. Lockie Burrell, local man on the Bay Motorcycles Kawasaki. He'll be one right up there as well. We've got Alan Nichols and Darren Capel. They were right in the mix last time around as well. So we're going to go MX3 racing for 15 minutes plus a lap. And at the moment, it's all on here. We've had a bit of track maintenance go down. The Bobcat was out tidying up a few holes on the lead-ups to some of the jumps. And a little bit of a surface water's been put down as well. So it looks to be the 33 of DC, Darren Capel. He's the man notorious for his good starts, and he is out there at the moment. Lockie Burrell looks like he's in second place. So this is a good job for him, as he was the man to beat last time around. Side by side as they go over the finish line. So all on here, Matt Goodgain, he's got third place sorted out at the moment. Mitchell Armstrong running in a good fourth place. We then go back to Daniel Barrow there in fifth. Lockie McKean running in sixth place. So all on here with Alan Nichols up in the mix as well. So having a look at this one, MX3 Racing, and all on here. So Lockie Burrell, Darren Capel, side by side as they cross the finish line, but it is Lockie that's taken the lead ahead of DC, Darren Capel. We've got Matt Goodgame in there as well. Better start from Matt, another local man there in third place. So the top three bunched up quite nicely here. So we're in for a good race here. We're 2 minutes into this one. We'll get 15 minutes plus a lap. And this one here, the second race for the day for MX3. They get 2 races, so this is the finale. And coming down to the crunch here, MX3. Great to have 22 entries for this one here. So we've had some great racing. Round one at Balclutha, won by a good rider, Jacob Scammell. And then last week we had a podium, all 252 strokes, and that was fantastic to see for the sport of motocross. And now we come here to Hawke's Bay, and it's locals leading the way again with Lockie Burrell out in front at the moment.
To compliment that, Brad, it was Danny Merriman who won last week. So effectively, we've had Winton, Tauranga, and Hawke's Bay. So that, yeah, like you say, close enough to local people in their area that have been winning MX3, which is exactly what you want. Hey, folks, we've been talking about our volunteers and all of our important people. We've talked about the local club. We've talked about our flaggies. We've talked about our MNZ admin with our fantastic ladies. And what about our other officials? So the 4 key ones here today are a race director, a clerk of the course, a steward, and a technical steward, and they've all got a very important job to do. But I can if I just give you the geography of where they come from, first of all, that's Tauranga, Rotorua, with Cromwell and Christchurch. So that gives you an idea. And they're here in Hawke's Bay now. You're going to say, why those people? I'll tell you why. They are the best. That's why they're here. They are the best. And it's no different if you've got a referee, for example, to do the World Cup final. You want the world's best referee to do it. When we're running events, we want our best officials, and we've certainly got those assembled. So great to see. So special thanks go to Scotty Wilkins, along with in our crew as well as our race director. We've got Dennis Phillips as our clerk of the course. We have also in there Dan Batchelor as our steward, and also to Steve Maynard Smith as our technical steward as well. So they've each got an important job to do. They are different to each other. That's why we've got 4 different roles. But they're our elite crew that's been assembled, and they travel to do the events. We've had Scotty join us for these last 2 rounds. We had Brent Scammell doing the first 2 rounds for us. So just a point of difference there in one of those roles. But you get the idea. And again, quality people, more volunteers in our sport, people that are giving up their time to be here with our for the love of motorcycle sport. So I think that we've probably wrapped them. Maybe don't say enough about our local club, and more importantly, talking to some people last night, they weren't aware of just the calibre of the Hawke's Bay Motorcycle Club and the event that they're running here. You know, you're talking about a creme de la creme club. October last year, let's go back 5 months. running the New Zealand Mini Motocross Nationals. We've had the New Zealand Junior Motocross Nationals. We've, of course, got New Zealand Senior Motocross Nationals. We've had a Championship Supercross here. So that's just to name some of the things that have happened here at the Ngātaroru Raceway. So we love it. So well done, Andy, as the local president. Great to catch up with Greg as past president of the club here today. So good to see plenty of officials here, and these are, again, passionate people about our sport. So we love the Hawke's Bay Club. You will as well. So just another organisation, part of the family of over 50 clubs in Motorcycle New Zealand's family of clubs. So well done, Hawke's Bay. Setting it up big time here today. And Brad, still going on there. Looks like DC said, well, I haven't come all this way just for the beautiful weather and to grab some free Royal Gala apples. He's actually getting out there and doing some more serious racing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he got relegated into third last lap round, but now he's just piling on a bit of pressure there. So he's definitely got second place in his sights, but no surprise, the fastest man on the track last round, Lockie Burrell, a 2-minute 41.23 lap. So he's out there in front, got a decent advantage. Back to Matt Goodgame, the man from CNC Pro Cup. Go local 1-2, and then you go to the man DC. Third place for him, Mitchell Armstrong. Good job from him there, fourth place, and Alan Nichols rounding out our top 5 at the moment. So brilliant stuff, MX3. Race 2, man, Bradley Watling back in about 15th place, so again another horror start for him. So maybe just not enough bike time for him. He's coming back from a big injury and not quite getting the starts he wanted, but certainly still one to look for in this late race moto there.
Well, there we go. There he is, the 115 out there, the man from the Manawatu on the dirt bike repairs, supported Yamaha. There he goes out there. So well done to Bradley Watling. So shares a bit of a similar story to our family. Father's Neil, son's Bradley. So there you go. Watlings and Richie with Turbo Sound on board here as well today. So must be something about those lovely Watling family. They knew quality as well. All right, here we are, 956, and more of our riders out there as well. There's the 33 going with DC, Mr. Darren Capel, so picking it up here with our MX3 lineup today, and Matt Goodgame out there, the Hastings man on the CNC profile cutting, Foul, Hawke's Bay Diggers, Alexander Electrical, Unforeseen Decal 70, and Pro Moto. So, and the YZF 450 as well for Matt out there. Had the privilege of watching Matt all the way through from his junior career to his flourishing senior career. Of course, his super dad, another former president of the Hawke's Bay Club. A lot of quality, I suppose we'll call it decorum in the Good Game family. So just neat to see more locals that are fired up. But I tell you what, Lockie Burrell, man, oh man, the height of the guy, the strength of the guy, the passion of the guy, the commitment of the guy is fantastic, and he is certainly smoked him up here. Yes, I mean, I'd looked down at the program. I thought that he would be a front runner, but had no idea the domination of what he was able to execute here. So well done to Lockie. Let's hope he moves, and certainly hope that many of these Hawke's Bay riders decide to travel to Taupo in 2 weeks' time as well and be part of MX3 over there. That'd be great to see, to bolster those numbers. Always a passionate event to have our final. We love it at Taupo. They've been hosting our finals for decades now, and long may it continue. One of our premier clubs in New Zealand, so looking forward to them. And luckily for Hawke's Bay people just over the hill, I know there's a lot of Hawke's Bay people that have travelled over to do events in Taupo and vice versa. So a good affiliation between the two. It's not called the Napier Taupo Road for nothing. It's just a couple of hours, or less than that actually, to go through from one to the other. So good to be as close as that, and getting the opportunity to ride on two very good tracks, which I'm sure Lockie will appreciate. So bring it on home, Lockie Burrell. Big advantage out in front. So going for it out there as well. As we look out to the update with Matt Goodgame in second, Darren Capel, followed by Mitchell Armstrong. And Mitchell is a relatively new name for us, Brad, not as familiar there.
Yeah, so he's one of the ones in MX2 that didn't make the 115%, and so put him in the MX3 to get some top 4 racing. That's probably a better weekend for him, so brilliant stuff to see that. A good call made by the officials there, and some great racing here for our teams, but it is a Hawke's Bay 1-2, Lockie Burrell and Matt Goodgame. Then you go to the legend, DC Darren Capel in third place. Mitchell Armstrong ahead of Lockie McKean. John Bayliss is up there. Tommy Dill, how's that? Coming up from Blenheim to do MX3 racing. What a legend, Tommy Dill. There where he's sitting there in 7th place. Bradley Watling in 8th. So the late race charge continues up into the top 8 now. Henry Bayliss and Roundtree. That's our top 10 MX3. And we've got about 5.5 minutes left in this one. So still plenty of time. But I can't see the top 3 changing. They've settled right into a nice little rhythm. and we are on here. So if the race finishes like this, Lockie Burrell will most certainly have enough for the overall with a 1-1 finish, but still plenty of time on this one, over 5 minutes and a lap to go, so keep an eye on MX3 racing at the moment.
Yeah, loving every bit of what this one's got to offer. So we're on here at the moment, remembering the prestige of trying to get on the podium for the end of our day. This will be our first overall podium, as our MX3 class only has 2 races. They've had one, so this is their second and final. So we'll have them up for a podium presentation, and we'll be keen just to judge those top places as well. Bring it on.
All right, getting excited. We can see on the line at the moment the Women's Cup, the War Demolition Women's Cup out there at the moment. So lining up, this is going to be the first time we're going to see our women riders this campaign. Very excited to have 15 entries out there and ready to go on the line. So their first race coming up after this one here. We've still got 4 minutes plus a lap to go in MX3, and then we are going to crown our overall MX3 podium. So continuing on. The common theme for MX3 racing in the championship so far, locals have dominated, and no different here with Lockie Burrell on the number 188 machine. The Bay Motorcycles Kawasaki, great job for him. He's through the infield section at the moment. We then go back to Matt Goodgame on the CNC profile cutting YZ450, and then DC Darren Capel, the man who backed up from last weekend, so a good performance from DC. He told me he was still not coming right by Thursday after that brutal weekend in Rotorua, so great for him to back it up here. He's in 3rd place at the moment. Then we have a look at Mitchell Armstrong and Lockie McKean on the smaller 250 machines there in 4th and 5th place. So we're on here, coming down to 3.5 minutes now, counting it down until we crown our MX3 champion for round 3 of the Fox New Zealand Motocross Championships here in the beautiful sunny Hawke's Bay. The clouds still hanging around, which is going to help us try and keep that moisture in the drought-stricken Hawke's Bay land here. So brilliant stuff from the weather playing its part for us today. As we have a look at the 188 Lockie, he's in a final corner, check off another lap, so brilliant stuff for him. Flying at the moment, nice and smooth on the local track here at Naruroro Raceway. Round 3 of the championship, and boy have we been treated to some drama. The points lead has changed in 2 out of our 3 classes so far today, and we've still got 1 moto for each class left as well. We've also got 2 Women's Cup races to get into, and still plenty to do here at round 3. So we're looking forward to this one with 2.5 minutes left in MX3. And it is at the moment Lockie Burrell ahead of Matt Goodgame, Darren Capel. It's our top 3, and decent advantage back to Mitchell Armstrong in 4th place, Lockie McKean there in 5th. Bradley Watling's now up into 6th place, so he continues to charge through the pack. And on here for some good overall points, Tommy Dill there now in 7th place, John Bayliss, Henry Bayliss 8th and 9th on the Max Gear KTMs, those 2. And Roundtree there on the Yamaha in 10th place. So all on here, that is our brilliant top 10 at the moment. Brooke Cushion, good job there, 11th place. And then we go to Jack Wellington, rounding out our top 12. So that's our update we can give you. It is still Lockie Burrell, well and truly in control as he heads around Naruroro Raceway. With about 1.5 minutes left on the clock, he's still got a half a lap to go, so it'll be quite touch and go whether he can get through before the time runs out or after. If he gets there when the time has expired, it will be white flag time, but if he doesn't, we'll have to do another complete lap. So could be 1.5 laps to go, could be 2.5, depending on when that clock runs out. It's still over 1 minute to go, and he's in the infield already, so looking like it's probably going to be 2.5 laps to go here, but we'll keep an eye on that one there. Lockie Burrell well in control. He's got a 20-second advantage, so very dominant after narrowly winning race number 1 ahead of Bradley Watling. Bradley down in 5th place, so hopefully we'll see what happens to the podium, but a good shake of here. Matt Goodgame now in 2nd place. Ahead of Darren Cable and Mitchell Armstrong there, so some consistent performances there from Mitchell, seeing us come alive here. So we'll keep an eye on the clock as we have a look. MX3, and a big thank you to some of our local sponsors. Lion Foundation here for good, fantastic stuff from them. The CNC Pro Cut, Andy and the team just pour so much hours and support into the Hawke's Bay Motorcycle Club. Full credit to them. Urimax and Tumu ITM. Those are our local sponsors, along with our major sponsors making our Fox New Zealand Motocross Championship happen. Fox made for motocross, absolutely fantastic. Having them on board again, just lifting the profile and making our championship so cool. Yamaha revs your heart, ICG, creative content and print, Yamalube, Honda, Kawasaki, and to Sky Sport Next bringing us these awesome pictures. So fantastic to have Sky Sport Next come on board Motorcycling New Zealand. Pirelli tyres, the new Ranger Raptor, Aon Insurance, Shell Advanced Trans Diesel, Ward Demolition, Dirt Rider Magazine, and Yamaha Genuine Technology Racing. So there we go with our big major sponsors, and all of us bringing us Fox New Zealand Motocross Championship. So we are now 2 and a bit laps to go as we go with Lockie Burrell. White flag is ready and waiting, but he's got half a lap there before he takes the white flag. He's got a 21.7 advantage over Matt Goodgame, and then a further 10 seconds back to Darren Capel. So locals 1 and 2 at the moment, DC from the Bay of Plenty. And then we have a look at Mitchell Armstrong and Bradley Walling. Only 5 seconds separating 4th and 5th there. So if Bradley can get up into 4th, it might help him get on the podium for the overall. We'll keep an eye on where he can sit there. Lockie McKean there in 6th place on the City Honda Stratford New World Racing team. John Bayliss now up into 7th place ahead of Tommy Dill, so that's 8th now for Tommy. So the man on the Yamaha from the Marlborough area. There's Henry coming through in 9th place too on his Max Gear KTM with Ant Roundtree having some good little battles there. He's in 10th place, and Brooke Cushion there in 11th, Jack Wellington in 12th. So we're on here, and Lockie Burrell coming into the infield part of the circuit here at Ngātaroto Raceway. And round 3 of this Fox New Zealand Motocross Championship starting to heat up. We've had some drama in our major championship classes, MX1 and MX2. Start of the day with race leaders, and now going into the 3rd race of the day have different race leaders. So that's more drama to come, I'm sure, as we get ready for our Ward Demolition Women's Cup as well. So they've had our practice qualifying session, and 15 of our best women riders in New Zealand have assembled here in Hawke's Bay for our Women's Cup. So fantastic to see that as we catch Lockie. Stretch that advantage even more. It was 21.7 seconds last time they crossed the line. He stretched it out even further, and this will just go to show the locals come good when the track starts getting rough. You know all the tricks, you know all the right lines to take, and Lockie Burrell, Matt Goodgame, a good Hawke's Bay 1-2 at the moment, showing us the locals' knowledge really paying off. As we've got checkered flag time, so that's the win for Lockie. He takes it out, and the overall for MX3 Glory, so brilliant stuff for him.
Well, Lockie, the unmistaken winner, absolutely unmistaken reason for that. 1-1, you can't get any better than that, so well done. But the places behind him might be a little different. Well, we had, remembering we had Bradley Watling up last time, but Bradley's faded a little bit. People like DC had faded, and I certainly think we're going to have Matt Goodgame up there as well. In fact, will it be these 3? How good, though, for Bradley? So keen to watch just what they do. So, wow, there we go. And we will get the top 3. You a call for Bradley. Bradley, need you for the podium. Bradley Watling, run mate, please. Bradley Watling for the podium. Thank you, Bradley. Quickly. Three of them tied on 38. I don't know quite whether we'll get Bradley back. Here we go, Bradley, good work. Quickly get his helmet off. Believe it or not, folks, second, third and fourth are all tied. 38 points each is called the count back. Two of these boys had a second, so DC misses out with having the only one to have had that third place. So well done. First of all, Bradley, great day at the office. What happened in the last one?
Yeah, not a bad first race, but that second race had a couple of crashes first lap, and yeah, kind of just screwed me over a bit. But no, still riding well. So,
you're going to make it to Taupo in 2 weeks, eh?
Yeah, make it to Taupo.
Yeah, well done. It'd be great to see you up there. Well done. Hey, welcome, Matt. First of all, mate, nice to see you again. How was your home club today? You've got to be proud of them and the effort they've done, aren't you?
Yeah, no, we put a big effort in during the week to get the track ready and stuff, but yeah, she's pretty rough out there. Pretty worst conditions I've ever ridden it, so.
Yeah. No, the best you've ridden it in.
Yeah, the best for everyone else, but not me.
Yeah, nice story. First of all, Lockie, massive congrats, mate. Have you been building for this? What's been in your mind, mate? You just smoked it out there. Well done.
Not really. I wasn't even planning on riding this weekend, but...
What?
Goody wrote me into it, so...
Yeah. Oh, well done. Thanks to Goody. Well done. Great to see. Hey, you proud of Hawke's Bay as well today?
Yeah, they've done an awesome event. It's probably the best track I've ridden here so far, so... No, they've done really well.
Thoroughly deserve it. It's our MX3 class. It's our future champions, and well done. 3 guns here that have all been part of it today, so well done. That's the overall after their 2 motos. Third place, Bradley Watling. Want to just say a shout out for Darren Capel, who got the equal, but misses out on the countback. Then to Matt Goodgame getting the second, and Lockie Burrell. So there you go, man, with 2 and 2 Hawke's Bay people. Come on, MX3, well done today. Thank you. So just to go through that again, 38, 38, 38. So Matt Goodgame, 38 on 16, 22. Bradley Watling on 38 with 22, 16, the other way around. I'll explain that one in a minute. And then Darren Capel on 18, 20. So actually Darren is more consistent, but it's the best results. And the other two had a 22 or a second place, so they've unseated Capes as he goes back to the third. And the reason it is a perfect tie with Matt and Bradley is they've had a second and a fifth each, but it's the best result at the end of the day that then made a difference when it was a tie like that, and Matt Goodgame gets the second place. So good on you guys, and thanks Matt for encouraging Lockie to give it a go. 2 Hawke's Bay riders pushing other Hawke's Bay riders, and they both come out on top today, so well done. And certainly the 50 points of Lockie, 25-25, unbeatable, unsurpassed, and brilliant. Well, round number one, we added what we call the Women's Cup. The YZ65 Cup. Round number 2, we had the Veterans, which unfortunately, without enough entries, fell through. This round's had the Ward Demolition Women's Cup, and next round has got the North Island version of the YZ65 Cup. So there is a support class at every race going on. So great to see that we can add to it. And these women, of course, well, they want more. It's the Women's Cup. No, it's not the Women's Championship. That'll be held in Gore later this year. So we'll have an opportunity to recognise them. All right, here we go. Woman all the way. Well done. Number one. Here he is, Amy Roberts. Amy out there on the YZ. Great work. 118 for Zara Gray on board. 921 for Taylor Rampton, former women's champion. So good work for Taylor to be up there. Loving every bit of this as we look out for these ladies. And here we go with Bailey. Bailey just jumping off the track and coming back on the inside. There we go. 97 to go with Bailey. Loving her moto, as she always has done. So do all of these girls for that matter. There's 250s and 125s in there, so a mix of machines in amongst them, and a mix of rideability. Georgia there on her bike, 454 as well, and not just the only one in that field as well. So we've got Amy Roberts out in front, ahead of Zara Gray from Taylor Rampton, going back to Letitia Alabaster, our top qualifier, ahead of Mel Patterson, then going to Courtney Clapton and Hammer Powell. Look out for Chloe Steele in the 8th place. 9th was Brianna Roberts, and at 10th out there was AJ Sullivan. So that's a update of our top 10, and a very good top 10 in the honours board. So no pressure on Bailey, because I did say that she was top 8. Top 10 for qualifying. She corrected me in saying top 8. So all we said was, you'll have to go and live up to the pressure of 8th place. So there we are. Nice to see our women. Of course, they'll be up for 2 races, this one and later on in the afternoon. And Brad, we've seen the success of women's motocross here in New Zealand. We've seen record numbers, the likes of Summercross, and attracting over 30 entries, high 20s as well, back at Woodville earlier this year. Our women's part of the sport just growing and growing.
Yeah, absolutely. It all started at the Women's and Veterans Champs last year at the beautiful Tom Twist property, and just some fierce competitive racing, and it's just lifted the standard. And then at Summercross, easily the pick of the racing for me in the start of our summer motocross season. And then we go to the Woodville Grand Prix again. Just fantastic numbers and some high quality racing. So here we go, racing with our Ward Demolition Women's Cup. They get 2 15-minute races, and we're into this one at the moment. Our number 1 NZ, Amy Roberts, in charge of this one, Zara Gray. She had a decent crash at the Woodville Motocross Grand Prix, so great to have her. She actually rode MX3 last weekend at Rotorua. Just to get a bit of bike time ready for this one here. So this is all on here. So the 1-2 at the moment, Amy and Zara. And then we go to Letitia Alabaster, who's got herself up into 3rd place. So she's on the smaller 2-stroke 150 as well. So great to have a mixture of bikes out there. And Taylor Rampton, former New Zealand Women's Champion. She is in 4th place at the moment, with Mel Patterson in 5th. So we've got some great racing coming up here. And into this one. So still a massive 11 minutes in. Amy Roberts makes a big mistake there in the 3rd to last corner, so she's run almost off the track. She's managed to keep it on 2 wheels, but she's lost the lead. So Zara Gray now overtakes the lead. So the double 1-8 will cross the line ahead of Amy, who's now narrowly ahead of Letitia Alabaster. So there we go with that one there. A full shake-up of 1, 2, 3 and 4 with Taylor Rampton there in 4th place. Mel Patterson still in 5th. And then we go to a great little fight here with the Honda CRF's Hannah Powell there crosses the line, so she's up into 6th place ahead of Courtney Clapham, and then Chloe Steele, who's back in 8th place. So top 8 flying at the moment. Fastest person on track that time, round 2:53 lap time for Letitia Alabaster. So our top qualifier is definitely on the charge at the moment. Zara Gray leading Amy Roberts and Letitia there as they head right out the back of the track, and some fantastic stuff going on here in the War Demolition Women's Cup. And it's an actual cup we're going to give out later on, and some prize money as well. So great to have our women in the sport recognised with the War Demolition Women's Cup. So that's this race and the final race on our program later on today. 2 15-minute races, and all on here for the Women's Cup.
All right, the women have been giving some good communication about the fact that this is the kind of thing that they want more of. But unfortunately, the participation numbers drop off when you talk about it as a Women's Cup. If you had just a Women's Club event, then it'd be a lot more competitive. So what the challenge has been put back to the women is to say, well, come on, girls, we need to get more up here for these events. As the women actually want to set a higher standard for their racing over and above that of the Women's Championship, which is generally a natural terrain kind of event. And this year's Women's Champs to be held in Gore down there in Southland. Hopefully they've recovered from their floods. I'm sure they will have in a very short time. We saw that by the TV program, just the resilience of those local people, all around great people. I was down there at the same time as that flooding, because we were there from Balclutha through to the Burt Munro Challenge. And just for some reason, you do a radio search on your radio dial, and it stopped on a local radio station, which I found out afterwards was a station called Hokanui, which has been going for many years. It's sort of not one of the mainstream stations that you have in your networks, but it's been local, and the locals still support it, so it still keeps on flourishing. And there was a young guy on there, a DJ that I'd never heard of, a young guy. And between him and his girlfriend, they actually had their house completely flooded. It was underwater, and he stayed on the air for almost, I think he did, 12 or 18 hours or something, continually lightening it up for people to say, well, it's a bad time, but we'll remain positive. Here's his own house back home under water, and for the fact as well that he kept on going to provide all the civil defence information again and again and again. And he still played some happy music along there. He did not lose his spirit. I'd actually call it the best bit of radio that I've heard in the last 10 years. I don't know the guy from a bar of soap, and I've been meaning to write a letter, and I must do that in the next few weeks, because he, to me, was the epitome of New Zealand, and certainly of Southland, is all we know of that beautiful part of the country. So what a story to have, and it was my sort of little, I don't know, warm and fuzzy, you might like to call it, of what happened in that part of the country. So a little bit about Gore. We know they've got some great natural terrain. We hit Corey Sargent with us here earlier today. Did a quick interview with Corey. He was a former champion, of course. One of the leagues of one of the years that he won the national title was in Gore. So it's been 20 years since we've been down there for a national level motocross, so we'll be back later on this year as well. No date has been sent, pending the fact that we're waiting for the dates to come out for other events, including Supercross and other major championship events. So those dates I'm sure will be out within the next month or so, so look out for them. Veterans and Women's Motocross Championships. We'll do the roadie and head off to Gore. I'm sure it'll be worthwhile, and encouraging people and the women and veteran fraternity to buddy up with some others. Long way to go from Hawke's Bay, but hey, it'll be worth it for the road trip, and more importantly, you get 5 bikes in a van and 5 guys. Maybe some rock stars want to fly in. If they can, you can pick them up at the Christchurch or Dunedin airports on the way. You get the idea. And just to have more people going to that event. It's all about keeping the costs moderate, and more bikes squeezed in the vans, trailers or whatever will make it totally affordable. So don't think, oh, it's Gore, it's a long way off, I can't afford it. That's naturally saying no. Try and say yes, and you may be forced into saying no, but at least try and give it a go. So there we are, Brad, just wanting to do a punt for Gore, as it'll be a long way for people to travel, but man, do we want to get them behind them and see a successful event. So Women's Motocross rules.
Yeah, we have been absolutely treated to some awesome racing here. The lead's changed quite a few different times there. Amy Roberts now back up into the lead, ahead of Zara Gray, but Taylor Rampton piling on the pressure. Letitia Alabaster had a little dive for the lead, but just come a cropper about a lap and a half ago, so she's found her way back into 5th place at the moment. Amy Roberts leads Zara Gray and Taylor Rampton. Then you go to Mel Patterson in 4th place at the moment on the Patterson O'Connor KTM 250F. Fantastic racing all around this Women's Cup, and we're over halfway through this one, so 5.5 minutes plus a lap, and some brilliant pace out there at the moment. So fastest lap of the race was that first flying lap from Letitia Alabaster at 2:53, but then she had a little crash in the next lap around, and we've lost her out of the top 5 at the moment. So we go racing Amy Roberts, Zara Gray, Taylor Rampton, with Mel Patterson, your top 4 at the moment.
All right, anything happens in the world of women's motocross, and it certainly is here at this stage. You would not have put Letitia Alabaster. In fact, I'd have put her on the podium as one of our top 3 here today. Generally, between Amy and Zara, we've been seeing those as the top 2 ladies of late. Nice to see that Taylor has joined us again. Not quite of the highs that she was years ago at the peak of her racing. But after all, like so many, can't continue with doing that all the time. But hey, there we go. Just in saying that, Taylor has moved up to take the second, so well done. She's on the Action Moto supported Kawasaki KX250, so good work from Taylor to be up there now into that second place, so good work. Here's Mel on board on the 52. Daughter of the legendary Mr. Brian Patterson, former national moto hero. In fact, if you go back and create sort of a top 10 of our sport of the last, or since the advent of motocross for me in the last 60 years, he would be a man in your top 10, undisputed by that. So the legendary Mr. Brian Patterson, man, the era between him and Murray Anderson, there's a lot of affection and respect amongst our top riders these days. I'll tell you what, 30 and 40 years ago, there was a hell of a lot of animosity, and I suppose you wouldn't call it disrespect, but it was all's fair in love and war, and there was a big war being fought out there, and Brian was part of that era, and man, oh man, you were either in his camp or you weren't, and that of course goes for the opposite people. Don't get me wrong; it takes 2 to tango, and that was a great example of it. So man, what an era of our sport, an absolute legend, and the others that he fought battles with were men of might, as such as he was, but he left nothing behind. He put everything on the racetrack, and one of the guys, and still see, of course, with Patterson O'Connor Motorcycles, is great business in Rotorua, that he was principal sponsor of the Rotorua event last weekend. So still, after all these years, putting something back into the sport. All-round good guy, nice guy, and gentleman, the great Brian Patterson, and daughter Mel out there going so well in our women's moto lineup. Only their first race, so they won't have a overall after this, but we will do a podium for first, second and third, and we'll have them for the overall glory at the last race of the day.
Two minutes and 22 seconds plus a lap left in this one. They're in the stadium section at the moment, so they will cross the line before the time runs out. So I reckon we've got about 2 laps to go on this one, and Taylor Rampton now piling on a bit of pressure. Our women's champion, Amy Roberts, she is out there in front at the moment, but the 9:21 of Taylor Rampton now in second place, and looking to pile on a little bit of pressure. So we'll keep it on this one. 2 laps to go in our Women's Cup, and Amy Roberts leads Taylor Rampton 1 and 2 at the moment. Then you go back, Zara Gray still in third place with Mel Patterson in fourth, and Hannah Powell and Chloe Steele having a great little fight for 5th and 6th place there. So all on here at the moment with the dying stage of this one. 2 laps to go, and can Taylor Rampton, she's just put the fastest lap of the race in with a 2-minute 52 laps. So she is certainly one to watch at the moment. This is going to really heat up.
Oh man, this is great. This is great. I said before, champion of the past, and not so much today. Well, she might have heard me and said, I can prove you wrong, Neil. And she is doing that, and well done her. So Taylor Rampton coming from further in the pack. I think she's done about a 5th, a 4, a 3, and now a 2, and putting the pressure on the number 1. The margin is less than 1 second, 0.991. Almost a 1 second. That is nothing in time. So she can get there, she can push. Amy, a minor mistake, and she'll be quick to pass. So bring it on. The former champion Taylor Rampton is back. No 2 ways about that. And that's a superb second for her. So Amy Roberts is first, Taylor for the second, Zara Gray for the third. Back to Mel Patterson, into Hannah Powell. Look out for Chloe, Courtney, Letitia. And unfortunately, her results dropping back as we expected. We'd actually call her good enough to be in the top 3. With AJ Sutherland going back to Brianna Roberts. Look to Ella Shannon. On the number 49 bike today, Bailey Ward back in there into 12th place ahead of Taylor Miller, Holly Debman, and Georgia Sibling. And the 747 of Taylor Miller, enjoying Taylor's rider. She's on the little 125 out there. The other ladies generally having a bigger bike, either the 150 two-strokes coming to their own for these ladies, or certainly a 254 stroke. Ward Demolition, your deconstruction experts. After all, with their bases all around the country. Of course, shout out to our good mate Jerry O'Kane, co-commentator and character extraordinaire of our moto scene. And he leads the team in Wellington, where the operation just grows and grows and grows, and doing some great deconstruction work down there. And of course, although based out of Auckland, covering some other major deconstruction work all around the country. They don't have the name Demolition for nothing. And whether it be blowing it up, banging it up, or breaking it up, they do it all. So Ward Demolition, national name, proud to be also sponsors behind Altherm JCR Yamaha Racing, and also behind this event. Massive thanks to the team who do a great amount for our sport. And of course, let's take nothing away from Ward himself, very competent car racer, and he's been involved in ute racing and saloon racing and other forms of car racing over the years. And he's a supercars nutter, I suppose you'd politely say, and that's being polite about it. It's what we want to encourage. So great motorsport man. So he could be giving all his reserves and resources to other parts of sport, but he likes moto. Remembering, of course, the kids have all done it as well, and there they are, showing their class at the moment. Oh, I tell you what, Brad, white flags out. Taylor, has she got a chance? There was a lapper in between them. That margin actually has just gone out now, a little bit. Difference of 1.3, and that was the lapper in there. Can Amy hold on, Brad?
Yeah, this is going to be all on, all right. Yeah, they got through the lapper, all right, so there's definitely going to be half a lap of fury here. Amy Roberts still holding the advantage there. Taylor Rampton, so that gap out to about 1.2 seconds. Looks pretty firm there, so Amy's just got to hang on to this one. She started right at the back of the track, looking very smooth, neat and tidy around the back there. There's more lap traffic she's got to contend with as well, so we're in for a stadium finish again. Man, we've had some great racing here at round 3 so far today, and the Women's Cup certainly heating up. So number 1, Amy Roberts from Blackwood Yamaha and Fox Racing. She is out there in front. Taylor Rampton on the Action Moto, Kawasaki in second place. They've been too good at the moment. We've got Zara Gray still there in third place with Mel Patterson, and fourth Chloe Steele up into fifth place ahead of Hannah Powell, and Courtney Clapham with Letitia Alabaster rounding out our top 8. Some very classy women's riding at the moment, and half a lap from victory here. Amy Roberts looks like she might have done enough. She's just extended that advantage to about 15 or 20 odd bike lengths at the moment. So all advantage Amy Roberts at the moment, but Taylor Rampton still right there in second.
All right, Blue Crew, Blackwood Yamaha New Zealand, Fox New Zealand proud to be behind Amy. Man, she's got some pressure because Taylor's coming. Taylor Rampton and all the good work there back there on the Action Moto, Fox New Zealand, NW Design, Kawasaki KXF 250, the lady from Opanaki underneath the mountain up there in the Naki, putting on everything here at the moment. Good to see a lot of other ladies travel a long way to be part of this, and she has done so, giving us some class in our performance, and right there for a second place. So here we are, they've come back into view, and remembering the margin before was less than 1, then it's gone out to about 1.2 there, 1,001, 1,002. In fact, I make that about 2 seconds now. So Amy Roberts, just when the pressure comes on, she looks to have gone on stronger and holding now what seems to be a 2-second buffer as we look to bring them on home. And Brad, all of a sudden, the game back in the hand for Amy, the trump card at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's definitely hers to lose right now. She's got that couple of second advantage. Looks very neat and tidy, so on the pegs and picking the ruts beautifully. So this one here, less than a quarter of a lap to go, and got a steady little advantage. So Amy Roberts got the number 1 on the bike from winning the women's class at the Women's and Veterans Nationals about 9 months ago in the Central Hawke's Bay. She's come here to Mary Road and is in dominant form. So didn't have it all her own way. She ran off the track and relegated to about 2nd or 3rd place, but then fought her way back up to the lead, and then checkered flag time has come out. So the number 1 takes the race win. So race 1 win and the Ward Demolition Women's Cup for Amy Roberts. Then we go to 9:22 of Taylor Rampton. So 2nd place for her, chased all the way to the end. Brilliant stuff there from those two. And we've got Zara Gray, the 118 from Envy Motorcycles, Husqvarna. She's going to come home in 3rd place. So that's great Women's Cup racing. And podium time is going to be fantastic here. How the ladies are finding the track out here in Hawke's Bay at the moment. Fantastic. We've got Mel Patterson still there in 4th place. Good points for her. We've got 2 races to give out our Ward Demolition Women's Cup. And this is going to be all on here, so we can call the podium out. Amy Roberts ahead of Taylor Rampton and Zara Gray. They have finished 1, 2 and 3. Still out on track, the number 52 of Mel Patterson. She will cross the line in 4th place. And then we go to Chloe Steele and Hannah Powell, who had some great battles throughout that moto, but it is with the 139. The Waikato lady Chloe Steele going to come home in 5th place ahead of Hannah Powell, who's in 6th place ahead of Letitia Alabaster, and Courtney Clapham there in 8th place. So brilliant stuff. Ward Demolition Women's Cup. And what a great concept. Awesome stuff to see here at round 3 of the Fox New Zealand Motocross Championships for 2020. And we're looking forward to this one here. So we'll cross down to Neil, who's got our podium for our Ward Demolition Women's Cup Race 1. It is a win for Amy Roberts, 2nd for Taylor Rampton, and then we go to Zara Gray for 3rd place on the podium.
Well, there we go. Thanks for the correction. We've just trained 2nd and 3rd round here. It appears as if we've been doing that incorrectly today, so we'll get these 3 magnificent ladies up to have their glory for the day, and deservedly so too, with their caps on, and an opportunity to find it. First of all, Zara, how'd you find that?
I really enjoyed it. It was a fun track and the girls rode so well.
Yeah, they do. And hey, I'll tell you what, you've been riding very well lately. You've got to be pleased with your own riding.
Yeah, I'm very happy, thank you.
Indeed. So how would you gauge the track? You know, you've done plenty of others. You're now getting up to be into championship contention. Is that a real championship track today?
Yeah, I think so. I enjoyed it.
Pretty tough?
Yeah.
What's your favourite part? Have you got a favourite part that you love on tracks like this? Is it the jumps? Is it the corners? Ruts, what do you call your favourite part of moto?
Probably the corners.
Oh, the corners, yeah. Pretty awesome. Well done. Look at this young lady. Great to see. Taylor, nice to see you. Welcome back. Nice to be over here in Hawke's Bay.
Yeah, definitely nice to get away and get some races in. Yeah.
Good. Do you like this place?
Yeah, no, I like this track. I was really excited to come. Like, I raced nationals here 2 years ago, the senior nationals, and yeah, loved it. So it's good to be back.
All right. Hey, you had to work for that one?
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely a tricky track out there, and my arms have actually got arm pump for once, so definitely testing.
Oh, nice to see you. Well done. And first of all, Amy, that one just didn't come easily, did it? Wasn't right in front of you?
No, that definitely did not come easy. It was pretty tough out there, but no, I really enjoyed it.
Have you got a favourite part as well? What do you reckon you like out there?
I wouldn't say I'd have a favourite part. I'm not very good on most of the parts, but no, I enjoyed it. So.
Well done. So there you go. There's our Women's Cup first race. Can they do it again? We'll have to find out. Zara Gray for the 3rd place, 2nd to Taylor Rampton, and 1st here with Amy Roberts. Bring it home, ladies. Thank you very much and well done. Women's Cup brought to us by Ward Demolition. Well, from this point on, it's the final race for each of these next 4 classes. So, wow, it's going to be pretty exciting. Well, 5 classes, my apologies. Oh no, sorry, we've already had our MX3, so no, just a correction here. Women's 125, MX2, MX1, so looking out for it. MX2's up next, so this is their third point scoring race. Support classes MX3 and women's today, only having 2 races, as we'll see from MX3 in our YZ65 Cup at Taupo, and these other championship classes to take the 3 Premier Groups 125, MX2 and MX1, MX2 all on, and a fresh winner last time in the incredible Maximus Purvis. To think that he was sitting in second place and had not had a victory, but he'd had a fistful of seconds and that, so finally he's got one, and love the comments from Ben Townley saying how well he thought that he had ridden last time. So there it is. And of course with the demise in that race of Josiah, we've seen them now take a 1-point lead. So Maximus Purvis, who'd gone effectively 3-5-3, 3-3-2-2, and then the win. So there it is for Maximus. Only scored 56 at round 2. He's jumped to a 62 score at Rotorua, and right on target here today so far, 22-25. He can be on board for, well, no reason why he can't get 72 points today if things go according to his plan. Josiah Natsky, lucky had that points buffer. He's now only one behind, so he can bounce back from this one. And maybe he's still going to hold the red plate at the end of the day, but instead of being potentially something like an 18 or 20 point buffer, it might be as little as just 3 points. No, mate, sorry, point scoring will be 2. He's one behind, remember. All right, James Scott in there for the third. Go to Dylan Walsh. Check out Morgan Fogarty. This young man's turning some heads, that's for sure, with Caleb Ward, brother Riley Ward in there. They're separated by 32 points, but they're next to each other. Brad Groombridge in there along with Kobe Burke and Kyle Webster. This young man, wow, not at Balclutha, and then he missed the first race at Rotorua before going win, and then today had that shocker where he was in last place but finally got up to score 14 points, and he got a third place with a shocker in that last one as well. So bit of a setback, and this will be his last race in New Zealand, by all accounts not with us for the finale in Taupo in 2 weeks. So Kyle Webster, an amazing pilot in great form. Brad, there we go with a very good top 10 overall, but man, there's still a lot to happen.
Oh yeah, there's been so much drama in MX2 racing. It's been edge of your seat stuff, and I don't think we've seen the best of Kyle Webster yet today. We also saw glimpses of Dylan Walsh's best in that last race as well, so it's all on. So many different people can win this race. James Scott, he's been one who's been consistent today as well, and the under-19 class as well, so James Scott's definitely got a commanding lead, and then we've got a 36-point advantage over Riley Ward, and then another 18 points back to Kobe Burke. So the under-19 title in here as well, as we go racing under starters' orders, and a great start. Everyone gets a pretty good jump. So coming into the first corner, like Caleb Ward, got a pretty good line on the inside. We'll see what happens when they go around the corner as we go racing. It's Maximus Purvis and Caleb Ward. So Maximus Purvis, Caleb Ward, James Scott's up there, Dylan Walsh in 4th place, Morgan Fogarty and Michael McGoldrick 5th and 6th at the moment. So where is Josiah Natsky? There he is. He's buried in the middle of the pack. So drama here for Josiah Natsky as he's in about 8. Kyle Webster missing out of that top group as well, so all on here. That might be him over there, I think. So we've got drama aplenty as we've got all carnage is coupled down in the infield section, so we'll keep it on this one, but we go racing with our race leaders at the moment, and this is on here.
Now, it wasn't Kyle, he wasn't one of those, but I'll tell you what, Liam Hutton was one that is, so bad luck continues to Liam. Man, he just can't get a good card, that young man. What an awesome rider he is, and shout out to lovely partner Dawn, what a beautiful lady she is, and neat to have her support for Liam to go racing. Love Team Hutton, hope they're doing it there. 44, Maximus Purvis, out in front, yes, and a high five. No, good work. 3, 4, 5, 6, going to 7, 8, maybe in there, 9, 10. 10th place on look to be from here, the 23. High flying, run to go, 23. Looks as if he's got the 10th place at the moment, so 23 out there. Want to get confirmation of that. Josiah Natsky, it's my call, this computer agrees with it, so there you go. So it's Maximus Purvis from Caleb Ward ahead of Dylan Walsh. That's much better. Best race so far for Dylan, and he knew it in himself as well, so I'm sure he's going to have his head on his shoulder. He's just going to dig down at the moment. I tell you what we have got, and that is amazing. Just the heat of the day has just dried out things. The dust level has just exploded in comparison to what it had been. It was certainly well under control. Not to say that it's out of control, far from it, but it certainly got worse, and a lot of those riders will have found it a real challenge on that first first lap. So that may be a little bit of a decider for the rest of the day. Certainly Maximus Purvis would not want to lose his roll-offs as he'd done so in that previous moto. But making his way to the lead, certainly got him a clear run. Brad, you're watching our Intech update here for Sky Sport Next, and some work being done by the boys down the bottom part of the track.
Yeah, absolutely. They're flying at the moment. So down the back of the track at the moment, Maximus Purvis, he's got a pretty steady advantage. Dylan Walsh there in second place ahead of Caleb Ward. So that's the top three advantage we can give you at the moment as they come back into sight through the trees and rejoin the stadium part of the section. Maximus Purvis, this is the best start he's had so far in the campaign. So the championship points lead has not scared him in one way, shape or form. He's flying at the moment. Dylan Walsh in second place, Caleb Ward there in third. We've got James Scott consistently there in fourth place. Kyle Webster is in fifth. Morgan Fogarty, another one of our Australians there, sixth place for him. Luke Van der Lee, what a good start from him. And Brock Martins there is Josiah Natsky there. So I reckon that's going to be about ninth place at the moment for Josiah Natsky. So he has plenty of work to do, as we've seen a bit of drama there for Kyle Webster. He's facing the wrong way over there. So more drama for Kyle Webster. And man, if he didn't have bad luck, he'd have no luck at all while he's been racing in New Zealand. So some more stuff going wrong for Kyle Webster. But Maximus Purvis, take nothing away from him. He's out in front and flying at the moment with Dylan Walsh and Caleb Ward, your top three.
All right, here we go. 44. Come on, fans, get a bit more vocal. Want to see you get excited. 44. Here he goes. Maximus Purvis, 53. Dylan Walsh. That's better. 485 then for Caleb Ward, followed by 108. James Scott kicking it back in style now with the letter F for Morgan Fogarty. As Foggy puts another one in on the LMC Husqvarna. Now going out there to Luke Van der Lee, checking out 23, and there he goes. Josiah all the way, and checking out that result from Josiah as he cracked it into our top 8. Keen to watch there at the moment. No, that fact is still with him at the moment. Brad will be more correct, just having a look there to see did he make that top 9? No, in fact, seventh place. Wow, 7th place, hadn't even seen that coming. So 7th place for what we've done on that. So good work out there. Well, he's cracking him. We know with that 1 point deficit he needs to, but the man that's got the 1 point advantage in the pack, he's also the leader. He is not going to surrender. We've seen how strong that he gets as the moto goes on, and I'm sure he can do it again. But Dylan Walsh, he too having a better run. And they were our 2 riders that had not featured on the podium out of our 7 that we'd had, Brad. And now we've finally added the 44 of Maximus Purvis to that winners list. Or is it going to be Dylan Walsh's turn? He wants one as well.
Yeah, he will be desperate for a win. He needs championship points. He's in 4th place in the championship, but he's 29 points off the lead, so he needs to start winning races as we get to the business end of this championship. We've just got this race here and then 3 more in Taupo, so only 4 more point scoring opportunities in this championship. And Maximus Purvis, our new series leader, he's in front of this one. So Dylan Walsh, he'll be desperate to get in front of this one. The 2 JCA Yamahas out in front. Caleb Ward, this is better stuff from Caleb, and we thought this track would suit the Australians quite a bit, and he agreed. So as this track gets nice and technical, he'll be coming into his own as well. So that's good 3rd place for him. James Scott there on the Jeff Scott Electrical AFC Moto KTM. He's in 4th place with Morgan Fogarty there in 5th. So we'll go on here. And there's Josiah Natsky. So he's climbed on the back of Luke Van der Lee. So that could be up into about 6th place if he can get up there. So this is on for Josiah. He has got to get up into this podium contention if he wants to stop Maximus Purvis running away with this championship.
All right, the red plate in the hands of the Shell Advanced Kawasaki rider and Josiah Natsky, but under serious threat. This man's going for it. 44, the driver 53. It's a blue Quinella 1-2 out there along with Caleb Ward on the KTM. In fact, KTM have the 3-4, so Yamaha, KTM with Husqvarna on the ref out here with Morgan Fogarty, and a high-flying run from Morgan as he finds a way to get up with the best of our field. So good work hanging with him. Now looking back should be the 23 coming through next. Lovely bit of cornering. 23 to do it, and Josiah Natsky picking up there to race alongside Luke Van der Lee, who he had got past as Brad had called so closely before. And then looking back now with 700 of Mike and McGoldrick to go alongside 97, letter W out there with Riley Ward as well, brother to Caleb, who we're seeing perform so well up there. Got to say, great effort from our 700 MX2 racing, and the 700 out there. New one, of course, to add into consideration that is Mike and McGoldrick, and still presume we've got Micah on board on the 700. Isn't an update in our program, so still Jeff Scott electrical, I'm pretty sure. So nice to know that he's been able to be dragged out of retirement or off the injury list and coming out on the race list. And Brad, as they say, the old cliche, once a champion, always a champion. And although a little preparation from a riding point of view, but Mike is still showing us what an ace card he is in motocross.
Oh, absolutely. Such a talented rider, just a great style as well. One of our best placed junior 85cc riders when the World Motocross Championships come to Taupo in 2009. So that was awesome to see that. But racing at the front, Maximus Purvis, and the fastest man on track last time around was Dylan Walsh with a 2:19.9. So that gap there is on about 1.1 seconds. So definitely Dylan closing it in on Maximus. So we'll see what happens there. But these two are flying. They've stretched out the advantage ahead of Caleb Ward there in third place. So the two Yamahas flying at the moment, 1 and 2. Caleb Ward there. Still in third place. We've got James Scott in fourth, Morgan Fogarty and Josiah Natsky now up into sixth place. But there's 15 seconds between Morgan in fifth and Josiah in sixth. So a tall order for Josiah, but I think if he wants to win this championship, he's going to have to get a few more championship points, as we see Maximus Purvis leading this one at the moment.
Right, 44.53. There we go with a 4.85 and the 108. Still no change there for our two Yamahas and two KTMs and going for it. Good work as they try and close it down. Hard work to go Morgan Fogarty. Then this massive gap. It is a massive gap. As much as you call that Josiah Natsky is there in sixth place, it's a long way from fifth back to sixth. Those top five have absolutely bolted. You've got time here to boil a billy and have a cuppa. It is definitely a major advantage to those top five. So all they've got to do is hold their placing and sort it out amongst themselves, as it were. I don't see this as being a threat. There's Josiah looks over his shoulder. He's got still Luke with him. He's looking to see whether there's anybody else gaining. And no, there's not anybody else that calibre. And all things being better from the start, he would have been up there and amongst them. So, well, as we say, all looking good. With the 7 races gone, he was looking to be the man at the moment. But for the 8th and now 9th race, certainly things have just turned against him a little bit. And he's had 2 serious setbacks. But hey, it's all not over yet. He will be potentially behind on the points at the end of the day. Won't be our red plate leader going to our final. But on the other hand, he'll know Taupo. He likes Taupo, respects Taupo. And I'm sure will be a serious force at Taupo for the final. So all on for this MX2 class. And we could come out of this, Brad. We can potentially see somebody like Maximus Purvis maybe take a title and you'd only have 1 or maybe even 2 wins.
Yeah, absolutely. How about JCAM, team boss Josh Coppins coming here with no red plates. He could walk out of here with both red plates on the bikes and the team as well. So that's just what we've done here at round 3, shaking things right up. And there we go with Maximus. He's flying at the moment. So Dylan was the fastest man on the track last time around, but it looks like Maximus has responded. So stretched out a little bit of an advantage. It looks to be about a second and a half, nearly 2 seconds. So the 44 over the 53 and then the 485 in third place. So Caleb Ward, he's still there in third. We've got battles all over the track as well. Absolutely fantastic to watch this MX2 racing. We've still got a massive 9.5 minutes plus a lap, so we're only just halfway through this race. But at the moment it's advantage Maximus Purvis. He's flying with Dylan Walsh in second place. So Yamaha 1-2, and just look at this one here, just closing up. So Maximus might have made a little bit of a mistake in that final corner, so there we go. Let's open the door and see if Dylan Walsh can capitalise on that. The battle for the lead is now all on here. Maximus and Dylan, it was 0.4 of a second when they crossed the line, so there we go with that one. Caleb Ward, James Scott, Morgan Fogarty in top 5, and then Josiah Natsky's back in 6th place with a pretty decent gap to climb here. So Josiah Natsky's got a lot of work to do, but Maximus Purvis and Dylan Walsh having a good old battle out in the front.
Oh wow, what a wicked battle. Now of course you'll find them generally, they'll come out of the Altherm JCR pits, but effectively Dylan has tacked on that. He's been a late entry with regards to coming in on board the team, which is why the team's sort of linked him to a BT as part of what Ben has been prepping him for. The big news, of course, is that Dylan was without a ride when it was his last year of eligibility for MX2. None of the MX2 team wanted to take on somebody they wouldn't get any longevity out, and that's no insult to Dylan, sorry. What I'm referring to is the fact that his age is not attractive for an MX2 point of view, as there's an age limit. He's got 1 year to go. So there we are, looking to go back, and the change out there, Thank you, the boys have updated, and there we go. Oh, look at that. No, might be the 44 back on the inside, the 53. Is it a left-hander or a right-hander? And there they are, Dylan Walsh, the two of them out there, could have gone the other way, and Walsh back on the inside. I think it's going to be Dylan. And here they are back into the view, looking out, 53 there, 53-44. Now what I've been talking about is they're both Yamaha, but they're not actually teammates as far as Altherm JCR Yamaha is concerned. As you've got Dylan as a satellite rider as he builds up, of course, for our Serco Yamaha team in Australia this year. So, they're part of the same brand. They're looked after by the greater big picture of JCR, but not actually within the same team. So, not that there's anything for or against that. It's just that they've got a point of difference and they're really out there, every man for himself at the moment. There won't be any team orders about who's favoured to be in one place or the other. There won't be anything to say, hey, now that Maximus is in the lead, Dylan, let him go through. I do not see that whatsoever, and they'll be all on for it at the moment. And, I think this is going to be exciting because we can see Dylan Walsh building up to have his first win in the championship. Wow, he can do it. And that will be a real plus as well for Josiah Natsky. That's going to play into Josiah's hands because he's further back in that sixth place, and the man who has the lead has now been dropped one position, a whole 3 points. That's a massive boost for Josiah, Brad.
Yeah, absolutely. And what this has done with them dicing has brought Caleb Ward right into the mix. He's only 1.5 seconds back off the top two, so Caleb Ward's become a real factor, and he could potentially win a race. He's right there behind the two at the moment. So 1, 2, and 3 is a genuine three-way fight at the moment, and we've still got 6.5 minutes to go. Plenty of time in this one. And Josiah Natsky, he's still got 15 seconds back to Morgan Fogarty, so unable to break through there. So sixth place at the moment for Josiah Natsky, but the top three could get a good shake-up here. It's still Dylan Walsh ahead of Maximus Purvis, but Caleb Ward there now in third place, piling on a bit of pressure for these two. And there's plenty of traffic for them to come through here as they watch him right at the back over the Pirelli tabletop. There's almost nothing in it, and there is some big deep ruts they have to contend with. So this is all on here. Can't wait to see where this one ends up as Maximus starts piling on a little bit of pressure, goes right around the outside, but Dylan Walsh, he is the British MX2 champion for a reason. He knows all the lines out there at the moment. So 1-2 for Yamaha, and then CML KTM in third place.
Right, so let's recap quickly on our MX2 first race way back to Balclutha on the 1st of February. A month ago today, we had Josiah won the first race, James Scott won the second, Caleb Ward won the third. Then we went to Rotorua where Josiah won the race, then Kyle Webster won the next two. So that's so far 4 different names we've called. Then we've seen Josiah have his third win, loves the first race today, and into Maximus who's won a race. So Maximus is the 5th different rider out of 8 races, and we could see the 6th different rider win out of 9 races. How cool will that be? So the dominant force is Josiah Natsky. He's won 3 races so far. Kyle Webster having won 2. Who's going to win this one? If it is Dylan, then he will be a first-time winner in the class. So that is 5 different riders. That is catastrophic in racing terms. So great to see so many different riders having a win. This is exactly what we wanted to see in New Zealand Moto. And with the quality of the field assembled, exactly as Ben Townley said, any of these guys can win motos.
Yeah, it's quickly becoming a tale of lapper management as we see Dylan Walsh, the 53, ahead of the 44. They cross the line, check up another lap. 4 minutes 44 plus a lap still in this one, and they've managed to get through all the traffic pretty good. So full-on showdown here. This is what the crowd come to see. A great crowd in here at Hawke's Bay for round 3 of our Fox New Zealand Motocross Championships, and at the moment it's a Fox 1, 2 and 3 with the 2 guys on the Yamaha. Dylan Walsh ahead of Maximus Purvis, Caleb Ward sitting there in third place. We've got James Scott. He's 4.3 seconds back in 4th place with Morgan Fogarty there. He's in 5th, Josiah Natsky. Luke Vanderlei, a good 7th place. We've got Riley Ward, Micah McGoldrick, Kobe Burke, Baroque Martins, then you go to Jack Dunlop and Adam Moss rounding out our top 13 with Madison Latta and Jai Deacon. That's 15th place for Jai. So on here as we see Dylan Walsh and Maximus Purvis, nothing in as they go over the Pirelli tabletop. They're almost handlebar to handlebar. It's absolutely brilliant here at Nararoro Raceway, Mary Road, Hawke's Bay. This is exactly what we wanted. The championship's heating up. Maximus Purvis has taken the lead, and now, after leading for most of the first half of this moto, we've found Dylan Walsh in the lead of this one. So still a massive 3.5 minutes to go, and it's anyone's at the front.
Eve, after our first 6 races, we had 4 different winners, and here we are now with a chance to get our 6th different winner, but all on for the challenge at the moment. Check it out at the stage, Dylan Walsh, and that margin next to nothing, 7.7, so underneath the second, so well done Dylan Walsh, Maximus Purvis, Caleb Ward in there. Caleb would seem closing the gap down, and what you see quite often when you get 2 guys battling and getting very close to each other, you have defensive racing rather than attacking racing, because, and what they indirectly do is they slowed the pace of the race down. That plays right into the hands of Caleb Ward, as he can just go out and attack the 2 of them. So for every defensive line that Dylan's got to do to stop the attack by Maximus, it just gets Caleb Ward closer and closer to them. So you can argue and say it's not as much about Caleb going faster, it's about the other guys going slower, to see that one doesn't get the advantage over the other. I love the tactics of good racing like this. This is what motocross is all about. It's a mental game, and that's where it's been well proven at the moment. Look at these 2 guys, nothing in it. One's for the inside, one's for the outside. They're both blue and they're both going for the glory at the moment. It's on for the gold medal. 53, Dylan Walsh whipping up a storm. 44, Maximus Purvis going for it. Caleb Ward, that man we've been talking about, on attack and looking so good. Back to the 108 of James Scott, looking out for Morgan Fogarty on that Husqvarna as well. And then this massive gap back to the Kawasaki with Josiah Natsky. He can't see those boys in front of him, but I tell you what he can see. There's an opportunity. No, sorry, there's Morgan to go past on the white bike. Sorry, so we're about to see the 23 coming through. So Morgan, in fact, has just drifted back a little bit there, unsure as to who that other Husky was. Missed who that was. Naturally thought, and got it totally wrong, that that was our letter F of Australian visitor Morgan Fogarty out there. But at this stage here in these conditions, the sun is out, the breeze has got up with it. That breeze is proving to be very advantageous for the little bit of dust that is coming up. It's just quickly being whisked away. So for somebody like Maximus Purvis, he has got a reasonably clear run. But what's he going to do, Brad, to try and get past that man, Dylan Walsh?
Well, we're coming down to the crunch here. We're at the dying stage of this one. There's a minute and a half plus a lap, so it'll be pretty touch and go whether they can cross the line with the white flag out or not. So Maximus Purvis running out of opportunities with the dust coming and the roost up there. It will be quite hard to try and follow someone around this race here. So we go racing Dylan Walsh ahead of Maximus Purvis still. These guys have been hammering tongs the whole moto, and who wants it more? This is on here. There's nothing in it as they go into the stadium section. So Dylan and Maximus, we've got Caleb Ward. He's holding firm there in 3rd place. So a great ride for him in the 3rd and final MX2 race of the day. So all on here is about 45 seconds to go, and I reckon they're about 45 seconds from the finish line. So who knows? The white flag will be ready and waiting, but if there's still time on the clock, they'll have to do another whole complete lap. So that's how it works. When the clock runs out, then we put the white flag out for the leader next time round. So it's going to be all touch and go whether we get the white flag now or we do another whole lap. So Maximus trying to find a way ahead of Dylan, but Dylan holding on to 1st place at the moment. Yamaha 1-2 with Caleb Ward still in 3rd place.
Oh, are we getting the flag? Are we getting the flag? How close are we? I think we are, I think we are, I think we are. Look out for it, 53 on the inside. Yes, white flag, 1 lap to go. 53.44. And I realise we were hesitating about that flag. Of course, it was all about the time. If we hadn't hit the time, then the wouldn't have had the flag out. So the flag has gone out because we've hit the time, and that's the point of difference. The flag goes out after the length of time for expired for the race. So when we say it's a 20-minute moto, we mean 20 minutes and then the +1. And it might be that the riders go past it like 19 and a half, or no, they've then got to do another full lap to come back and then get the white flag, whereas if we're right on the 20 as we were, it'll be just this extra lap. So it's effectively about 22 and a half or close to it for the race leaders to cover this lap. So all on for the pressure. Not the same, 23. All right, so, well, there you go, 23 and on the cruise. So I think the 23, I think Josiah Natsky, and hopefully the pit board's told him the story, no point in going all out. Things don't quite look too perfect for him, and, well, that's a serious setback for him. Feeling the pain is as good a word as I can think about it already. So, all right, final lap, Brad, bring us home, should be pretty awesome.
So here we've got Dylan Walsh riding all on his own at the moment, so we're not sure what's happened to Maximus, so we've got a bit more drama in the championship. So there's Dylan there. We can see him on the awesome commentator's dream bright yellow Fox gear, and then we're waiting to see Caleb Ward there coming through in second place. So even more drama here. Here's our race leader into the stadium section, the number 53, Dylan Walsh on the Serco Yamaha, and then we see the 485 of Caleb Ward there in second place. So where is Maximus? We're still waiting to see where Max comes through. There he is, but he's in fourth place. So James Scott's even gone ahead of him. So Maximus, he is now back in fourth place after looking like he might have had a chance to win this race at the start of it. So what has happened? This is so much drama. We're on the last lap at the moment, but Dylan Walsh is looking like he is going to be our sixth different race winner in MX2 racing. But Maximus Purvis, he'll be desperate to get on this podium. He's got James Scott right in front of him. It's all on here, and even further drama in our championship. So here we go. The Yamaha of Dylan Walsh. He goes over the Shell Advanced tabletop. He's got a decent comfy advantage now back to Caleb Ward in second place. So we're going to go to the checkered flag, and it is going to be the 53 of Dylan Walsh. New race winner in MX2, so that's brilliant stuff. He's going to take the checkered flag. Caleb Ward's going to take a second place. There we go, and here's our run to the line, and it's going to be the 108 up the inside. So James Scott hangs on to it, and Maximus Purvis, after leading for most of the first half of this moto, is going to fall to fourth place, and a bit of drama on the last lap. So that has played right in the hands of Josiah Natsky, who's kept this title well and truly alive. So Morgan Fogarty, he's in fifth place there on the LMC Husqvarna. So a good consistent day at the office for Morgan, but Josiah Natsky in sixth place, feeling the effects of a crash in race number 2. He also hit a peg with his hand and a sore hand after qualifying this morning, so a bit of drama here for Josiah Natsky, but if he can come home in sixth place, that'll be some pretty good damage limitation. He had a race win earlier today, but wow, drama here in MX2 as we see Maximus Purvis, fourth place in that one there after leading for the first half of this moto. Dylan Walsh managed to get up into first place and hung on to it. So he becomes the sixth different race winner in MX2. And there we go. So 9 races in and we've had 6 different winners. That is absolutely awesome to have racing like that. And it's going to feel pretty good for Dylan Walsh to finally get that monkey off the back and a race win on his Ben Townley Yamaha. So here we go with the podium. We'll let the computer calculate the points. We do our overall podium for the weekend, and from 3 races, it's going to be very, very tight in the points.
I think the perfect words you gave there, Brad, was it's played in the hand of Josiah Natsky, because the man that was 1 point in front of him all of a sudden went from first to second and bang, went back to fourth. So effectively that's only 4 points that he gained. So I think he should be 5 in front. 5 in front is all it will be. So 5 points in front, that's my reckoning. So pretty narrow indeed on those points, and keen to look out for that one. Remembering we've got two podiums up there. So quickly, Scotty, with those points, we'll file them up, and then we'll do our race score. Remembering we've got under 19s as well. So hopefully those young guns haven't gone back to pits as they've been doing. So under 19s, so you've got people sometimes back in 10th and 11th place that are going to get second under 19s. James Scott certainly dominating it. Who's got the next one? So I think it must be Riley. Riley Ward's got to be up there surely. He's got to be one in consideration for those points. So well done to the young gun out of Australia. Maybe is it Luke Vanderley? Luke might be up there for a 3rd place. Well, we'll find out shortly. So close and exciting as we do those points. Keen to find out the story, what went wrong for Maximus. Man, he had a chance to Big D dominate the day, but just slipped back a fraction at the end. As my quick calculation, 5 points. 5 points all we got in it in the overall. But here from Scotty, and we'll have our update.
He's obviously gone to line.
All right, so here we go with our podium today for the overall for the day. 3rd place, James Scott. And 2nd, Maximus Purvis. And we're going to go back and do 4th and 5th. They don't make the podium. They just come and get their prize money. And 1st place overall for the day, Dylan Walsh. How's that? Well done. And just to get their money, 4th place, Josiah Natsky. And 5th place, Caleb Ward. So, well done. If those guys don't want their money, I'm sure there's somebody else out there that would love it. First of all, James, what a wicked day here today. How was that?
Yeah, the track was epic today. The ruts were massive and made for some good racing. It was a little bit more one line than I thought it was going to form up to, but I think it was just because the layout of the track maybe. It was prepped perfect.
Yeah, it was indeed. Quality words. Maximus, what happened, mate?
Yeah, well, came in a bit hot to that last corner and washed the front out, and overall, good day, It's heaps fun. Track formed up real good, and yeah.
All right, we still think you've got the lead. Our guess is by 5 points. Red plate, you're going to feel good about that going to Taupo?
Yeah, definitely feels good, having the red plate going to Taupo and go finish strong up there.
Well done. This man's just got better and better. Smile, Dylan, please. Come on, that's better. That's the Dylan Walsh we've known for so many years. Junior champion in Taupo back in 2009. We're going back to Taupo next weekend. Can you do it again, matey?
Yeah, no, I think I can. We made real good adjustments on the suspension this week, and jumped up on my practice bike, and I just felt way more at home, so I could ride properly in the race and not blow out, and it ended up being a little Euro out there, so I felt pretty at home, and it's just good to ride like myself for once. It took a few weeks, but I feel pretty good at the moment.
Yeah, well done. Great result. So there you go, folks. What a quality podium. Come on. Let's congratulate them. That is so cool to see. So well done for the glory today. 3rd in James Scott. 2nd, Maximus Purvis. And 1st in Dylan Walsh. All right, now to our under-19. Our under-19 podium today. 3rd place, Riley Ward. So well done to Riley. Congratulations. 2nd, Kobe Burke today. Well done to Kobe. He's up here. Certainly hope to have him on the podium. And today's winner, James Scott. We've got no Kobe yet. 125 race coming up, haven't we? It was our little challenge. It's not his fault, folks. He's doing back-to-back motos out there. First of all, Riley, enjoyed Hawke's Bay today?
Yeah, the track was pretty sweet. I had horrible starts all day, every race. I came from about 20th, I think, but started getting my stuff together a bit more in the last one and found a bit of a flow, but James fairly smoked me, that's to say the least. But I'd like to thank Carl from CML KDM, Northern Performance, Fox, and everyone for all the competition.
Nice work, good work. James, under 19, you lose track of some of these other boys getting older. You're still a young man in the class. How does it feel to be leading it?
Yeah, I'm only just 18 now, so it's a few years to come with my riding, and I just got to put massive shout out to my dad and all my family and Steve Chase today. My bike working perfect, so yeah, cheers.
Well done. There we go. Unfortunately, Kobe can't make it because he's ready for the next race, but a quality podium all the same, and well done. All right, Fox, 2020 Motocross Nationals, MX2 under-19s. And let's rock through that for the day overall. A bad luck day to Luca Fremantle, Seaton Head as well, and 12th from Curtis King, Zach Nolan, Jimmy Smith with James Steele, Ezra Holmes here to Luke Vanderley, Carlin Headley in 5th, Jack Dunlop 4th. They just miss out on a place on that podium, but our podium there, Riley Ward, Kobe Burke and James Scott. Wow, 9 races, 6 different winners. That's fantasy stuff, folks. That is a true championship. These guys get the break. You just can't do it event after event. There is so much pressure on these guys. As you heard it from Maximus, just when you think he'd be fine, he makes a mistake. He leaves it in the last lap, but he never gives up. He might have been in 2nd place, but he pushed and pushed and pushed, pushed a fraction too hard, too far, and too fast for too long, and pays the price. So, wow, all the drama. He's made the mistake. It's played back in the hands, we think, a 5-point lead as he takes the red plate to Taupo. And that, of course, you'd call his home track. All the pressure Brad goes back on Josiah Natsky because, let alone the fact that he likes Taupo, so too does Maximus. So Maximus, one would say, is in the pound seat, or in fact, Dylan Walsh, has he left it a bit too late for the overall? I think possibly, 3 races. Yes, even if he won every one of them, as long as those guys are seconds and thirds, he'll surely come through, won't he?
Oh, you've just got to have a look at this class and just see with Josiah Natsky, if you don't get out in the front, you don't get the good start. It's hard to even come in the top 6 here. So this is still anyone's championship. As long as there's a mathematical chance you can win it, you're definitely in a good shot here at the moment. So we talked about it earlier with the MX3 class, the perfect tie, and that's exactly what we found ourselves with Dylan Walsh and Maximus Purvis, both on 65 points, both had a win, a second and a fourth, and the count back going towards Dylan Walsh. So in actual fact, second on the podium for Maximus, but a points tie. So as far as the championship's concerned, still a pretty good job there. So there it is, Yamaha 1-2, and James Scott continues his consistent run. With third place overall for him. So there we go with that one. And Josiah Natsky, after race 1 this morning, we would have thought this is Josiah Natsky's championship to run away with, but no. Drama aplenty. Finishes 4th for the day and loses that red plate. So that goes to Maximus Purvis for the 4th and final round in Taupo. So we've got some excitement to build for that one in just 2 weeks' time. And Josiah obviously feeling the effects of his crash out there in that third moto. He's only got 2 weeks to turn it around. Let's hope he's a-okay for the 4th round at Taupo.
Wow, what a story to tell. It's going to be super exciting. Can't wait. 2 weeks. Can we wait? Can we keep it under control? So much excitement for the Fox 2020 Motocross finale, MX2. Man, 6 different winners, and they have been in our lineup. Let's be more official about it than guesstimating it as we go back over those results. MX2, and they have now been Josiah Natsky, James Scott and Caleb Ward. They were the 3 different ones at round 1. Then we had Josiah again at round 2. Kyle Webster, he got 2 as well. So at that point there was 4 different winners out of the 6 races. And then here today, another example of it where we've seen 3 different winners today, just like round number 1. 3 different winners. Josiah Natsky had 2 before, but then going to the first one for Maximus, and then the first one for Dylan. And Dylan to come out on top for the day. That's a massive credit to that man. So well done. Wow, it is so close. Well, what's that done for the points? We'll be keen to see with an add up of that last one. Remembering Maximus had 1 point. We've seen the return of Josiah Natsky to get that. Oh, thank you. And Nicole's got it. So Brad's just doing a quick sprint, man, Nicole. And Di, you are absolutely fabulous, man. We get those results so quickly. Great job. Thank you, team. Remembering, of course, we've had 2 timing teams over this event, so thank you to both of them. But here we are. Let's go to, in fact, it's a 4-point. It's a 4-point, not 5 as I'd suggested. So, in fact, 15 and a sixth place. Oh, of course, 4. So, yeah, all right. So there it is. It's only a 4-point lead. So Maximus is on 183. Then go to Josiah on 179. James Scott third, only 7 back on 172. So that's 11 points to separate the top 3. Fantastic. Dylan Walsh is now up there. He's only a further 11 back. So that's an overall 22 back on the race lead. That's pretty achievable as well. Morgan Fogarty, Riley Ward, Kobe Burke, Brock Martins and Brad Groombridge dropping back there today, unfortunately for BG not doing that MX2 racing. So his results have faded pretty badly to be 10th overall. Kyle Webster, 84 points, and that's all in fact he'll end up with, unfortunately. But he didn't finish that race in the end, so he attempted to be in 6 races in the championship, only was in 4, or only finished in 4. And he's to get a massive 84 points out of those 4 races is an amazing credit to a great young man. So well done. Had he continued the way he started, he would have ended up on 100. In fact, that's what I thought we were going to see from him, or maybe even 125. But hasn't been the case. Jack Dunlop in there on 12th ahead of Adam Moss. So Jack's going to go to 11th place overall in the series. Who knows, may go higher if he can get past the likes of Brad Groombridge or Brock Martins. We'll wait and see. Adam Moss in there ahead of David Madison Ladder, sorry. So Madison today reasonably consistent on 547. And then look out for Luke Vanderley. And Luke unfortunately had a DNF today, didn't go to Balclutha. So he's been there to score points in those other races. All right, here we are back to the world of 125s. And it is the Maddock Dix. Oh, bad luck. And one of those that's down here, and he's got pinned underneath the bike. He can't get out. Got to try and kick the bike up and pull his legs back from there. Having a real struggle, and quickly some officials over there. Oh, he'll be gutted with a capital G. Absolutely, and I think it might be Zach Chillings. It might be Zach. Well, after his great result he got last time, I think it could have been Zach. Didn't quite confirm the number on his back of his shirt, but you get the idea. We'll get confirmation shortly. So there you are. That's an update of our MX2. Man, oh man, more excitement in 3 rounds of racing than you've got in Shortland Street in a year. So bring home the glory for our MX2 champion. Whoever can win will be a deserved champion. Mr. Consistent to get there overall. All right, here we are, going all the way. Maddock. There he is, Maddock Dixon, out there along with the 88, going to, oh no, 16, please, I called it wrong. Oh, I don't know where I got that number from, but here you are with the 16. He's out there and he's doing it, so well done. 16's got it covered. So there we have it. Now update Zach Chillings. Zach Chillings has got the third place, so Maddock Dixon ahead of Brodie Conley, ahead of Zach Chillings, go to Dylan Westgate, followed by Jack Simon. They're calling that name again, this incredible young super kid who I'm having so much excitement seeing his results flourishing. What a positive young man, and proving to have some quality results. Wow, I would not have seen that coming with Kyan Lumans back there in 6th place, 7th to Kobe Burke, along with Reese McBride in there. Look for Isaac Broad and Hunter Scott. They're proving to be our hot act of racing. So wow factor going on to it with our 125s later in the day. Brad, here at 12 minutes to 4. Huge amount of excitement today.
Yeah, we've had some great racing, some drama, some good battles, and here we go. Brodie Conley already found his way into the lead of this one, so there it is. Brodie Conley, the 88, he's been absolutely fantastic today. Maddock Dixon, second place for him at the moment, so giving chase, got the good start he needed, so this is going to be all on for these two. We've seen glimpses of raw speed from Maddock, but the drama of Rotorua last weekend where he had a couple of DNFs just put him back in the championship a little bit, so that's given Brodie Conley the big advantage. But here's the showdown we were looking for. So they've both got the good starts. Brodie Conley on the 88, Maddock Dixon on the 318. This is going to be a great little battle for them. 18 minutes plus a lap, and here they are coming into the stadium section already. They get a great start there. We go back to Zach Chillings. He continues his good run of starts here, and Dylan Westgate, a better start from Dylan, so up into 4th place. Jack Simon in 5th, Kobe Burke there in 6th place. Kyan Lumans is up there as well, with Reese McBride rounding out our top 8 at the moment. So racing with Brodie Conley and Maddock Dixon out in front at the moment, but third place for Zach Chillings. What a great weekend he's having with Dylan Westgate and Jack Simon, a couple of youngsters, 4th and 5th. So 125 racing has certainly been fantastic today. And these guys here, 18 minutes plus a lap, their third and final race for the day. There's still 14 odd minutes in this one. And is anything Maddock Dixon can do to stop this man in front? The 88 of Brodie Conley, such a class act on the LMC Husqvarna. And be interesting to see the points at the end of this one if he can stretch out that advantage. I reckon he's on line to have about 50 plus points. So I think he might have 2 whole races in hand when we go to Taupo next weekend. But we'll let the computer see what happens there.
Yeah, well, I wanted to make sure we get the correct pronunciation for Maddock, folks, Maddock Dixon. I suppose we've sort of just shortened it by the speed of our talking, really, just to be Maddock. It's sort of a quicker way to say it, but hey, we want to correct it, make sure we get it right, Maddock. And Maddock is one who I know we've been giving plenty of credits to, but he just can't seem to get that man in front of him. Wow. He's certainly the next best, that is undisputed, but that man out in front, Brodie Conley, is super impressive and great to see. So there you are with our 125 lineup. So Brodie Conley out in front, second place to Maddock Dixon, and then looking to our third in the updates, hopefully still with our 16 out there of Zach Chillings, going to Jack Simon, amazing up there to be in 4th place here to Kobe Burke. Look out for Kyan Lumans, Reese McBride, Hunter Scott in there, along with Marshall Phillips and Joseph Andrell. Haven't talked so much about Joseph today. Joseph had some good results at Rotorua a week ago, just hasn't quite performed to the same high standard here today. Just goes to show you horses for courses. When somebody else is up, another rider is down to match him. Can't have everybody having all the best placings of the day. That was impossible. So there you go, about those things, how they can capitalise and take advantage here in Hawke's Bay. And what a catalyst round it's been. Man, talk about close. We've got our MX2 separated by 4 points. And we've got our MX1 separated by 2 with a moto that's got a moto to go, mind you, but very close as well. So very exciting. A great way to be for our championship. Bring it on. Taupo, 2 weeks away. Catch you Sunday, 15th of March.
Yeah, the speed out the front is still pretty frantic, lapping in the 2:32s last time around. So this track's got some deep ruts and some pretty gnarly bits on it. And Brodie Connolly, Maddock Dixon riding around at a frenetic pace at the moment. So 1 and 2 at the moment, class act. We go back a further 8 or 9 seconds to Zach Gillings in 3rd place with Jack Simon now up into 4th. Dylan Westgate has had the off, so he's dropped down to about 17th place. So drama for him. And that means Kobe Burke's come up into 5th place with Kyan Lumans, Reese McBride, Hunter Scott, Marshall Phillips and Joseph Andrell now our top 10. So rounding off another lap over the Shell Advanced tabletop, Brodie Connolly. He has just been so good today. Already won the first 2 races and on schedule here, winning a 3rd race in a row. So he has been the dominant force in this 125 class. Maddock Dixon, he's the only one that's managed to win any other of these races, and he won race 3 at Rotorua last weekend. He's sitting in 2nd place as well, only 3.5 seconds off Brodie, so certainly not out of this one. Then we go to Zach Gilling, so that gap stretched out to now 12, nearly 12 seconds from 2nd to 3rd. So Zach Gilling's there in 3rd place, Jack Simon in 4th with Kobe Burke in 5th, Kyan Lumans, Reece McBride, Hunter Scott and Marshall Phillips, and then Joseph Andrell. That's still our top 10. So we go racing with these guys. And Brodie Connolly, such a class act. He's lapped in the 2:29, so he was over 2 seconds quicker than anyone else on the last lap. So 2:29 for Brodie Connolly, just getting into a groove and ticking these off. We've still got 11 minutes plus a lap in this one, but it looks like Brodie Connolly on cruise control and heading towards 3-peat here of wins for Brodie Connolly at round 3 of the Fox New Zealand Motocross Championships.
Wicked. I'm going to describe it. In fact, as much as we're talking about the massive points lead that Brodie's got, the only man to have beaten him is Maddock Dixon. The point to remember is, in fact, that Maddock has had 2 non-point scoring races, 2 DNFs, in fact. So he had a 0-0 win. That's sort of the extreme of it. So when we talk about that man having a massive potentially 50-point lead at the end of this, so he'll only need the first race at Taupo to the winner's title. It's come about at the bad luck of Maddock as well. So had we seen Maddock always doing those seconds and then getting that odd win a long way, that points advantage would have probably only been about 12 or 15 points. So it's certainly been a big balancing act all the way back through the field. So there you have it, a little bit of an update into why the big advantage for Brode. Yeah, we know he's a dominant rider and he deserves to be, and he should be the champion. We hope he's the champion. It turned pear-shaped for him last year. He could have been the champion, but crashed out while practicing. I think it was a race meeting. Can't remember whether practice or race meeting in between rounds 1 and rounds 2. So he dismantled the field in round number 1, then went bang and crashed out of it. So didn't get the glory that he deserved. Whether he would have been the champion is another whole ball game, but anyway, his chance to be the champion was eluded, so he could be potentially on his way for his first ever championship, and we'd take nothing away from him to attain that glory as we go racing. 88 looking out for him. Here we go, Mr. Brodie Connolly, and some great work by Brodes up there. Now looking out, the 318, Maddock Dixon in second place. Both of the riders coming out of the greater Waikato/Bay of Plenty area. Big stronghold of our sport regionally, and keen to look out for their fights going on. And looking to 16 with Zach ahead of the 55, ahead of the 14, so 55 and Jack Simon in front of somebody like Kobe Burke. If you'd have said that to me, Brad, that you were going to see Jack Simon fair and square in front of Kobe Burke, I'd said no way. Kobe is the other kid, really. He's the sort of the top 3 in our sport, and this is, I think, is something that's Jack's truly deserving that today, and he's risen other people along the way with him, the likes of Zach Gilling. So I really think we're seeing the birth of a few more very competitive 125 riders, which is exactly what we want.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. This is a full credit to all these riders out there. The guy likes of Jack Simon, who'd never been to Rotorua until this weekend, comes out here, got on the podium in race 1. Didn't have the best race 2, but running in the top 4 at the moment, ahead of Kobe Burke and the likes of that. So fantastic to see. And also Zach Gillings, what a weekend he's having. Sitting in 3rd at the moment. He got a 4th in race number 2, so some great championship points for him. on the MacGyver Reach CSL Fox Racing KTM. Brilliant stuff from Zach Gillings, the man from Rongotea, doing a good job in third place at the moment. Jack Simon, Kobe Burke, that's fourth and fifth. Kyan Lumens in sixth place. He's coming on in leaps and bounds as well in New Zealand motocross, so we're looking out for that one. But the 88 is the one they're all trying to catch. He's in front by a massive 6.5 seconds at the moment. Maddock Dixon, he's sitting in second place, so the best of the rest at the moment. But no one has been able to touch Brodie Connolly so far today. 2 from 2 and on his way to a third. And there's 7.5 minutes in this one. And Brodie Connolly, this is just absolutely brilliant. I can't say more about him. He's fantastic. The track's rough, the ruts are deep, and he's on the pegs everywhere. The technique and the style is so good, and definitely one to look out for.
All right, just seeing Andy McGee can come up towards us. Andy, if you were writing a script, MX1, MX2, we're talking less than a handful. You know, we're coming down to the wire. Isn't that what we want for Taupo?
Absolutely. This is so exciting. I mean, you couldn't have predicted this. You couldn't write the script. And of course, no one knows what's going to happen now, which I think is really exciting. You go to that final round. Apart from the Brodie Connolly show that's going on here, there's still a huge fight on for second, third, and fourth. And then you go to the other two classes. Well, the fight's on right through the ranks, so right for the toppers. So it's going to be so exciting.
Hey, I don't know whether the records will show, but 6 different riders to one so far. The motos, I can't ever recall that in one class, and we'll go back, and I can't think of anything that resembles it.
No, it's absolutely right. In fact, if you look at the talent we've got here, I'm surprised there's only 6 different winners. There probably could have been, how many races have we had so far? 9. 9 different winners. There could have easily been 9 different winners in the CMX2 class.
Well, hold on. We just had Woodville a few weeks ago, and then we had Wyatt Chase. So, Wyatt's just one of those names that we could have put into that. So, it's clearly one, if not, and it's one just jumping straight to mind.
Absolutely. And, of course, what's going to happen when these guys get over to Australia? They're going to be racing against the same guys like Fogarty and Ward and what have you that are racing here. It's just going to be all on over there. They're going to love us over there.
Yeah, great to see. Hey, Horsham's that first round. We had the privilege of going over there for World Juniors 2 years ago. I think that's a nice mantle, a good place to start. It's sort of got a bit of look and feel about this circuit, hasn't it, to Horsham and Victoria?
Well, absolutely. So this is why it's even more important, I think, for the Australians to come over and do our series, because this is a great build-up for them. They come here, they can get themselves warmed up, they come up against the guys they're going to be facing eventually back over across the Tasman there. And also the tracks here are quite similar, well, some of them are anyway. And as you pointed out, this track's like awesome. So, it's good preparation.
All right, so 10 stories this week?
Well, I'm already thinking about what I'm going to do tonight and then tomorrow, of course, and during the week there's so much to write about. But also, of course, they're looking ahead to next weekend with Hampton Downs. So there's no rest for the wicked, Neil. I mean, it makes me a bad person.
Exactly. But let's remember as well and tell people, you've come home this weekend. How does that feel as well?
Absolutely great. Come back to Hawke's Bay because, this is where I am. I did my first ever experience of racing motocross against the McKinley boys, who actually I bumped into today. They were wandering around here today. They were legends to me back then. Not so much now. They just give me a hard time whenever they see me now. But they were great guys back in the day. Taught me everything I know in terms of how to ride a dirt bike. Most of the times they were riding over the top of me, so they were using me for traction, which I think is just absolutely fine.
It is indeed. And all right, is this where you picked up your pen as well, Andy?
Yes, it is actually. I went to school here and then left school and joined a newspaper here. So started out my career as a journalist here in Hawke's Bay.
All right, you're picking up or following of moto. Does that really start here?
Yeah, it did too. Yeah, absolutely. Everything began here, Neil. So I had my first ever motocross race and then enduro race as well here in Hawke's Bay. And I tell you what, the enduro races here were just unbelievably difficult. I mean, that's not just me saying that because I was unbelievably awful, but because the courses that they set out here at places like Brisington and what have you, they were just gobsmackingly difficult tracks.
And that's what the word enduro should be.
Absolutely.
Right, speaking about enduro, still plenty more to come, cross-country and enduro. We haven't even started. Well, we've started one round of cross-country. The next rounds have been delayed, so that could be a bit of breathing space. But, hey, we've still got a lot of more racing to come in autumn before winter.
Absolutely. I just feel sorry for Brad Groombridge. He's the man that does all those codes and then some. In fact, he even gave road racing a go last year. So this is a man who does them all as a rider, not just a guy observing or writing about it or talking about it in your case. So, hats off to someone like Brad Groombridge, I think.
Yeah, nice words, nice words. Thanks more from Andy McGeegan, BiteSportNZ.com, as Brad's been following the racing. And Brad, 125 still on fire?
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Maddox Dixon just slightly quicker than Brody Connolly that last lap around. So got that gap down to about 5.4 seconds, but still advantage Brody Connolly at the moment. Kobe Burke's moved up into third place, so a podium from race 2 is looking to be repeated here at the moment, but Zach Shillings is still right there in 4th place, so not out of this one. We've still got 3 minutes plus a lap left. As we get down to the business end of this one, Jack Simon, great job from Jack, out there in 5th place at the moment, and not too far off a podium position, so look out for that one. Reese McBride in there with Marshall Phillips and Hunter Scott as well, still plenty of time on this one, but Brody Connolly, 5.4 seconds, and just putting it in cruise control at the moment. Maddox Dixon, 2nd place. So this will be a good championship points haul for him to get his campaign back on track after some horror luck in Rotorua at round 2. And then Kobe Burke, double class in his 6th race of the day. He is definitely going to be feeling that one on a pretty brutal, gnarly Hawke's Bay round 3 track here at the moment. So that's our top 3 at the moment. Zach Shillings, Jack Simon, 4th and 5th, and not too far off a podium position. So keep an eye on that one as we get down to the last 2 minutes plus a lap.
Counting it back. Great to watch other riders in our field. Well, we've been talking about some that have been to the fore, and what about all the ones that are not quite there? We still want to give credit where it's due. 136, Mount Mauganui's Nick Enstrom, supported by Josh Cobbins Racing, Spoke Reps NZ, Dr. Moto, Louise Watson Fitness, California Motocross Holidays, along with Moto Cuts, Moto Seat, and Blue Crew New Zealand. Good on you, Nick. Nice to see Nick Enstrom. Nick, a former South Islander, come to the North Island to do some moto, and then he took an opportunity. I know he went down and did the Vets Nationals in Timaru 2 years ago, and here he is coming back to enjoy some 125. So, man, you put your body on the line on a 125s, particularly if you're an older rider. In fact, I think he must be the oldest rider out in that field as well. So good on you, Nick. All around nice guy and lover of our sport. Well done. Oh, 83, and just when the race looks to be a wrap. The 83 of Kyan Lermans, and Kyan looks to be pulling out. Unsure what it was. He looks okay. The bike looked okay. Obviously, something is not okay. He's not had a good day at all. So bad rap there for Kyan, who's drifted off the track. But the rest of them still along for racing, and Brad, we're down to only 40 seconds left.
Yeah, so Brody Connolly down the bottom end of the track at the moment, so the time will run out before he crosses the line. So the white flag will be ready and waiting for the number 88, Brody Connolly, to carry on his dominant performance here. Maddox Dixon, he was much slower on that lap round, a 2:43 as opposed to Brody's 2:29, so definitely something going right there for Maddox. That means the gap has gone out to 18.7 seconds, so Maddox still got a decent gap back to Kobe in 3rd. But definitely now a lot of work to do if he wants to try and catch Brody Connolly. So 88, 3:18 and the 14. Your podium from race 2 is looking to be repeated as time runs out on the clock. So the white flag ready and waiting. 1 lap to go for Brody Connolly. Zach Shillings, Reese McBride and Jack Simon having a great little battle. So that's 4th, 5th and 6th. And nothing in that battle at the moment. So keep an eye on that one as we see Brody Connolly into the stadium section, ready to take the white flag, and man, this is going to be a massive points advantage. I reckon he's going to have 2 races in hand as we go to Taupo, so it's going to be well and truly on for Brody Connolly to win his first MX125 champion. What I like about the championships this year is we've got Hamish Harwood won MX1 and MX2 championships last year. He's gone up to MX1 racing, and so now that leaves us with the potential of brand new champions in 125 and MX2 racing. So Brody Connolly, he's well and truly in command of this one. White flag out, 1 lap to go. And already won the first 2 races, looking to make it 3 from 3. Maddox Dixon, the only man that can stop him at the moment. He's about 18 seconds up the road with Kobe Burke there in 3rd place. So 125 action has been absolutely brilliant. And again, it's been Brody Connolly, the number 88. Too good for anyone else so far today. There we go with Kobe Burke. Comes through in 3rd place, but 48 seconds off the lead. So Kobe with his double class in today. Back on the podium contention in a 125 class, so that'll do his championship points a world of good as well. He was running at third in the championship coming into today. We'll see where he can end up with Marshall Phillips. He was this man in second place in the championship, but down in seventh place at the moment in this race. So Marshall Phillips looking to relinquish that second place in the championship. As we watch Brodie Connolly got out to 25-second advantage over Maddock Dixon, and then Kobe Burke in third place. So Jack Simon, who's now up into fourth place. So what a day at the office so far for Jack Simon. Zach Dillings there in fifth, and Marshall Phillips is now ahead of Reese McBride. So Reese, who was running at about fifth place before, he's just slipped back into seventh. We've got Hunter Scott in eighth place. Dylan Westgate, who was running up the top, he had a bit of a early race crash. Managed to get himself up into ninth place at the moment. So they're all on the last lap with Joseph Andrell and Donovan Ward, 10th and 11th, Isaac Broad and Reece Jillings there, 12th and 13th with Ben Wall and Nick Enstrom. They're running at our top 15. So Brodie Connolly right up the top, Pirelli sweeper, around the stop bank he goes, and just absolutely class act. So 25 seconds was the advantage, and it looks like he's stretched that out even further. So the checkered flag ready and waiting. A couple more corners to go for the 88, the LMC Husqvarna. And really advantage Brodie Connolly as far as this championship is concerned. He takes well and truly the driver's seat into the fourth and final round in a fortnight's time at Dicker McEwen Motocross Park in Taupo. But here it is, the final corner for the 88, and checkered flag, 3 from 3 today for Brodie Connolly, so brilliant stuff. And that will feel mighty good, taking a massive points advantage into the fourth and final round. And we've got Maddock Dixon, he is in the stadium section as well. On the Max Gear Jeff Scott Electrical KTM. So pretty good day at the office. A couple of second places already, so that'll be 3 from 3 as far as second placings are concerned for Maddock. And then Kobe Burke, who after missing out on the podium in race 1, got on the podium for race 2 and is looking set for a third place here as well. So looking to see Brodie Connolly, massive advantage over Maddock Dixon. Here's Maddock coming through to take second place, so well done to Maddock Dixon. On the Max Gear KTM, that's second place there, so 39-second advantage from Brodie Connolly to Maddock Dixon, and that confirms Maddock second place overall today. And then Kobe Burke, who's coming through for finishing his 6th moto of the day. He did 3 MX2 motos, he's done 3 125 motos, so he will be very, very tired after that. So that's back on the podium for that. So 88, 318 and 14 your podium. Jack Simon finishes in 4th in that one to go with his podium. Earlier in race 1 he had a bummer in race 2 with about 13th place, so he'll be gutted about what happened there for the overall, but some great speed and some good confidence going into the 4th and final round at Taupo for him. We've got Zach Jillings finishing in 5th. Good day at the office for Zach, well done. Marshall Phillips, he finishes in 6th place in that one. Reese McBride in 7th. And there we go with Hunter Scott finishing that one there in 8th place. Dylan Westgate and Donovan Ward rounding out our top 10. We'll go down to Neil now, who's going to do our podium, but we'll do our overall podium. Brodie Connolly and Maddock Dixon definitely 1 and 2, but we'll let the computer work out our top 5 there for MX125.
All right, remembering, folks, the TNG. It's an absolutely massive pellet. Turners and growers, thank you. Massive pellet of Royal Galas, and it's here for your help yourself. So go and grab an armful, fill your pockets. Spectators, you're most welcome. Race teams and riders, family people, we love our Royal Gala apples, and thanks to TNG, we've got an entire pellet here. You can help yourself. They're right in front of the club shed round here, so go along and grab a handful. So you're most welcome. Fill your bins, fill your basket, take them away. The main thing is we want them eaten. And remembering, you've come from the Fruit Bowl of New Zealand, this gorgeous region called Hawke's Bay, and you've been here at this magnificent Ngāruroru Raceway for a fantastic event over the weekend. Thank you, Scotty. We are with our points, and we'll do our podium. First of all, 3rd place, Kobe Burke. Well done. 2nd, Maddock Dixon. And he gets the envelope as well. That's the cool thing. And 1st place to Brodie Connolly. And our other envelopes for the glory, 5th place, Jack Simon. Well done. And fourth place, Marshall Phillips. So well done, guys. So they get their rewards. Great podium we've got here for us. Kobe, mate, 6 races now. The track must be super gnarly.
Yeah, it's pretty gnarly those last 2 motos, but I was real late. I actually had a little sleep before the last round to get some energy back. Yeah, but didn't really work till this races now, but the starts all day let me down, so I'll go home, work on them for the next 2 weeks and see what we can bring in Taupo.
Well done, beautiful words, loving every bit of that. Well done, Matic. Here you go. Awesome day at the office. You happy with that?
Yeah, it's over moon, but yeah, it was good racing all day, and yeah, I'd just like to thank my sponsors, Max Gear, Peter Scott Dental Lab, and my nana and granddad.
Yeah, beautiful people did right behind a great rider. You thoroughly deserve it. Brody, 8 out of 9 now. You can't just be perfect, you know. Nobody's near perfect, but man, you're so close to it. You got to be feeling good.
Yeah, I felt really good today actually, but kind of bummed about Maddock beating me in that last race at Rotorua, but it is what it is.
Yeah, but hey, you went through a little bit of a pain and threshold for that. So now what are you going to do in the next 2 weeks? You ready for Rotorua? Sorry, Taupo?
Yeah, I'm super excited for Taupo. Just going to train hard these next 2 weeks and come out swinging and hope to wrap up the title.
All right, what else is lined up for you this year?
I don't know, really. Just getting this out of the way and then think about that after Taupo, I guess.
All right, Junior Nationals?
Yeah, I'll be doing Junior Nationals, double class, 125 and 250.
Oh, brilliant. That's what we're waiting for. You got a white 250 lined up?
Yeah, hopefully. Might ride one this weekend.
Oh, nice. Oh, I'm going to look forward to that. That'll be awesome. And maybe you can do, because you may be able to wrap it up with a race to spare. Here's our future, folks. There's 125 racing. It's super kids, and I'm not trying to downcry them. They are young adults after all, but proving that it's our young guns that are in this class and going so well. So well done out there. Kobe and Maddock and Brody Connolly. Bring it home, guys. 125s. Still to come, though, folks, MX1 and also, of course, our Women's Cup. Still plenty more happening here at Hawke's Bay today. Thank you. Oh, wow, oh, wow, oh, wow. There we go. All right, 125 points. So talked about a 50-point advantage. 64 points to Brody. 64 points. That's massive. Marshall Phillips still in second. 1 point, though. 1 point. Maddock there in third, 158 versus 157. So Marshall Phillips still second. Maddock is third. Kobe is just 4 behind that. So, wow, that is super close in there. 5 points separate second, third, and fourth. Going back to Zach Gillings, Joseph Andrell, Donovan Ward, along with Dylan Westgate, Isaac Broad, Reece Gillings, Jack Simon in there. Remembering Jack, of course, did not do the round in his own backyard. He did not do the Balclutha event. So I'm pretty sure that weekend he went to the mighty Gold Nuggets motocross and went for the glory up there. So didn't do that event, and so therefore he's picking up points. He's got 88 points from just 2 rounds, 41 and 47. So fantastic, and he's got on the podium here, well, for our fourth, I think he got overall, didn't he? Yes, indeed. Ben Wall in at 12th, followed by Kyan Lumans, who's just had a DNF. Go to Hunter Scott in the 14th, 15th, Reece McBride. He too only doing this round, so picking up points there at 40 and straight into 15th place. Here to Nick Enstrom and Hunter Steens. Go to Wime Hogg, and of course he was just with us in round number 1. William, my apologies, to Ethan Waters, and again only at round number 1, and then he only got 1 moto before going out. Connor Fowle, Ben Redman, Tristan Hall, and Brock Sullivan are with us here today, but unfortunately Brock sitting on 0 points, so a little bit of bad luck. But anyway, he is recorded as being in 23rd place. After all, he did enter.
All right, ready for the roar of the 450s. MX1 racing, and they all get away pretty cleanly, so it looked like it could be a good start from Cody Cooper on the number 1 machine. Kirk Gibbs, he looked a good start as well, but it is going to be the number 1, Cody Cooper. Kirk Gibbs right there, and behind him, Hamish Harwood's got a good start in 3rd place. Tyler Steiner and Ethan Martin, the 2 Kawasaki's, are up there in about 4th and 5th spot as well. So we go racing Cody Cooper. This is what he needed to do. He needed to get out in front, but Kirk Gibbs equally up to the task. He's in 2nd place as well. So this is the showdown. This is how bad do you want the MX1 New Zealand title here. Cody Cooper leads Kirk Gibbs, but this is going to be a great showdown. 22 minutes plus a lap on a pretty brutal Mary Road to Hawke's Bay track here at the moment. We've got Hamish Harwood up there as well, Tyler Steiner, Ethan Martin, Brad Groomage got a good start, as well as Cody Murphy. Where is Kane Lamont? Kane Lamont buried in about 8th or 9th place, so he's got work to do as we see this battle for the MX1 title is down to 2 points, but the red plate will be going to Kirk Gibbs unless Cody Cooper can win this race ahead of Kirk at the moment. So here we go. Cody Cooper, the number 1, now defending MX1 champion on the right, red Honda. Kirk Gibbs from Australia, the G on the Altherm Window Systems, Yamaha. Then we go back to Hamish Harwood. Tyler Steiner's in 4th place with Ethan Martin now in 5th. Brad Groomage in 6th, ahead of Cody Murphy, and then go back to Kane Lamont in 8th place. So flying through this one at the moment, the number 1 and the G. There's nothing in it at the moment. They're side by side as they start heading right out the back towards the vineyards here at Mary Road on the banks of the Narrara River here in the Hawke's Bay. So flying this one, MX1 racing. This is the showdown we were waiting for, and it is so far Cody Cooper ahead of Kirk Gibbs.
Well, we've been doing, of course, a lot of credits throughout the day. We've been thanking clubs and volunteers like Flaggies, our MNZ crew. Commissioner Ray leads a great team as well. We've had others, and we've talked about our injury rate. And it's almost like, well, we've come up with a great medic team on board, and everybody said, well, we don't want to go there, do we? No, well, you get the idea. It's when you've got quality medics, why use them? Because we prefer to keep it much safer, and that's exactly what we've done. So thanks to medics on scene and getting the everybody into safe hands should there be any incidences, of which there's been few. So there we are with Cody Cooper, Kirk Gibbs in there, Hamish Harwood along with Tyler Steiner, go to Ethan Martins, Brad Groombridge, and Brad only doing the 1 class now. Brad, has that been bike problems, do you think? What have you heard anything there? Only MX2, I think he dropped out, so I wonder whether it was a rider problem, but maybe a bike problem. I'm unsure, but anyway, I go to Cody Murphy and Kane Lamont. Kane Lamont a little bit further back, so some work to do there for Kane. But look at this from Cody, trying to fight back, remembering the points. The points, what is it? 2 between them, yeah, only 2 between them. So if Cody can come back, he can hold the red plate by 1 point overnight. Wow, how good would that be? That would be super close and exciting. So let's go with him. Whoever of these 2 riders can win this race, they will take the red plate overnight. So we're fighting back in dramatic style. Who could it be? We're about to find out. There's a drama unfolds here with some more great racing at the Ngāruaru Raceway here in Hawke's Bay for round 1 of the Fox New Zealand Motocross Nationals. Cody Cooper, Kirk Gibbs, Hamish Harwood, and look out for Team Shell Advanced Kawasaki and Tyler Steiner, the green machine, the green team running in an awesome 4th place. Are we still? Yes, there it is.
Oh, this is the showdown we're waiting for. Kirk Gibbs and Cody Cooper flying at the moment. There's some great battles going on in the middle of the pack as well. Hamish Harwood is in 3rd place, Tyler Steiner and Brad Groomage, that's 3rd, 4th and 5th. Then we go to a brilliant fight there with Kane Lamont, Cody Murphy and Ethan Martins there. So less than a second separating those 3 guys when they cross the line. All on here, there's battles everywhere. Cody Cooper looks to have that bike dialed in, looking pretty good at the moment. Kirk Gibbs, so far no answer. Looks like it's followed the leader out the back there. No real overtaking opportunity, so we'll see how that gets on with these massive 22-minute motos. The track's definitely cutting up quite nicely. The crowd still hung around, so fantastic crowd in here. Round 3, we've had good crowds in all of our rounds so far, and boy, they've been treated to some absolutely spectacular racing. And what the showdown we've got here at the moment is going to be breathtaking. So Cody Cooper still leads Kirk Gibbs, but there's nothing in it at the moment at the front, and already they've got a 4.6 second advantage to Hamish Harwood, so these guys are on fire at the moment.
tell you what, it's Kane Lamont that's got some work to do, though. Man back there into 8th place at the moment, and he's got good competition. And Ethan Martins and Cody Murphy are not letting their guard down and letting him go through. He might have proved to be a front runner with results from before, but he is there and got a challenge on his hand. But really, it's Cody and Kirk. The margin at 1 second. 1 second, all you've got between first and second. In fact, we're counting them as we look out on the track there at the moment, and that is less than one. That's only half a second out there. So next to nothing in it as the bike battle continues. And there it is, Cody Cooper and Kirk Gibbs at the moment. New Zealand, Australia, Honda de Yamaha, and all on at the moment. Cooper, Gibbs, Harwood, Steiner, Groombridge, Martins, Murphy and Lamont. If we're going to see the fight back, has the Zebra got up there? Yes, he has. He's gone past the two of them. So there you go, Kane Lamont and the Zebra. Fox Gear has got up past both Martins and Murphy to move up. That'll take him to 6th place from the 8th that he was holding. So fighting back. And can he be a challenge to those guys out in front? Hard to know. And I would suggest a maybe. You never say never. We've learnt that today, if one thing.
So there is the update when they cross the line. It's out to 0.16, so nothing in it at the moment. Cody Cooper ahead of Kirk Gibbs, and then 4.5 seconds. That's the gap back to Hamish Harwood. So that's pretty steady gaps from last time around. We'll keep an eye on those ones as we develop. But Cody Cooper. This is better stuff from Cody Cooper. We've didn't see the best from him in race 1 and 2 so far today. So to him, out there in the lead of this one, looks pretty one-lined out there. So it's going to be very, very difficult for Kirk Gibbs to make a move on Coop. So the red plate, the number 1 on board, defending MX1 champion so many times. He's won this Open Motocross Championship in New Zealand, and here he is, desperate to hang on to that red plate. The winner of this showdown here will take the red plate to the 3rd and final round in Taupo in 2 weeks' time. And boy, these two put on an absolute spectacle last year in Taupo round 4, and we will get absolutely excited for that one. So the one over the G, but absolutely nothing in it. There's 2 different lines there. Kirk Gibbs tries to go around the outside, but doesn't quite have the traction to pull in there. So still advantage Coops at the moment. We've got Hamish Harwood there in 3rd place. He's had a pretty consistent weekend so far on the CML KTM. But Tyler Steiner, he's had a great weekend. He's in 4th place at the moment. BG Brad Groombridge in behind him. And then we go to Kane Lamont back in 6th place. So here we go, heating up. Kirk goes up the inside, dives up there. So change for the lead. What a move from Kirk Gibbs. Just left the door slightly open, Coops, and bang. Kirk Gibbs up the inside. So there we go. That's the move he was looking for. And the G now in the lead of this one. So the L-themed window systems, JCA Yamaha of Kirk Gibbs has put this one in the lead. So Cody Cooper back in 2nd place. There we go. I was wondering where he was going to make the move, and he made it from absolutely nowhere. Come from way back and just threw it up the inside. Brilliant start from Kirk Gibbs.
Well, I'll tell you what, Cody, one thing about Cody, he hasn't been putting up excuses. He's just saying that he knows he's got some fine-tuning to do, and he says, I'm still feeling all right. He hasn't thrown the towel, and far from it. But I tell you what, he's just finding it harder and harder, and Kirk Gibbs getting stronger and stronger, better and better. Is this a repeat of 2018 or 2019? Why in 2018 Kirk Gibbs went on to win it? In 2019 Cody fought back and won it. So we're about to find out. Wow, there's a lot to unfold here. But look at them, nothing between them. Here we are, G from 1 all the way. Kirk Gibbs, Australia, number 1, and Cody Cooper. And now what's Cody got up the sleeve? He's got to stay with him, got to stay right on his tail. 153 for Hamish Harwood here on the CML KTM 350, and that's the difference of what he's been riding, a 350 with the other boys all on 450. So he's the one off, and he talks about that power to weight advantage and likes the lighter bike and through the rougher track here at the end of the day for a slighter rider such as he is. Very dynamic, certainly under 80 kgs by weight. So there's the Blitzer bike do the talking, as it were. 14 and Tyler Steiner up there to go for it. Brad Groombridge spotted in there. Tyler, then the 94 was up there, so 94 to look back to it, and the Kane Lamont show back in there in that 5th place at the moment, so a few changes lined up, including the Kirk Gibbs battle, and Kirk to take it, and you see a split second, nothing much between them, but I'll tell you what, Brad, that's a hard back for Cody to come back from every lap. That advantage is just creeping and creeping out. Look at that, you see, that's probably now, what about 10 body. So to get in front, first of all, he's got to catch up, then he's got to overtake. That's clearly 2 distinctive manoeuvres.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. So there it is for Kurt Gibbs. Stretching out a little bit of advantage. He's got about a 5 bike length advantage. So we've got a call for the medics down past the start line there. We'll call for the medics to get down to after the start line there. So we're on to this one. Kurt Gibbs races through the stadium section, and Cody Cooper through there in second place. Hamish Harwood not out of touch with the leaders either, so still got that 5-second gap back to the leaders. So Hamish Harwood in third place on the CML KTM. We've got a battle going on for fourth and fifth place between Tyler Steiner and Kane Lamont, so that's raging on as well. And we go with battles all over this MX1 field, so keep an eye on this one. At the moment, Kurt Gibbs ahead of Cody Cooper with Hamish Harwood still in third.
Oh, it is big gap stuff, isn't it? Now starting to spread out, and it's a little bit like the factor of attrition happening through the day. And the pressure that's gone right on with these riders. So, wow, there we are now with Kane. Kane there, I tell you what, Brad Groombridge perking it up. Brad Groombridge, good result there. Here we are, G by 1, they're right back in front of us. And there's Cody, and just trying to have a look at that advantage. What are we back to? 1.2 seconds. So, nothing on there, 1.2 the buffer. So that's narrow. It was at 1, it's gone. I reckon it was out to closer to 2 before. And now we've seen it come back to 1.2. So, really opportunity to pounce. Can he do it? Yes, he can. And you watch what he does through there. So look for the pounce. I'm sure he can do it. All right, so our medics go out on the scene there at the moment, and just making sure that we're all A-OK from a race point of view. Of course, it can be controlled under the use of yellow flags. So we'll be seeing the riders, I'm sure, slowed down with the racing. Sometimes, of course, a rider is off the track, which actually means that they can control the incident without disrupting the race traffic. Well, it's allowing those other boys to get out in front. A battle of attrition, seeing who we've got there at the moment. And, just going back, I think Luke Maitland in at 16th, Caleb. But here we are, Kurt, Cody, Hamish, Kane, Brad from Ethan, Cody, then talking about Headley Knight. Tyler Steiner looks to be the one whose results are dropping at the moment, so presumably he's our unlucky rider going down. And the reason you can see that is with the results, the other riders are all going past him, as it shows. So a bit of bad luck. 394 to Richard Horn. Man, oh man, is that man given so much to New Zealand motocross. I just love what he has been putting out there on the track, because meeting after meeting, year after year, he goes out and amongst all these men of motocross, like so many others, of course, here he is, a father, a worker, a partner, a man passionate about his own club in the King Country. So just so cool to see. Well done. All right, here we are, looking out, going all the way. 166, by the way. And singing the songs to go through here is Andy Todd. He's on the YZ250. So that is a 252 stroke, meaning it's now MX2 eligible on the Make a Build Makatuku Farm Partnership, Bike Talk Taumranui, Wheels and Tyres Taumranui, Bay Sweep and Scrub Tauranga. Just some of the partners, sponsors behind Andy Todd out there. But Brad, remembering, I think, a serious turning point in the moto. If Coops can come back in this one here today, he's got a chance. But if he can't, man, it's a big uphill battle for him to go to Taupo in 2 weeks.
Well, we've seen him do it last year, though. He come in with a points deficit, fourth and final round in Taupo, and he had to stalk Gibbsy, and then he just did that ultimate race through. I'd never seen anything like it. So let's hope for our New Zealand Kiwi fans he can do something like that again. But if he can get ahead of Kurt Gibbs here, take that red plate into Taupo, I don't think there's anyone that'll beat Cody Cooper on a good day in Taupo. So we'll see what happens here. But at the moment, it's Kurt Gibbs by a second and a half ahead of Coops. So there we go, G ahead of 1. Then we go back to Hamish Harwood still in third place. A massive gap back to Kane Lamont in 4th. We go back to Brad Groombridge in 5th place, Ethan Martins, Cody Murphy, and Hadley Knight rounding out our top 8. So there it is, MX1 racing. We've still got a massive 8 minutes plus a lap in this one, so still anything could happen. But Coops is going to have to dig deep and find something special to beat G, who's on fire. 2 wins from 2 so far today, and look at the clean sweep with 3 wins and the red plate into round 4.
Keen to watch the battle unfold here at the moment as we look out for it. The Gibbs, Cooper, Harwood, Lamont. Remembering poor Kane didn't get the greatest of starts, so he's had to fight from the bottom up. He's been doing so with success, so nice to see. But he's got there for that 4th place, and that really looks to be, I think, with the slow start for him in the championship, after being in so much pain for that first round and even a little bit for the second, he's only really starting to come right now. That really does appear to be settling back in about 4th place, but I'm still sure Altherm JCR Yamaha have got to be happy with that when there was a chance of him being absolutely nowhere. But the pain's fresh up. The man is unbelievable, and he's fought his way back. Suzuki's Brad Groombridge, Kawasaki's Ethan Martins, along with Yamaha's Cody Murphy, and Kawasaki's sorry, look out, it's in fact Honda's Hadley and Knight in there that are making themselves up in our top group. There, folks, we've gone to a red flag. Yep, we've gone to a red flag. So our race has been stopped. So we've gone to the red flag. The riders are instructed to go back to the start line. The riders have been instructed from briefing this morning to go back to the start line. We'll wait for that one. I just wonder whether it became too hard to control the incident off the side of the track with the riders all going past. You can keep a yellow flag going for so long. So we've gone to a red flag. Now, we need to check with our rules and just find out as to how much of the race had been run, as to whether a result will be declared. Go back. I'll tell you what, it'll be very close to it. So we may yet declare the race. It may be what declared. That means that the race will be called irrespective of the length of the race, or if insufficient time has been run, it may be run as a part race, or it may be 0 and we start all over again. We'll find out shortly. So do stay with us. Drama here at the moment. We're at 4:30 due to have our start of our women's and final race. The women will just have to move back off the line and maybe a start in this one. We don't know yet, folks, but we'll certainly be finding out. Well, the quietness, folks, is because we don't know either. So we'll let you know when we know. So quietness reigns supreme. Thank you, race director Scott Wilkins updating. Race has been declared. Called at 15 minutes. That is enough of the race to declare a result. So that race has been declared. What that means is the exact point when they went across when the entire field went across the checkered flag. So it won't be just then. It will be the previous lap for some of those riders. Some riders it's their last lap, others it's actually the one before the last one. Just depends on that point, because when the red flag went out, there was a couple of riders to go across, so we wind the clock back. So that gives an idea. What it does mean is that Kirk Gibbs was in front at that point, so he will take the win and take the lead with the red plate going into the round. So ahead of Cody Cooper, Hamish Harwood, Kane Lamont in there, Brad Groombridge, Ethan Martins, Cody Murphy and Hadley Knight is the provisional way that we see it. More importantly, we'll attend to the welfare of our fallen rider, and that means that we only have our women's race left. Women's race is left, so stay around with us. If you're a spectator, hesitating to go, hell, folks, you've still got 4 hours of daylight. Do stay with us. Watch the excitement. Motocross will be great, and we love our women's class. We saw it last time. We have 3 different leaders during the race, and I'll tell you what, without people like Letitia Alabaster or Mel Patterson getting on the podium, they're entitled to it as well. They're good enough to be there. They've proved it in the past. last. After all, Letitia's been a national champion, so we're looking forward to it. Should be a great moto still left to run here today. So bring it on, courtesy of Ward Demolition and John Roberts Contracting. Thank you, John. Sincere thank you for putting some serious money up for these ladies as well. I think it's just awesome. It's called the Women's Cup, not the Women's Championship. That's incorporated with our Veterans Championship to be held later in the year, so it's a bonus race. The Women's Cup, yes, they've got a trophy up for grabs, and there are 2 races accumulated points, so we've had half it, and we've got the other half to come next. But more importantly, the incident at race side with our injured rider. Back with you shortly, folks. Stay with us, please.
Loop's designed by Yamaha and it's been around for a long time now. People sort of don't imagine, they sort of think it's quite new, but it's 30 or 40 years old now. It's very well established in the motorcycle industry. So it's a great lubricant. We find it's working well with wear and tear on the engines under high performance load and mud races and a lot of heat. It's working very well and protecting our motorcycles, and which in turn enables them to last longer, so it's very important. We also have Reece Carter on board, and he's going to be heading up our coaching program. So anyone that needs coaching from a Yamaha dealer, form, or any bike, Reece will be taking that over in April, and he'll have these demonstrator bikes behind us to use at those events. So should you want to have your son or daughter try a 85 and they're on a 65, we can help you with that to see if they're ready and to help you progress into that. It's an initiative which Yamalube's brought on board to try and help the sport of motorcycling.
Round the Yamaha corner and over the finish line.
Well, here we are with the premature wrap to our day, folks. The incident at trackside is more important to adhere to than finishing our last race of the day, and we wish all those involved all the best. But here we are for a wrap for the day, Brad. Wow. If you'd have choreographed it, you couldn't get as perfect result. We got less than a handful of points between first and second in MX1 and MX2. We've changed our red card, red background rider, effectively to hold the advantage. We've moved from MX1 from Cody to Kirk Gibbs. We've taken our MX2 and taken it from Josiah Natsky to Maximus Purvis. So we've turned our classes upside down. We would not have thought that was going to happen. So we really have built for a climatic final in Taupo.
Yeah, absolutely. We've come full circle as well. We could have had Maximus Purvis take a decent points advantage, crashing on the last lap. So he's only 4 points ahead of Josiah now. MX2, there's 12 points separating the top three. It's anyone's title at the moment. And Dylan Walsh, he wins the overall today, and he's not out of the title hunt either. So MX2 racing, that's going to be really alive. And then the Kirk Gibbs and Cody Cooper showdown, that's going to be worth the price of admission alone there.
Yeah, indeed. And with our 125s, well, Brodie Connolly, if it had not been for Matic Dixon having those two DNFs, he suffered badly from those, but it's given Matic a big buffer, and he should actually win with the first race. But the little whisper, he just sort of dropped a little bit of a hint. I got the idea he may be showing up on a 250. He's going to do the double for the Junior Nationals. I tell you what, it's been a long time, 2007, since the likes of Kane Lamont done that. I don't think we've had anybody do it since. We've had Wyatt Chase. He's tried and failed. We didn't have a success rate for Jack Dunlop, for example, last year. So if there's anybody that can do it and equal that feat, it's likely to be him. So I get an idea we might see him in two races. Maybe after he's won the 125, he may just say, hey, let me just concentrate on the 250. I want to have more time in that, or he might double pass. We don't know. But there's some more excitement for our last race. How much more excitement than we put into the whole event?
Oh, exactly. Yeah, the 125 class, 64-point advantage. So that's definitely advantage Brodie Connolly in that one. And I remember at Labour Weekend at MX Fest at Digger McEwen, he rode a 150 in the 250 class in the junior day and was so fast on that. So even if he didn't do the 250, but maybe a 150 in MX2, I'd love to see where he sits in that company as well.
Yeah, it will be great to see. So here we are with an opportunity to do our wrap for the day. For all of you watching out there on Sky Sport Next, massive thanks from our Turbo Sound team. This is a wrap. We'll see you in 2 weeks' time from a motocross point of view. But hey, don't worry, we're back with you next weekend with the NZSBK, New Zealand Superbike Road Racing, coming to you from the awesome Moto Fest event at Hampton Downs, along with the commentary team joining us with Phil Dark. We'll be there to give you a fantastic update. Looking forward to it. More quality events from Motorcycle New Zealand, proud to be promoting and advancing the sport of motorcycling. See you then. Cheers.